from the scene. Yesterday we recovered that car here in Morgan County, less than a mile from where we are. A burglary was perpetrated by them, we know by evidence left at the scene, at a residence nearby where the car was abandoned around 10 or 11 o'clock that morning. Later yesterday we learned that they had stolen a white Ford F-250 truck from a rock quarry about 9 miles east of here. And that happened, we now know, around 10 or 11 o'clock Tuesday night. Where they have gone from there, I don't know. We don't know, and we're heavily dependent on the citizens of this state and other states possibly letting us know. We now have a reward that totals $130,000. I've been a police officer of some sort in this state for over 43 years, and I can tell you today there has never been a reward that large. I've worked in metro areas and rural areas around this state, and I have never seen this level of assistance in my career. Literally every law enforcement agency in this state, local, federal, and state, this is the greatest effort I have ever seen. And it's not just because of the crime, it's because the public is in grave danger. These are dangerous, seriously dangerous, vicious hoodlums that need to be apprehended. I want to thank Sheriff Robert Markley. We have unfortunately he's very gracious. We've unfortunately taken over his entire operation here, and he's been mighty kind in that respect. At this point in time, I'm going to turn it over to the special agent in charge of the FBI office in Atlanta.
Good afternoon. David LaValle, the special agent in charge of the Atlanta field office here in Georgia. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the working relationship that we have. Sheriff Seals alluded to it, and you can see behind me the unified effort with which we are pursuing these two individuals. On a federal level, the FBI, the United States Marshals Service, and the ATF are working closely together, especially as the search for these individuals expands. This is day 3, and we are aggressively, as a unified body and a unified group here, pursuing them, whether that's here in the state of Georgia or if they've left. It has become a nationwide search for these two individuals. We would just reiterate, we do need the public's help. It is, along with us working together, we need the eyes and ears of everybody really in this country to be on the lookout for these two individuals. We are following up on tips and leads now. They do continue to come in, and we are pursuing these individuals. There is a tip line that we'll put out for you. It's 877-WANTED-2. That's 877-WANTED and then the number 2. The numbers are actually 877-926-8332. We would remind the public these two individuals are considered armed and dangerous. If anybody should see them or see one of them, it would be appropriate to dial 911 immediately and report that to whatever police or sheriff jurisdiction that they're in. But we continue to press this. We bring all the federal assets to bear on this and try to accomplish what we need to do, and that's to protect the communities in the United States. And these are two individuals that, as long as they're out, they will pose a threat to the communities that they are in. With that, I'll turn it over to Georgia Department of Corrections Commissioner Greg.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Greg Dozier. I'm the Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Corrections. First and foremost, I'd like to thank these partners here, Sheriff Seals, Sheriff Markley, and the others here, as well as GBI, State Patrol, have done a phenomenal job partnering together and searching this state for these individuals. The main thing I'd like to share with you is the families, both the families of these officers and the families here at GDC. Approximately 7:20 yesterday morning, I was notified, 2 mornings ago, I was notified of this event, and I was on site very shortly after that, and the pain and anguish that was in the toes of my feet went up to my heart. And as that day went on, and I learned more and more about these two officers and met their families, the impact of these cowardly acts is far-reaching. We need to remember Officer Monica, Sergeant Monica. He was 42 years of age. He leaves behind a wife, 2 daughters, a community that loves him, officers that love him, people who respected him and looked up to him. Sergeant Ballou, 58 years of age, 10-year veteran with our agency. Sergeant Monica was an 8-year veteran. Sergeant Ballou leaves behind 2 sisters, 5 brothers, a father, and some children. These men were impactful to their communities, their families, and this agency. We will miss them deeply, and we cannot replace them. It is a shame that 2 individuals would be so cowardly to do this to this community and this family. I am so proud, as I visited yesterday over with the other transportation officers, how they stood strong with their brothers, and they were there to support them and that family. The officers at the prison, the same. We've been around and seen everyone. This is impactful. I would be remiss if I didn't go back and say thank you to these individuals behind me. We have partnered across this state and this country to find these 2, and I'm sure we will, and we'll bring them to justice. Thank you.
Any questions, ladies and gentlemen?
I have a question for Greg. Do we know if that barrier was locked, or did they break a lock to get past that barrier? Do we have an answer to that?
We do not have an answer at this time. The focus is on capturing these individuals and making sure we bring them to justice. As we do the investigation and we find those details, we will be reviewing them.
I think one of the questions that people are wondering, you had, I believe, 33 inmates on the bus.
Yes, sir.
How is it that the others did not flee, and whether they've told you since whether they tried to stop anything, whether they tried to get involved, whether they stood back, did they participate?
I will defer to Sheriff Seals. He's been heading up that investigation, and they have been interviewed, but I'll defer to him on that.
For the sheriff and the FBI, have there been any other sightings out of state?
Let me first address you. Yes, the prisoners, no, they did not participate in it visibly that we know of at this time. Yes, they have been extremely helpful in the course of this investigation. They provided the most vital information at the most crucial time. The answer to you is no, sir.
No sightings?
No, sir.
Sheriff, have you ever been able to get any information that would suggest that these inmates had this very well planned in advance, or able to gather any?
No, we haven't. We obviously are looking at that. DOC is looking at that. I want to stress to y'all, once again, our focus right now is to apprehend these 2 dangerous criminals. And those things are going to be looked at. They are being looked at by the appropriate authorities. But I'm stressing, we're looking for them now.
Do you believe they're getting help on the outside?
We don't know that. What we know right now that I can release to you, let me say this. We want to be as open as we possibly can to you, and we want to be open to the public that pays us. But we also have a prosecution that's going to take place, hopefully, after they're apprehended. And we cannot tell you everything we know. It will jeopardize the trial later down the road.
Do you think they're together, or do you think they've split up at this point?
As of the time of the theft of the automobile, our evidence indicates the truck, they were still together.
Does your
follow
law
up on the
enforcement
truck
tell you that they are getting help, because I assume they don't have money or initially coming out of prison with money?
we assume they don't have money. They're doing like most escapees do. They're stealing cars. We know they did a burglary. We know they took food there. We know of no great amount of money, but there may have been some money there that the victim didn't know about.
Any credit cards used, stolen?
We have no credit card information.
Any other reports of any other car break-ins or burglaries?
No, not at this time. Not that we have been made aware of. Burglaries happen virtually every few minutes throughout this state. Cars are stolen every few minutes throughout this state. Obviously, we are keenly interested in anything like that, but nothing has come forward.
What if somebody is helping them?
If somebody is helping them and we identify who they are, they will be prosecuted as parties to this crime. Make no mistake about it.
To clarify, there's only been one
that
break-in
they've left the state
Sorry?
in Madison and the white car also being stolen from Buckhead. Does that point you to believe that the two might still be somewhere in the general vicinity? Because
I highly doubt.
they've been here for 24 hours.
No, I highly doubt that they are here because of the way the evidence we have as to where the green car was abandoned, where the burglary was, and then where the truck was stolen, and the time intervals between lead us to believe they're not still here in this
You
community.
think they're out of state?
They've had time to be halfway across the United States, okay? I don't know where
To
they're.
clarify, there's only been one home burglary.
Only one home burglary that we know of here in Morgan County.
Okay, Mr. Commissioner,
Yes.
We've heard one of the escapees was involved in a prison gang, Ghostface gangsters. Anything you can tell us about that gang?
Only that I can confirm that we did have one of the offenders who was tied to the Ghostface gangsters.
Do you know anything about the gang in general?
I do not at this time, something that I do not want to jeopardize any of the investigation, and I do not want to share any details on that gang at this point.
Would that suggest outside potential help if there's a gang related, if there's people on the outside who would help the person who's escaped?
There's certainly these people have relatives, these people have friends, these people are associated with this one individual. So there's an infinite number of people that may well be helping them outside.
With the reward as high as it is right now, is there some concern among law enforcement about bounty hunters showing up, armed bounty hunters? And
Well,
any safety?
we don't have any. We have no knowledge of that. I don't care who tells us where they are or who captures them.
I'm not sure whether this is a question to you or to the GBI, but you say that if somebody's helping them, they'll be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Would that include possibly the felony murder rule if somebody's helping them?
If you are a party to the crime of murder, you are subject in the state of Georgia to being charged with the crime of murder. It would depend upon the circumstances. We don't know what those might be.
How has the recovery of the car helped you in the investigation? What did you find inside that car?
Well, the main thing that helped us was the ability to know not to look for it anymore. We did find evidence in the car that confirmed that they were in it, but I won't elaborate as to what.
If by some crazy chance they're listening and they're watching this right now, what do you want them to know?
The same thing that I've said since the first time I've talked to anybody in the media. You need to surrender. You will be apprehended.
Sheriff, you've dedicated a lot of resources to this, and we're in the third day now. How long do you think you can keep this level of resources as you continue to look?
We don't intend for it to stop.
Sheriff, do you fear a possible gun battle should you apprehend these? Given the circumstances that what they
You see this black man?
Yes, sir.
It's been on this badge more in the last year than any I can remember. These two people killed these officers. Listen, we've grown to expect this every second of every day, not just in this circumstance, certainly in this circumstance, but we expect to be assassinated at any time.
Since you have no idea where they are,
help you guys, other than if they see something, to call you guys, and where do those leads take you guys? Because if you follow every one of those leads, and there have been more than 100 leads so far that's come to you guys, what do you really do to try to help, and how can the public really help you guys?
The public can help us by, if they see these people, immediately calling 911. Number two, if they have information, to call the number the special agent in charge just gave you to the U.S. Marshal Service. They've got information about it. Those leads, there are all matter of analysts and detectives, agents and deputies that are sorting through these leads. They are being followed up on. Everyone's going to be followed up on. If they're being triaged, if it's something that's absolutely absurd, obviously we're not going to send somebody out. But if it's, no matter how insignificant it may be, some police officer somewhere of some kind is following up on these leads, no matter where it may be in the United States, as we speak, and prior to that.
How many sightings have there been, and how far and wide are these calls come in from?
We've communicated with law enforcement as far away as Virginia and Texas. I won't elaborate any further than that.
FBI can speak a little bit more about how extensive it is nationwide.
What's the question?
How extensive it is nationwide? We've got all these agencies involved.
So, you know, the question relates to resources and effort here. Like Sheriff Sills said, the effort is only growing, and we will be able to sustain it until these individuals are apprehended. All the federal agencies, marshals, the FBI, and the ATF have offices throughout the country, and they're a phone call away. So if a tip comes in and it's in another state, in one phone call, there will be resources headed to that direction or to follow up on that tip. And we are expanding, not shrinking our effort to find these two individuals.
What does it take for them to make the most
Marshals
wanted
has
list?
its fugitive task force, which they spend
Yes.
their time hunting people. Have you called them into assistance?
They are.
What's their specialty that they bring to the table?
So they are extremely skilled at finding people and apprehending people. In this individual, there are these two individuals. In this instance, there are federal warrants out for these individuals that allow us to pour resources into their apprehension. It's the U.S. Marshal Service that holds those warrants. Unlawful flight to avoid apprehension and escape are federal warrants that warrant a federal effort, particularly as it goes nationwide.
Can you tell if the search is still concentrated in Georgia?
The surge, like Sheriff Sills said, is ever expanding. This incident happened essentially 2 days ago. This is the third day. We are not discounting any tip, no matter how far it comes from, and it is expanding into other states just to make sure that we're covering all avenues to apprehend these individuals.
Do you have any sense of direction?
No.
Back to the reward, we heard the reward is dead or alive. Is that true?
So we do not offer rewards for someone to be brought in dead or alive. The reward is for information that leads to the apprehension of these two individuals.
Sheriff, are you concerned about bounty hunters getting in the way or impeding your investigation?
I've already answered that. The answer is yeah. No, I've never experienced, in all my career, I've never experienced that. No knowledge of it.
Sheriff, yesterday the picture that was released of the truck, the pickup truck, it appeared to have been from a tag reader.
Yes.
Is that where you got it from?
That is where we got it.
So do you have an idea where that vehicle was?
Oh, we know exactly where it was then, but that was before now. That photograph does not actually depict the truck as it looks today, because the two toolboxes that are on the inside, the two aluminum that run the length of the bed, was not depicted in there.
Sheriff, did these the two escapees, did they steal any phones?
No, not well. They did initially steal a phone in the carjacking, but they were smart enough to throw it out. We have recovered that phone a very short distance from where the incident occurred.
Any useful information on it?
No, they did not use it. We know for a fact they didn't use it before they discarded
What does it take to get on the most wanted list?
I think it's pretty evident that they are right there in the top of the most wanted list.
What did you just sort of comment about society today, about trying to operate in our society without money, without a phone, without a change of clothes, without all that? How hard is it to just stay underground in our societies today?
Well, it's difficult to do, but they've certainly done it many times in the past.
The truck yesterday, do you think they ditched the car, then ransacked the house and walked the 9 miles or so to where the truck was?
Certainly. We have evidence. We have evidence, physical evidence, that corroborates that.
Were they in any location that could have been captured by a security camera, like a building or something?
Yes.
Oh, they were. You did capture the video, or did they clip it?
No. Yes, we have some video that that we're relatively sure it's them. It's not clear enough to where you can recognize it.
Sheriff, if you have that video, does it show a description of
No.
the latest clothing?
No. This was a nighttime video of two people in the area very close to where the truck was stolen. You can't make out.
Any idea what kind of clothing was stolen from the house in that burglary?
No, sir. I'm sorry. The house was thoroughly ransacked. There's no way to know.
Does that video give you direction, Sheriff?
It was a video camera near where the truck was stolen.
What day, what time?
Late at night on Tuesday night.
Does that give you a better direction as to where they might have?
No, ma'am. It does not.
If that was taken at night, then they had probably a good 12 hours to have a head start on you. Would that be correct, sir?
Well, no, they've got more than that. That was Tuesday night. We know the truck was stolen again between 11 o'clock and midnight on Tuesday night. So they've got from then until now.
Okay. We understand that there's a nationwide billboard campaign that's going to be
We'll let the
running.
FBI speak on that.
Yeah, there is going to be a significant media effort along with all the other efforts that are going on, soliciting tips from the public. Part of that is a nationwide billboard campaign that will offer the specifics about the reward and offer the number that I gave you to call in any information that someone in the public may have.
Will that be going up today?
That will be going up today.
In every state?
In multiple states, yes.
Along highways, interstates?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to get back to work, and I promise you I think we've done pretty well on trying to keep you abreast of things that we know and we can tell you, but we need to kind of hit it and get back going again.
Can you just wrap it up by saying what's next and whether you're actively searching any areas right now?
We are not actively searching any particular area, but we are actively looking for this truck and these two individuals, and we're looking for them anywhere they might be on the planet Earth.
Okay,
Folks, that's it.
Thank you, Sheriff.
We'll
Thank
stick
you.
behind if you have any admin questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, everyone, so that was a press conference from authorities there in Georgia. The manhunt continues for these two inmates who fled after killing two guards on a prison bus on Tuesday. They have been on the run, carjacking different individuals to escape, to evade authorities. There is a large reward for anyone who has information leading to the arrest of these two individuals who are wanted, armed, and dangerous. Again, we will continue to monitor this situation. Whenever we get updates and live press conference, we'll, of course, bring it to you live here on Fox 10 News Now. We're going to switch gears now and take you live to Washington, D.C. Authorities there talking about the fight that broke out between bodyguards for the Turkish president there in Washington, D.C., outside the embassy. The fight between the guards and the protesters happened a few weeks ago when the president of Turkey was visiting the White House. Let's go ahead and watch this press conference.
Your legs will rest right after this, but one topic questions only at this point.
Okay, thank you.
So we will get with you after this. Go ahead, Sam.
I've had situations I've seen where you had countries where the president comes and two groups and they get to fighting, DC police have to get involved. What is it, unprecedented just because of the security forces, or what's different about this?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
I have seen the president, I think of Guinea or some country, where they had groups that liked him and didn't here in D.C. and they started fighting.
We have
had to get involved. What's different about this one?
We all saw the violence that was perpetrated against peaceful demonstrators here in Washington, D.C., and it's just something we're not going to tolerate. We have dignitaries that are in and out of this city on a daily basis. Rarely have I seen in my almost 28 years of policing the type of thing that I saw in Sheridan Circle on that particular day.
That's because of the officials of the country. Is that the idea? That
I don't, their motive, whatever they were doing, is really not important. I think what's important is the fact that you had peaceful demonstrators that were physically assaulted in the District of Columbia. And the message to folks who are going to come to our city, either from another state or from another country, is that's not going to be tolerated in Washington, D.C. Go ahead.
Do any one of these individuals have the benefit of diplomatic immunity? And if they do, what's the process moving forward?
Yeah, all of the immunity questions I will leave to the State Department, but I will say that the warrants that we have obtained are legally sufficient, and they can be executed on the individuals. And we have some pictures up here so you can see exactly who these folks are. Go ahead.
From the Kurdish Service Voice of America. Do you have cooperation with the State Department about the consequence of the process, how affect on the relation between America and Turkey?
Yeah, that's, I can tell you from the very beginning, we have had complete cooperation from the State Department. Those questions, though, that you are asking regarding the relationship between the United States and Turkey are not within my area of expertise. Go ahead.
There was a Turkish man being attacked and heavily wounded by one of these peaceful protesters there. Is there any legal process underway against that attacker?
I think that question is the types of questions that get into a little bit into the evidence. I'm reluctant to go into any evidentiary questions in public. Those are the types of issues that I think that can be, you can look at the court documents when the folks are presented. Like I said, someone will be presented today. Those documents will become public. And then the rest of it will become public when these cases are proceed through the criminal justice system.
Okay, last two here.
Does this change at all MPD's procedure with visiting more dignitaries? Has this made you guys think through so that your process?
We're constantly evaluating ways to better protect anybody in our city, particularly our dignitaries that come to visit. So we will certainly take a look and see if something could have been done better, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Last question.
Post was reporting today that 12 people associated with the Turkish government would be arrested or be have their own carry out. I see 16. Are 12 of these Turkish?
I'll go over that one more time real quick. So we had 2 arrests on the day of the incident. We have 2 U.S. citizens who were arrested yesterday morning. We have 2 Canadian citizens and 12 Turkish citizens. So the total number is 18. We currently have 14 outstanding warrants, 12 of which are Turkish citizens and 2 of which are Canadian citizens. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
We'll do it.
All right, everyone, so that wraps up that press conference. We have another feed coming in right now. It looks like it has to do with Vice President Pence. He'll be making a keynote address at a lunch event. Looks like the photographer is now walking, so it's kind of difficult to see what's going on. So what I'm going to do now is take you guys live to the Warriors victory parade. The Golden State Warriors defeating the Cleveland Cavaliers on Monday night. The Warriors are NBA champs once again.
Guy up, man. I mean, they can't let him be wooed away.
Going to one of their arch rivals in the Southland. So that's an ongoing story, and there are other things happening with regard to the Warriors championship.
The Warriors' second championship in 3 seasons has been a journey for the team following the disappointing end to last year's season. But now there's talk that this team could be one of the greatest of all times. KTVU's Scott Reese has some perspective.
Yeah, guys, normally when you put together one of these perspective pieces after a championship, you talk about all the adversity a team had to overcome. Now, the Warriors certainly had their share, Steve Kerr's absence, Kevin Durant's late-season injury, but it seems disingenuous to dwell on that. After all, this was the most talented team in the NBA. They were expected to win it all. So instead, I give you the X Factor that helped spawn this incredible run.
All right, everyone, we're going to go back to this feed a little bit later on when the parade actually starts. Here is a live look at the courthouse. In case you missed the news, the jury in the Bill Cosby trial is deadlocked. That's right, the judge has told jurors to continue deliberating. But as of right now, no verdict has been reached, and they're telling the judge, we can't figure it out. Representatives from Cosby's team spoke out following this news. I'm going to play that for you in the corner of your screen. This press conference happening just moments ago.
Change their thought. No one would come in and try to force them to change their decision, change their thoughts, change their ideas. They were brought here to be impartial and fair. And we hope that fairness is still being given to them and they're still being able to deliberate on their own without any pressure from anyone. We have said from the very beginning that this case has been unprecedented. Mr. Cosby should not be here today. Should not have ever been here today. But we can't change that. He's here right now. He is just happy to know that he has 12 people of his peers who understand that the facts of this case don't add up. The inconsistencies with Ms. Constant's investigation, with Durham Police, with Montgomery County, and that shows you why Bruce Castor decided not to bring any charges. Bruce Castor decided not to try this case 12 years ago, but you have a DA by the name of Kevin Steele who used Mr. Cosby as a catapult for his ambitions. And his ambitions is to go to a higher level, but not on Mr. Cosby's name and time. He's not going to go to that higher level. So we want to just thank these jurors. We want to just thank them for continuing to be judicious, continue to look at the facts of the case, and see that this case should have never been brought here today. And we're here to proclaim Mr. Cosby's innocence. And he just wants to say again, thank you to these jurors. Keep working, keep looking at the facts, keep deliberating, and hopefully we get out of here the way we came in, as a not guilty and innocent man. We're not saying, I didn't say vindication. I didn't say, I said justice. Justice means he's getting a fair and impartial jury. That's justice. That's what this courthouse promised. As an American citizen of the United States of America, he's an American citizen. That's what we're all promised, right? This is the place where the Constitution was developed. We're all promised. It's,
what is it? It's 11-1 for conviction. If it's deadlocked at 11-1, that's not exactly a vindication.
I don't, you know, look, deadlock is a deadlock. You can't call it anything. When the Golden State Warriors beat the Cavs, it was a win. A win is a win. I'm not calling it a win. It's a deadlock.
What's Mr. Cosby saying? What's he saying today?
Mr. Cosby is resting. He has spoken to Mrs. Cosby, and we're not proclaiming a victory. We're just saying the jurors are now looking at the case. What they did when they asked for the investigation of the Durham police officer, then they asked for Constant's testimony on the witness stand, then Detective Schaefer's testimony on the witness stand. They were putting the case together. They were retrying the case in the deliberation room. And that's all that we have ever asked for. We have never asked for any special favors. We just hope that the DA's office and this courthouse continue to let them do what they came here to do.
But yesterday you said that the client was not getting a fair trial. Do you still believe that?
He never got a fair trial. He never should have been here. And that was unfair to have him here. But Mr. Cosby is innocent until proven guilty. Thank you.
Just a quick question. So how is
That was one of Bill Cosby's representatives speaking out outside that courtroom where the jury is currently deadlocked. Also speaking just moments ago, attorney Gloria Allred.
Announced that the jury has stated that it is deadlocked. However, that does not mean this is over. The court gave a jury instruction to the jury. Essentially, it's a criminal instruction that the jury should go back and continue to deliberate. And so that's what they are doing. This deadlock could change. They're deadlocked on all 3 counts. After further deliberation, perhaps after lunch as well, it could be that they could reach a different decision. They could reach a verdict on 1 or more of the 3 counts. Or they could continue to be deadlocked. There is no set amount of time in which they have to make that decision. So they could come back to the court and they could say, we're still deadlocked. Or they might have a verdict on 1 or more of all of the counts. And even when they come back, the court does have the discretion to give that same criminal instruction again, that they should go back and continue to deliberate and try to consult with the others and try to reach a decision. So this is not a vindication of anybody, and it's not the end. It's not over until it's over, and it's not over yet.
Very much gives you some concern, though, that you're not getting a verdict yet.
It's not unusual for juries to be deadlocked, and there have been cases in which juries were deadlocked. They were given the instruction, essentially, to go back and continue to deliberate and try to reach a verdict, and sometimes they have, on that second go-around, reached a verdict. I'm not saying that's a probability. All I'm saying is it's always a possibility. So we'll have to wait and see. Only they know whether anyone or a number of anyones on the jury are open to reconsidering, changing their mind, making a different decision.
Does this make a mistrial whittle any more likely?
Oh, there was a motion for a mistrial by the defense, and it was denied. At this point. And that motion could be renewed. We'll have to wait and see. Well, I'm not frustrated at all because I know it's not over. So we'll have to wait until we see what the jury ultimately decides. I have no doubt that there will be certain members of the jury who will be frustrated. You know, my guess is that everybody on the jury, it's just a guess, would like to reach a verdict. But unless there's unanimity among the members of the jury, there will be no verdict on any counts. They could reach a verdict on some but not others. That hasn't happened yet. I don't know if it will happen at all. So we'll see. Thank you.
So already, just one quick question. So you're not losing hope, right?
Not losing hope for a verdict? No. Hope is the last thing to ever die. No. I'm not losing hope.
You're seeing Mrs. Cosby spokesperson speaking here. It looks like.
Well, what did the
victory.
Cosby spokesperson say? I missed that.
I mean, he's like very confident, and he seemed like it looked like a victory. You know.
Well, what did he say as opposed to how he seemed?
I mean,
No,
said,
what did he say as
I got
opposed
you.
to,
I got you.
yeah,
So,
impressions?
He said he thinks the jury's going in the right direction. Is what he said.
Okay, well, I mean, any time there is no verdict of guilty for a defendant will believe that the jury is going in the right direction. So, you know, that's not a surprise if that was what was said. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, everyone. So those were two press conferences, one from the representative of Bill Cosby, the other from attorney Gloria Allred, who is not representing the accuser in this specific case, but she has represented a number of Bill Cosby accusers. So she was there live. Norristown, Pennsylvania, we are outside that Montgomery County courthouse where the jury continues to deliberate in the Bill Cosby trial. The jury told the judge they were deadlocked. The judge told them to keep deliberating. Also happening today, President Trump signs an executive order on apprenticeships. He also speaks about visiting Representative Scalise in the hospital. This happened earlier this morning. In case you missed it, President Trump signing an executive order today.
Can we call that the 2-minute warning or no? We can see the president's remarks being put on the podium. Still not certain we're going to get a 2-minute, but that seems to be an indication we're getting closer at least. Looks like we're getting started.
Good morning. I want to welcome the governors that we have with us here today, my colleagues on the cabinet, members of Congress, guests. I want to thank all here for their commitment to workforce development. I want to recognize in particular Ivanka Trump, whose deep interest and personal passion and leadership have brought energy and ideas to our workforce efforts. There's 6 million job openings in the United States. This is the highest number of job vacancies on record. Americans want to hire. American companies want to hire Americans, and Americans want to work. But there's a skills gap between skills available and the skills that workers currently have. Apprenticeship teach the skills needed to find good jobs and to succeed in those jobs. Apprenticeships combine a paid work component with an educational component. Apprentices earn while they learn, largely reducing or avoiding the burden of student debt. Throughout his career, President Trump witnessed firsthand the success of apprenticeship programs in the building trades. Throughout his campaign, President Trump committed firmly to expand job opportunities here in America. The president knows that apprenticeships offer participants good jobs and freedom from excessive loan debt. And the president knows that apprenticeship programs work, that they are the best way to reduce the skills gap. It is my honor and distinct privilege to introduce the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for all being here. Before beginning today, I'd like to take a moment to again send our thoughts and prayers to my friend and the friend of most of us in this room, Steve Scalise, and his great family as he continues his very brave fight. It's been much more difficult than people even thought at the time. It's been, he's in some trouble. He's a great fighter, and he's going to be okay, we hope. I visited Steve and his family at the hospital last night, and I reassured them that the entire country is pulling for them, praying for them, and that we are here for them every single step of the way. America's hearts, and we mean this in the truest sense, sends its love. We got a lot of hearts in this country, great hearts, and they're all sending their love and support to the Scalise family. And Steve, in his own way, may have brought some unity to our long divided country. We've had a very, very divided country for many years. And I have a feeling that Steve has made a great sacrifice, but there could be some unity being brought to our country. Let's hope so. While at the hospital, I also visited with Special Agent Crystal Griner, terrific young woman, of the Capitol Police and her family. Crystal is one of the 2 Capitol Police officers who saved so many lives through her heroism, along with Special Agent David Bailey. They ran right into the fire. They ran right into those guns and the bullets, and they saved a lot of lives. America salutes both of their courage. They have great, great courage. We all salute them. We also salute the men and women of the Alexandria Police Fire and Rescue and all of the first responders. The timing and the speed and the professionalism was incredible. They performed with bravery and with skill. Finally, our heartfelt prayers go out to Matt Micah, who was badly wounded in the assault. To Matt's family, anything you need, we are here for you. Hopefully Matt will be okay. In these difficult hours, it's more important than ever to help each other, care for each other, and remind each other that we are all united by our love of our great and beautiful country. We're joined today by Secretary Acosta, Secretary Ross, and Administrator McMahon as we prepare to make a historic announcement to train Americans for the jobs of the future. We have a lot of companies moving into this country. You see the unemployment rate is at a very, very low level. Job enthusiasm and manufacturing, business enthusiasm is at record levels, never been higher. And a lot of good numbers are coming out, including almost $4 trillion in gain to the stock markets. And since the election, $4 trillion. We just signed a big deal yesterday for hundreds of millions of dollars worth of equipment and military equipment going to be made in this country, in our country, for other countries. We've got it going. We have to make sure the people are here and they're going to be well trained. So I want to thank my daughter Ivanka and her leadership. She has worked so hard on this. She understands how important it is. We're training people to have great jobs and high-paying jobs. And we're here today to celebrate the dignity of work. It's really a good term, dignity of work, and the greatness of the American worker, which I've been celebrating for a long time. Probably wouldn't be here if it weren't for the American worker. And the American worker sees what's happening in Michigan and in Ohio and in a lot of places that we've had a huge impact on just in a short period of time that I've been here and this administration has been involved. We have a lot of companies moving in. A lot of plants are going to be built. A lot of plants are being expanded. And big ones are going to be announced very soon. We're going to hear some very big names that I can't tell you about now. We want to get them signed on the dotted line. We don't want to talk too quickly. It's called sign them on the dotted line, right? In just a few moments, I'll be signing an executive order to expand apprenticeships and vocational training to help all Americans find a rewarding career, earn a great living, and support themselves and their families, and love going to work in the morning. We will be removing federal restrictions that have prevented many different industries from creating apprenticeship programs. We have regulations on top of regulations, and in history, nobody has gotten rid of so many regulations as the Trump administration. And that's one of the reasons that you see the jobs and the companies all kicking in so strongly. I think some very good numbers are going to be announced, by the way, in the very near future as to GDP. So we're empowering these companies, these unions, industry groups, federal agencies to go out and create new apprenticeships for millions of our citizens. Apprenticeships place students into great jobs without the crippling debt of traditional four-year college degrees. Instead, apprentices earn while they learn, which is an expression we're using, earn while you learn. We're joined today by apprentices who know firsthand how these programs can bring new hope and new opportunities. We're also joined by some of the country's great governors, and I appreciate them very, very much for being here. We just had a meeting in the cabinet room. Charles Robel is here with us from Wisconsin, where I just left, actually, yesterday. I was with Governor Walker. Charles is a three-time combat veteran who bravely served our nation, highly respected. After Charles came back from the war, he, like so many other Americans, faced very tough economic times. Charles began taking machine tool operation courses from a technical college. He immediately excelled. He was really, really good at it, they say. That's what they say. I haven't checked. Where is Charles? Come here. Charles, they tell me. I haven't checked it. I want to check you out. All right? But he immediately excelled. And by the end of his year-long apprenticeship, Charles will be making more than $60,000 a year and going up a lot higher than that. And he loves what he does. I think you really love it, right? Yeah, he loves it. Charles, we thank you for your service to our country, both in the military and in exactly what you're doing right now, which is so important. And we congratulate you on this exciting new career. And you're going to have some great future. Thank you, Charles. Each of the apprentices here today has their own story and their own dreams. That's what they are, dreams. Apprenticeships teach striving Americans the skills they need to operate incredible machines, and some of these machines are so intricate, so powerful, and really the word is they are incredible. This is not the old days. This is new and computerized and complicated, and you really have to know what you're doing. but they create amazing products. And to construct skyscrapers that touch the clouds, I mean, you look at the equipment today and just go back 10 years ago and 20 years ago, it's from a different world, from a different planet. It's incredible. I just met with the governors from many of the states to discuss how we can work with them to expand apprenticeships and the apprentice programs. I'm also delighted to be here with CEOs of major companies who support our apprenticeship initiatives. And we had a tremendous number of the biggest CEOs in the world here yesterday. And we talked about this also. And they're fully behind it, including our effort to help millions of talented young American women thrive and flourish in our economy. We are thrilled as well to have with us today Congressman Bobby Scott and Congresswoman Virginia Foxx, who care so deeply about this effort. Thank you. The strength of our nation will be determined by our ability to keep jobs in America. And we're going to keep them in America. You're not going to have companies fleeing like in the past. There's going to be a big price to pay for companies that want to leave, fire their workers, build a plant outside of this country, and think they're going to sell their product right back into the United States. Going to be a big price to pay. But we want to keep jobs in America, and we want to train people and hire American workers to fill those jobs. And that's exactly what we're doing, and we're really doing a job of it. And I just want to thank all of our secretaries and everybody involved in the process. Not only will our apprentices transform their lives, but they will also transform our lives in the truest sense. Today's apprentices will construct the roads and bridges that move our citizens. They will bend the metal and steel that shape our cities, and they will pioneer the new technology that drives our commerce. But as we train the next generation of Americans to do their jobs, all of us here today have to do our jobs. We have to join forces, join hands, and join together to restore the American dream for all of our people. And one of the parts of the American dream is we're going to come down very, very hard, and we already have. You've seen what's going on the border, on this massive drug problem that we have in the United States, and frankly that other countries have also. And we're coming down very, very hard on it. And if we don't, it's called shame on us. So everybody that's worked so hard on this program and everybody in this room, including the reporters, God bless you. God bless America. And let's go out and let's do a really terrific job with the apprentice program. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. This is a big one. Right, Linda? Thank you very much.
Mr. President, do you believe that you are under investigation now? Mr. President, do you now believe? Do you want to respond on camera to the Washington Post report, Mr. President?
Thank you all.
You can answer for him.
Gary's butt in the
He definitely heard me, right?
All right, everyone, I have to go to live breaking news at the U.S. Open. A blimp has crashed. These are live pictures coming in. A firing scene there. This is breaking news. U.S. Open. A blimp has crashed.
Please do not hang up. This is Liz Clayman out of the blimp crash. Can you hear me? He can't hear me. He can't hear me. Check. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay. Please.
Do you know how that works? You gotta turn that thing on. It is on. It is on. It's all the way on. This is plugged in. And then she should hear them. Do you hear this?
I hear the air. Turn it up.
It's as high as it goes. There we go. As high as it goes.
Okay. Is this Fox News or Fox Business? They better phone because they better hurry their
I don't know. I can't do it that.
Yeah, I do. This is Fox Business. Yes, I'm ready. Can they
But there's nothing confirmed about the name of this company. There's nothing confirmed about who belongs to. None of that is confirmed.
You guys have to take us soon or they're going to kick us out. No, one of the stadies came and was like, get out now. Yes. So can you tell them?
Yeah, I just hung up with Howard at the desk and said I'm putting it through the control room. I just literally hung up.
I heard it's air sign, but the blimp is air sign.
We don't know anything. We've heard PennFed, we've heard Amazon. We don't know any of that.
Michelle, tell Gary.
FNC went here.
Tell Gary.
Yes, I will.
Maybe my phone?
Kyle, I need that. That thing to be on me. Here, could you hook that on, dude? Come on.
FNC can't take it right now, but they may ask for you soon. They know you might not be able to stay. and I'm calling Gary.
I haven't heard from a producer yet.
No, they said it sounds like they're interested, but they can't take it right now either on FNN, so I'm going to call Gary.
And what show is this?
So it's, yeah, oh, yeah.
Yes. Yes. They want you to stay on the shot.
Okay.
Oh, no, we just wanted to tell you.
Yes, I think they're about to kick us out of here, so hopefully you can take me ASAP. We are the first crew on the scene. We are the only crew. Everybody's being held back because we got here so fast. So I'd like to do it before we leave.
Still Rem 209? Right? Hello?
Carl, would you say we're half a mile from the course?
Hey, could you get on the
Okay.
bridge?
Okay.
Because I can't do it now.
Can you ask them what kind of field this is? Alfalfa or sprouts?
Those two boys are coming back. They'll know.
Okay. Oh, they're coming back?
I'm assuming we're in control room 1. I don't know. Because I don't know if we're going FBN or... Yeah, I have no idea. No, I think we're FBN.
I might get a witness if we want to take this. I literally see the Stadies walking across the field to remove us, so hopefully. We will be the first if you get it, if you get this. There's a news copter above us.
Yeah.
You want me in the
Yes,
soybean?
yes.
Soybean, thank you.
So I'll have you on the side.
Okay, are we just west of a soybean field? What, east? Thank you, sir. Please. Got it.
This is who responded. They can't talk, but that's who these people are. We just talked to some of these emergency personnel.
Can I do it over this way so I can point to my right?
I point over this way so the sun's in your face.
All right.
Dave, you can literally see it close.
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, no, I didn't talk to him. He said he saw go down and was all fine. Take that. No, I just heard them. Okay. I can tell you we are on the scene, Neil. We are the first crew on the scene. We were on the 14th hole when we heard among the chatter the blimp had just gone down. Take a look over there. We are just east of a soybean field. You can see that the firefighters and, of course, the police are there. And that white tarp that you see, that is the blimp that was covering the U.S. Open here at Erin Hills in Wisconsin. So we're about an hour out of Milwaukee. We talked to Hartford Fire and Rescue here, the county, and they are telling us that it went down, it was on fire, but I was able to grab a witness. There was one younger man who was here, and I believe he's coming back and he's giving a statement to the state police here. And he specifically told me he saw it catch fire and then it went down. We believe, and we have not confirmed, that this blimp is owned by a company called AirSign. And Dave, if you pan up, you can see their helicopters now coming. They had a ban of the airspace as soon as this happened. But this on the first day of the U.S. Open golf tournament. And the important point to note, though, is that there was we understand one person on board, the pilot. There were some reports that he parachuted out and that he is safe. I asked that one young man, the witness, and he told me he did not see that at the moment. I'm just keeping my eye on this here because as we look over, they did tell me, Neil, that there is a propane tank attached to that blimp. that has not exploded, so they are concerned that that's why they're keeping us far away. And we pretty much dropped everything we were doing on the 14th hole, jumped in the car and ran over here. But since then, they have shut down the area, and they are pretty much asking us to move pretty soon. So we are just bringing this story to you first on Fox Business, and at the moment, we're just waiting on full-on confirmation that the pilot did manage to escape, and he is okay, but as soon as we get that, we will let you know for sure. And I'm waiting on those witnesses again, but they were two young boys, and again, not even boys, they're look to be about 20. But over here you can see that we do have the state patrol, and then to the left is the soybean field where this went down. We got a second to talk to the daughter-in-law of the owner of the soybean field. She didn't want to really comment, but she had been out there with a yellow vest on, checking out the situation. So, Neil, quite an auspicious beginning, certainly, to the start of the use over the golf tournament. They do have drones that are going to be able to at least cover some of the beauty shots of the golf tournament, but as long as everybody's okay for the moment, they do not have a blimp. Neil. Correct. No, you know, and as we all know, as we all know, witnesses are sometimes a little unreliable because it's pretty frantic and it gets disconcerting. But Fox Business's producers actually saw it go down from afar, and they did take some pictures, which I believe we've shown on the network already. But very tough to see at the moment what's going on. Again, an unexploded propane tank attached to the blimp. So they're keeping us far. It is a dangerous situation at the moment, and they do have experts out there. But again, we're trying to get a real read on what happened, but multiple witnesses say they saw it catch fire and go down. Great, great. Is FNC one?
No, it's hot, so why don't you hang on to it? Or just have... I'll hang on to it. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
So we're just calling back to see if there's any way at all they can take us. The state police really want us out of here. We're the only ones here with a picture. Yeah. So it's Liz claiming she's actually out for FBN covering the U.S. Open, doing her shows out there, and they just sent her out here. The Chicago Bureau. Yeah, the Chicago Bureau and everything sent her.
Do we have to switch IFBs or was they? I think the controller.
Hey, I'll take the mic. Okay, it's on. Could you go and grab the reflector in the back of the sorry? Okay. Thank you. Check, check, one, two.
I am not available for comment today.
It's on right now. That's on. It's on. That's cool. Cool. Awesome, man. Thanks, dude.
Start on him.
Yeah.
And when I ask the question, kind of
Just make sure you see that Liz is in the shot
You got it.
in
You got
between.
it. Gotcha.
Hi. So you talk to the police?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm
Is this going back to live view?
It's going up right now. I'm recording.
All right.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Cody, can you give me your first and last name?
Cody Bartholomew.
Spelled?
CODYBARTHOLOMEW.
Okay. All right. Ready. Tell me what you saw.
So we were weed whacking over in one of our fields, and I looked up and I saw the blimp coming down. It had flames on it, so I threw the weed whacker that I had in the Ranger. I grabbed my partner, and we came over here to help. So.
Did you see the pilot?
I did not see the pilot.
What was the first thing you saw then once you got to the scene?
Once we got to the scene, we came around the corner, and there was a big explosion and like a ball of flames that came up. So we were just trying to help in any way that we could.
And again, you did not see that pilot anywhere,
No,
not even injured.
No, I didn't see the pilot at all.
Was there signage and anything else that you saw in the blimp?
The blimp, when it was on the ground, it was on fire, and it was in one of the hay fields at the farm I work at. So we talked to the first responders and helped them get through this tree line so that they could get to the blimp.
What were you thinking as you saw it go down?
I was kind of in shock for a second when I turned around and see it. It was a crazy sight. Like I thought, wow, is this really happening? And I said, oh yeah, it is. So we grabbed the Ranger and was right here right away.
And you got to the scene and describe it.
Get in it now. Okay. Yeah.
Come on, now. All right. Thank you. That was good.
It is, but they don't go back home.
I recorded the whole thing.
So, I mean, he's just doing
Hey, how's the mic?
Yeah, no, he's recording. Oh, sure.
You want us up here?
I'm staring at this.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Did you want us up here, guys? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
What? He wants us out of here.
Oh, okay, I did.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Be careful of that push there. You get thorns. Watch out for the rocks.
Here, you can still see it.
Yes. Cool.
Okay.
Liz has to do an as-live for the edge in a couple minutes. Just going to tape it, feed it back.
Okay, cool.
Right now.
Nice job. That's good.
You too. So, let's just bang this out.
Okay, yeah. I need that.
What? Do you know what time? Do you know what time, Michelle, that it happened?
You need to get
Can
that
I say
here.
shortly
No,
before noon
on
or
the other
something?
side, and that needs to get under fixed. There you go.
Yeah, what time did you receive the message from
Who you got? I don't know.
Gary?
It's Dave's phone. I don't know. Hold on. I'll look.
Brad? Did Brad send something?
Yeah, I'll look. Could be delayed.
I need a white balance. I'm just going to use it off of your...
Here.
Yeah, okay.
And can you just turn off my IFB? It's distracting.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
IFB, not my...
Right, I just turned off that. You still
I'm hearing it. Off. Okay. Got it.
Yeah, I got it. Cool. That's good. That's good. That looks nice.
You have the time? Michelle? Any chance you have the time that they sent the message? It can be soft, like before noon or afternoon.
Hold on.
And you want to go this way to the...
Yeah, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so that would be just
before noon local time.
Okay.
I'm rolling.
Okay. 3, 2. Just before noon local time, reports came that the blimp that's here to cover the U.S. Open at Erin Hills in Wisconsin had caught fire. Witnesses saw it falling down through the sky. And we made our way out to this field. This is a hay field to my right, a soybean field to my left. And there you can see that the blimp set to cover the major golf tournament had gone down. We understand that there was one person on board, that would be the pilot, and that there was an explosion, and we caught up with one of the witnesses who... 3, 2. Shortly before noon... 3, 2. Shortly before noon, the blimp that is here to cover the U.S. Open for the 3, 2.
All right, everyone. So, yeah, as you can see, the reporter there on the scene is practicing her live shot as she is going to speak with anchors on Fox Business Channel regarding this blimp that caught fire and crashed near the U.S. Open in Wisconsin. Again, that is what is left of that blimp. What we know so far, the Washington County Sheriff's Office currently investigating the crash of an advertising blimp east of the 2017 U.S. Open golf event grounds. The blimp went down in an open field in the town of Erin. First responders are on scene for rescue operations, and Flight for Life has been summoned to the scene for the pilot. The Sheriff's Office will release more information as soon as it becomes available. Now, video from spectators posted on social media show a cloud of smoke and someone in a parachute descending to the course. I'm going to go ahead and pull up some of the social media posts that we're seeing here on Twitter. Stand by. Someone posted this video on Twitter with the caption, "Pretty sure I just watched the blimp crash at the U.S. Open. Hope everybody is okay." How does she have her... I don't know. We have another video from a Twitter user with the caption, "U.S. Open blimp going down on fire." There it is. Wow, look at that video. This video posted as well by Jim on Facebook. The aftermath of the blimp exploding at the U.S. Open. You can see that smoke there in the air. Again, these are images posted on social media by spectators who saw it all go down. Some witnesses reported that the blimp was on fire before coming down near Highway 83 and Highway 167. Today is the opening day of the U.S. Open at Erin Hills. U.S. Open being broadcast on Fox.
Putting water on it.
Okay, hold on, guys. I just need to concentrate. 1 second.
Again, you're looking at our camera on the ground there at the U.S. Open in Wisconsin. A blimp has crashed. Witnesses say it was on fire before it crashed. Our reporter there on the ground seems to be speaking with some witnesses.
Right. I mean, could it be a private company doing their own thing? Right. But they're saying USGA, Fox Sports, like, there's a meeting here, we're putting together a press conference. Don't have a name, don't have anything to do with you. Guys, gotta shoot that.
Sure.
USGA saying that this has nothing to do with it.
Hang on, he's got to get
Okay. 3, 2. Just before noon local time, there were reports that a blimp that had been circling the U.S. Open had gone down. You can see it over my right shoulder there. This is a blimp, and we have not yet confirmed that it was specifically here to cover the U.S. Open or whether it was owned by a private company trying to get some shots of the U.S. golf tournament. But we understand that it had caught fire and there was a significant explosion. I spoke to a witness who watched it all happen. All right, is that good, Michelle?
Yep.
Okay. But I don't need to redo the tack, right?
Yeah.
I don't need to redo the
now.
tack.
No.
Okay.
Good. Okay. Sweet. Great.
All right, let's go.
Let's go back.
Arrested.
Guys, that was much shorter than the first one.
Yeah, it was good.
But it wasn't just to cover that part, it was the whole thing, right?
The whole thing, yeah.
All right. Okay. So second take, and it was the shorter one anyway. Okay. It's nowhere near here. Hey, Chicago, this is how you roll, huh?
Yeah, right?
All right. Don't stop. Just go to the yeah. You know, on Chester, they told me there was no printer. We can't do anything in the trailer now. So they said the printer broke the trailer. They took the one they had. I know. They took the one they had on the set. They hope it works.
All right, everyone, that feed from the U.S. Open, this blimp crash has frozen. So we're going to switch gears and go to another sports-related event. That's right, the Warriors Victory Parade. Right here in the Bay Area of California, the Warriors defeated the Cavs in a 7-game series, 4-1. They didn't even have to play the last 2 games because the Golden State Warriors won 4 games by Game 5. Defeating the defending champs, the Cleveland Cavaliers, the Warriors Victory Parade, about to start soon in Northern California.
3,
This footing.
Who's ready to party with the Warriors? Let's go! Oh yeah, come on! Let's make some noise! Oakland firefighters right there, make some noise! Where's Marco Manez?
At the station.
Take care.
All right, you want me? What do you want me to do? Right here? Yep, we've got the Warriors team members making their way down and around. It has been a fantastic parade. The crowd thrilled that this parade has finally made its way to the turn. And as they come down here, maybe I'll sneak across the street a little bit to see. We'll come back over here. All right, what do you guys think so far? We haven't seen any players yet, but here they come.
Yes, here
Who's
they
your
come.
favorite player?
Wow, that's a hard one.
know,
But I
there's
got to
so
give
many.
props to KD, who came and wants to stay.
Yes, we love that.
Kevin Durant.
Okay, so got a KD fans. I'm on TV right now, but I will come back and take a picture.
They love Draymond too.
Oh, and they love Draymond too. Okay, here they come right now. Really, it has been such a remarkable thing to see them come down and see how this crowd has swelled and responded. There it is, the sign that says, "We believe." I want to see if I can walk down. Hey, hi. I'm with Channel 2. How has it been? How's the crowd been?
Oh, it's been awesome. Yes, the community's out and celebrating. It's awesome.
All right.
we all know that's what you do, man.
Let's go, Bills! Let's go, Bills!
Two dueling mayors. I know, she told us that she would be in it again, and she has, and actually Mayor Ed Lee just passed as well. So now we've got the folks coming down. We had Andre Iguodala just pass us so that you kind of know where we are. The chief of police coming behind, there's her car. Hello. And we have had great behavior from everyone, right? The parade route's been fantastic.
Absolutely. This is a celebration. Great for Oakland, great for the Warriors, great for everyone.
Great day in the Bay is what they're saying. That's Officer Donna Watson with the Oakland Police Department. We have seen a lot of security, but I got to tell you, the fans have been absolutely fantastic. Everyone just so excited as this parade, and especially, this is what they've been waiting for. We've been hanging out with these folks for hours, and now finally they get the chance to see everyone they love. And really, we have talked to people with their favorite players, but what they do is they love this team. They love the Warriors and the energy and the excitement, and you saw the We Believe and Klay Thompson coming by, and this is really just about a whole energy, such a source of pride for the city of Oakland as they come down here, and a lot of music, a lot of dancing, a lot of Warriors chants. It has not disappointed, and the weather, absolutely unbelievable. Coming on here now, this is Alameda County officials, and you can imagine, again, we talked about the civic pride and talk about how much this means for this city to be able to just say, look at us, the whole world's watching, and we've got a lot to celebrate here. So we'll keep an eye on things. The double-decker buses, as they come down towards us, as you've seen, that is the indication that we're getting some players. And while we do love all the elected officials and all the other people and the Warriors team members, that should be Kevin Durant headed our way. He's a little bit far back there, but I think, let me see if I can walk towards that area and see what is happening. O'Donnell Foyle's right here. Hey O'Donnell, how are you? It's so good to see you. What do you think?
This is unbelievable, right?
We talked before about how the Warriors have changed so much over the years, and you've been there to witness it. What do you think of Dub Nation now?
I think that this is the fans' day. This has been an extraordinary journey, and to be part of it is it's truly mind-blowing.
It's awesome. Enjoy the crowd. Enjoy the crowd. So certainly we're receiving Alvin Adels behind him. How great this is, and how much fun. What do you think of the crowd?
Pardon me?
What do you think of the crowd?
It's terrific. Each crowd is better than the last crowd.
I love that we can compare it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it again. All right. So it is here. And then we've got, it's hard to beat the guy behind us, right?
You've got Rick Berry, and then we got KD and David West on this here. I mean, it is one of those things. There's no real way for me to get up there. I would love to, but it's like we're like banging on the door and trying to get in. Wanda, there's KD's mom, right there. KD's mom, can we just say hi? Hi. We want to get on the top, but we can't. So we're just gonna have to blow you kisses and wave you on the way. But isn't she a sweetheart? I mean, the funny thing is that we've been talking to folks, they're just excited to see Wanda Durant. They want her to make them peanut butter and jelly sandwiches out here because she has embraced this community and been so much a part of it. It has been so wonderful to see. Yes. I know. Should be next.
Next time I'm going to do a telescoping pole. Because they've talked to me over.
No, those other people were in the last one. Yep. Talking about too short. Too short. You see too short? You gotta care about short guys.
Broke down.
You did?
Yeah.
Is that why you're walking?
Yeah.
Walking out of the same we like to hold the same vehicle.
We're champs. We're champs. Yeah! Let's go, Warrior! Sure.
What do you think of the crowd?
It's monumental. It's fantastic.
How does it compare? Because now we can compare, right?
Bigger than ever. Bigger than ever. And we're going to be better than ever.
This is just the beginning.
That's what I like. I like beginnings. It's great. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Tommy and Mike here. We are watching this live coverage coming in from Oakland, California, the Bay Area of California, as the fans are celebrating another Warriors win. That's right. They're the 2017 NBA champs, defeating the Cleveland Cavaliers 4-1 in what was supposed to be a 7-game series. But why go 7 when you can go 5?
It was supposed to be, in the perfect world, we would want 7. We would want 6.
The basketball fans would want 7. Remember that.
Yeah, and here's the thing. It's great for the Bay Area. Let me just tell you that. But this series might be going down as one of the most boringest series that I've ever seen.
Well,
the first 2 games, are you kidding me?
I would say not only the series, but this NBA playoffs in general. 2017 was not the most eventful year as far as the NBA playoffs are concerned. I'm speaking from years of experience. I've been watching the playoffs since 1994.
And here's the thing. The playoffs were amazing in the 90s.
Oh,
even the
amazing.
early 2000s, but now it just seems like it is so watered down. I don't even know.
I can see
you give me a little look on that one.
It's just interesting because, a lot of people are talking about the Golden State Warriors. They're a super team now, and, they have so many players. They were already this dominant team prior to Kevin Durant joining the team. Now you throw Kevin Durant in the mix, and it seems like they're unstoppable. They lost 1 playoff game total.
Yeah, and that's
the
what...
entire playoff.
And let me tell you, it's great for the fans there, but for everyone else, it's just like, okay, really?
Well,
and get what... Next year, guess who's going to be in the finals?
You tell me.
Same thing. It's going to be Cleveland Warriors again.
You think it's just going to be this ongoing thing?
Yeah,
for the next few years?
they might as well, the ABC executives might as well just book hotels in the Bay Area and Cleveland. It's already a foregone conclusion.
Okay, well, Mike, I'm glad you're actually here because as I was talking about the Warriors...
I'm sorry, I'm triggered.
I can tell clearly, but, Warriors are this super team, as everyone is talking about. But, the ongoing question is, are they better than the 1990s Chicago Bulls? The difference between the 1990s Chicago Bulls and the Warriors that we're seeing today is that even when they had Michael Jordan, even when the Bulls were dominant, the playoffs were still fun to watch. The finals were still a good series. You know what I mean? When
yes.
The Bulls took on the Jazz.
And you wouldn't score 130 points. You wouldn't see those numbers because no one now plays defense. Nobody. It's a free-for-all. It's a shoot-for-all. Threes going wild, it should be called, the NBA's. I mean, how many threes? I mean, it was fun to watch, like Cleveland sink all those threes that one game, but I'm like, enough's enough.
That was game 4, where Cleveland actually won.
I don't even know what the over-under was for these games, but Vegas must have had just did like 300.
All right, Mike. Well, for all the viewers tuning in, again, these are live pictures coming in from Oakland, California, where this victory parade is underway. We already watched as Klay Thompson and Matt Barnes went on by. We have that clip for you on our YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. We saw Mama Durant, Kevin Durant's mom. She is a celebrity in herself.
Yeah.
Ever since the days where Kevin Durant told her she was the real MVP.
That was a great for marketing. That was so great for commercials. But you know what my favorite commercial to come out of that? Did you see that Durant Nike commercial after? Yeah. I was like, okay, Nike, you won. You won the finals, not any team. Nike won the finals. Why aren't they having a parade?
Oh, Mike. It was fun to watch, I will say, though. So we've seen Matt Barnes, we've seen Klay Thompson, we saw Mama Durant, we saw Draymond Green.
Yes.
I know I was just really excited to see all this go down because I'm a big basketball fan. You know this.
Mm-hmm.
So, all the players that I've seen go by are people that I've been fortunate enough to interact with. And it's nice to see them celebrate,
And it's a beautiful day for them to celebrate, too.
Right.
Look at the great weather they're having. Everyone took off of work. So that's a great opportunity for them to have some fun.
I'm assuming most employers in the Bay Area let you go.
Yeah. You know what? It's a little holiday there.
Yeah.
It is an unofficial holiday. And they'll be doing one of next year. It'll be them celebrating over Cleveland. So get ready, basketball fans, for another. And if you don't live in those two cities, I don't know why you're watching.
Quickly? I'm going to interrupt you really quickly. I'm going to play devil's advocate. A lot of people felt that the Warriors may have been taken down by the San Antonio Spurs if Kawhi Leonard was still in the mix.
Yeah.
And if Zaza didn't do what he did. I mean, I'm not saying that it was intentional. There were a lot of people on the internet accusing him of intentionally injuring him. I'm not going to take sides. I'm just saying that, is it possible that the Spurs might get in the mix next year?
Well, it'll all depend on a couple factors. The NBA and Vegas.
Elaborate.
Think about that, because don't you think the Golden State would have went a perfect 16-0 in the playoffs if it wasn't for the NBA? They wanted one more game, two more. They would have won 3 more games.
Mike is our resident Vegas expert.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's just you got to talk about it sometimes.
That's good to know. Let's go ahead and listen in on the audio coming in from the parade. Let's see who is arriving next on this
beautiful
next bus.
Guys, can you hear me? Can you hear me, guys? Steph will be gone by then. He's passing us now. Timing's been bad. Hey, everyone behaving?
So far, so good.
Is Kerr out walking?
Kerr is right back there walking.
He's walking, perfect.
Hey, back at it for the fans. We caught a little lull in this parade.
That's right, but we did just see Steph Curry, his wife Aisha Curry there on the last, they're not floats.
No, they're little buses right there. They're partying, they're having a good time. And you know what? That after party in Frisco sounded amazing. You see how many bottles they popped? Not only just in the locker room, but they spent then another $150,000 in the club.
Well, it is the Bay Area. There's a lot of money up there.
It's a good write-off for the owner.
So again, you guys that are just joining us, we are looking at live coverage coming in from Oakland, California. The Golden State Warriors Victory Parade. That's right, they are champs once again, defeating the defending champs, the Cleveland Cavaliers, in a 7-game series, 4-1. They won Game 1, they won Game 2, they won Game 3, lost Game 4, and came back and won Game 5. Well, I mean, and just as the Warriors, it's nice to win at home.
Oh, yes,
It's nice to win in front of your home crowd, in your arena. I mean, and it's fun for the fans to be there for the big win. So I'm sure they really enjoyed it. And we have to talk about Kevin Durant as well. I mean, everyone knows KD went to Golden State.
Oh, look at Steve Kerr there. Look at little Kerr.
And you're right. There is the coach right there, Steve Kerr.
Now, talking about threes, back in the day, he'd be pounding those threes.
You're right.
That was fun to watch.
Steve Kerr was great at threes in the 90s with the Bulls.
That was so fun to watch. And coming from Chicago, you know, I just keep thinking about those beautiful 90s. It's truly amazing.
All right, let's go ahead and listen in on what Steve Kerr is telling a reporter out in the field.
What about Oakland? For this town to have this, to also come back from that heartbreak and see the smiles, everyone has been amazing.
I love Oakland. I love this town, and what's cool about the parade is that, like, Oakland represents all of us. You look in the faces of people. You got people of every race, color, religion, creed, whatever, and everybody's just coming together and loving this team. And
I love the fact that you're walking. Cool. You wanted to come out and say hi.
Oh yeah, I wanted to. I didn't want to be on that little trolley car.
And
I wanted to be out in the sun.
And you're feeling good?
I'm feeling much better. Thank you.
Glad to hear it. All right, I don't want to take him away from the crowd. There he goes. I want him to see this crowd as they come over here, because this is what they've waited for. I mean, when you talk about this team, they love the players, but they love this guy too. They love Coach Kerr because of the passion and everything that he has put into it. And when people talk about it and talk about how committed he is and talk about what he's represented, and they know people have been worried about him. They know that his back has been hurting. Obviously, he's been off the bench, and to see him out here, to see him with this crowd is unbelievable. And it says an awful lot, I think, that he's out here and this is what he wants to do. He wants to shake the hands of all these people. Nothing like a championship to make you feel better. It's pretty good medicine, I think, right? I will also tell you this. I talked to the owner, Peter Guber, as he was walking by, and he said, and kind of echoed the sentiments, hey there, echoed the sentiments of so many people that we've heard from, that this is just the beginning. They are building something pretty remarkable here in the city of Oakland and the Bay Area. And even when we talk about what the future holds for them, there is so much pride. This is a day, they say, for the Bay. There he goes walking down the street. And for these fans who couldn't necessarily see all the players who may have been up on those double-decker buses, because these guys might not going to the end of the parade, this means a lot to them. And having Coach Kerr shaking hands, giving hugs, it really is so spectacular. So that was a thrill for all of them. Yeah, I think we'll see the horses in the back, because that was Kerr.
Red Bull, yep. Red Bull just went by. Oakland Fire, that's it. I got hit with, me and Steve Kerr got hit with something. I hope it's water.
You said that.
Hey, how about that? We just caught another lull. You know what that means. We're going to talk for a little bit.
I'm just really enjoying the fact that today at work I'm getting paid to watch the NBA finals, or the NBA championship parade. See, I'm speechless now. I just get really nervous whenever I see basketball.
See,
players.
you're a little
It's
you're a little amped up for this. That's
know.
good. That's good. But you know what? It's a nice day for the fans there. Real nice, and it's really nice for everyone to join us here on the News Now stream.
Yeah, we appreciate everyone tuning in. We are truly enjoying watching this with you guys. We're watching the Warriors celebrate another championship win. Now, viewers at home,
yes,
we want you to talk to us. We wanted your take on what you anticipate for the 2017-2018 NBA season. Do you think the
they're just
Warriors
going
are
to say
win
repeat.
again?
They're just going to say repeat.
I want to know what they're going to say, and we're going to read some of your comments. If you leave comments in the chat room on Facebook, you can also tweet us, however you want to get the message out. We'd love to hear your take. We want to read some viewer comments here since we do have this lull in the parade right now.
Yeah, and you know what? Speaking of a lull, I was in just a near panic mode because now we're just pretty much really into the dog days of summer now.
Right.
The only game in town is baseball.
And I want to go ahead and show viewers what is there in the sky right now at the Warriors game. Isn't that cool?
That's cool.
Yeah.
That is cool. Debate this. Nike does it again with their branding. Nike probably has one of the greatest branding marketing teams in the world.
Yeah. So I want to read some of the chat room comments. A lot of comments coming in. I don't understand Garbage Talk's comments that the Kings are NBA champs. Because if he's talking about the Sacramento Kings, I don't know what decade he's living in.
Yeah.
And just a reminder, I don't think they won a championship.
Oh, she's going there already, folks.
I am. So viewers, if you have an opinion to share on how you think the playoffs went, the finals went, were you happy with
Wait,
this?
is this over?
Nah, can it be?
It looks like
I just want to know, are the viewers happy with the way the NBA playoffs went? Obviously, a lot of the viewers tuning in are big Warriors fans, but as a basketball fan, I'm happy for the Warriors. I just wanted a better series overall, a better, NBA playoffs. I wanted close games. I wanted lots of Game 7s, and we didn't see that a lot.
Yes.
And,
the parade
this time around.
Parade right now kind of resembles how the rest of the country feels about the NBA. That's their parade.
So I want to go ahead and read some comments. This comment coming in from viewer Inmate. They won't lose until they break them up.
Oh,
meaning
okay.
the Warriors aren't going to lose as long as they have this superstar team. What's interesting is I'm just wondering had this happened under the previous NBA commissioner, David Stern, if he would have allowed Kevin Durant to go to the Warriors. Because you may remember a few years ago, there was a moment where they wanted to sort of create this super team, and the previous NBA commissioner blocked it.
Yes.
It's just like it became sort of this unfair situation. But, now under the authority of Adam Silver, the new NBA commissioner, it seems like it's going to be hard to take down the Warriors.
And do you think, speaking of another power player, you think James is going to leave again?
LeBron?
Yeah, you think he's going to leave again?
Well, there are rumors out there that LeBron might join one of the teams in LA. But who can blame him? Because LA is a great place in terms of lifestyle, weather, all of that. But I don't know.
I think he'll do it to his fans again.
You think he will?
They'll burn his jerseys again
after
they had to repurchase them. It's idiotic. It's crazy. I can't believe that. First they burned it, remember? And then they were first in line. The people that burned it were first in line to go buy their jersey again when he was coming back.
Well, you have to... The thing is, at least LeBron brought them a championship as he promised. Last year, we carried that parade. We carried LeBron's victory speech live here on News Now. And, there were 1 million people out there in the streets of Cleveland because, It was a huge deal. He broke that curse. He brought a championship to that city. They were so happy. They were so proud. So I do think that if LeBron were to leave Cleveland, if he were to leave the Cavs, I don't know if the fans would be as upset because he still did bring them the championship last year.
And folks in the chat, let me know what you think. I was just looking at the fan situation here. Did you think it was this crowded for the parade route? I'm just looking at the screen now. It doesn't look like they're that deep in the sidewalks there, right? It doesn't look like that big of a crowd. Is it because now they're used to it, or is the fan base really just not there?
Well, there are a lot of Warriors fans.
Can they only fit 20,000 in the stadium, and that's their limit?
Well, I think that there's a pretty lengthy parade route, so we're just looking at one angle, one point of view.
I guess I would need. Let's bring in the choppers, as Arnold would say, right? Get in the chopper. Let's see. Well, hopefully, maybe a little bit later, we'll get to actually see the ceremony, and that'll give us a little better look.
Right. So I want to go ahead and check in with our viewers. Chris Lee from South Carolina believes that the Cavs parade was better than the Warriors parade. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Cookies 2050 saying it was kind of a boring parade.
Yes.
Can't lie.
Well, there you go, Cookies. So I think they were on my side with the support from the crowd, at least.
And you got it. Paul McClellan might make a good point. A lot of folks just couldn't get off work.
That's true, too. That is true. It's hard to do when it's on a Thursday.
Yeah, and another viewer said, no, this is just part of the parade route. The actual stage isn't here. That's why the crowds aren't here. One viewer suggesting that the large portions of the crowd are closer to the stage where the full presentation will go down.
Let's see.
All right, everyone. Looks like we've lost that camera from the Warriors parade. So we're going to go ahead and try to get another angle for you guys. In the meantime, here's a quick look at the White House. We'll have more news now in just a few minutes.
All right, everybody, as you can see, we have another shot for you as the parade continues.
All right, we do apologize. We are having some technical difficulties where our feed is a little bit spotty coming in from Oakland. It is dipping in and out. We appreciate everyone tuning in as we work to resolve these technical difficulties.
Hey, folks, in the meantime, Sammy and I back. How are y'all doing today? It is Thursday, my Friday, actually, so I'm in an extra better mood, too.
That's right. Well, today is Thursday. It is the day of the Warriors Victory Parade. Let's go back to it because we're getting a great shot.
Boom. Just like that. Just like that, we're back at it. Isn't that something? Sometimes we get it, we don't get it. We'll keep monitoring
We're just
that
teasing
feed.
them, really.
Yeah, it's really more of just a tease today. No, not really. Just going a little bit in and out there. And we were talking about, today's my Friday, but I think a lot of people there in that crowd is definitely going to be their Friday as well, too.
So it's interesting because each bus that goes by has the player's name, the player that's riding that bus's name. So you see that bus, Zaza Pachulia, he's on that bus.
And back at it. Hey, sometimes it goes a little bit dark, but you know what? When there is darkness, we bring the light.
That's right.
How about that?
You know what? We have our feedback, guys. We're just going to keep doing this to them.
All right, a little spotty there. It's a little spotty connection, but it seems like we bring it luck because every time we do come on, it comes back.
So we just saw the Golden State Warriors coach, Steve Kerr, saying hello to the fans in the crowd. He's not bothering riding a bus. He wants to just interact with the fans directly, say thank you to them. Thank you to these Warriors fans. Special thank you to the fans that have been there since day one. You know, the Warriors fans that have been a fan for decades.
And Sammy, how many fans do you think are strictly on the bandwagon? How many new fans? How many new fans have just gotten into it in the last couple 5 years?
Whenever there's a winning team, there's always a group of bandwagon fans that come along with it. You know, my own mother, she has become a bandwagon Warriors fan.
Look at that.
Jumping from the San Antonio Spurs, which she joined as part of their bandwagon prior to that. So, you know what? I know at least one bandwagon fan in my household.
And there we go. More people.
There's a KD MVP sign right there. That's right. Kevin Durant becoming the NBA Finals MVP. I mean, he really carried that team. I mean, all of the team members really contributed to their win, but KD, you could tell he wanted it more than anyone.
He had a special mission. He saw what was in front of him, and he said to everyone that doubted him, take a seat, watch my performance, and then you can sit and watch me get this ring. And this parade continues.
Yeah, it is a really exciting day for all the fans in the Bay Area, especially those fans that have been die-hard Warriors fans for decades. I know, like we were talking about just moments ago, there have been a number of people that have jumped on the bandwagon
Sure.
in recent years, you know,
But you're right,
ridden that Steph Curry wave.
Yeah, but that'll go with any team. You're right.
Right. So, you know, we've seen it time and time again. We saw Lakers bandwagon fans. We've seen Miami Heat bandwagon fans. I mean, whoever the hot team is at the time, we'll see the bandwagon fans. But I do have to give credit to a lot of people in the Bay Area, especially I have a lot of friends in the Bay. I'm from Fresno, California, and a lot of those fans have been sticking with the Warriors since day one.
Yeah, let's talk about those fans. There's something special about someone that sticks with a team for so long, and I'm talking about when it's in a gray area, when you've seen the dark days, when you can't get above 30 wins. I mean, those are times where
I go to Suns games regularly, Mike. I go to Suns games regularly, and where's my? I don't know where it is right now, but I do have a Devin Booker bobblehead that I proudly display here at work, despite the fact that we don't win.
You can't win sometimes, but you know what? You know eventually a storm will pass. Sometime that storm might be there for a little bit longer than you want.
Right.
And sometimes a weather forecaster can't even get around that storm.
I feel like the Warriors are a perfect example, right? They are dominating right now.
Yep.
Do you remember the Warriors in the 90s?
No, because I was on my Bulls run.
Yeah, that's true, but what I'm saying is I was a huge basketball fan, and I know it sounds weird, but as a kid, as a 10, 11-year-old, I would read the sports section every single day, and I would go to the NBA rankings, and I would always look at the stats and all of that, and Golden State was always at the bottom of the Western Conference. So, you know, it's always sort of, you know, every team has its ups and downs. The Celtics were great back in the day. Then they had their lull in the 90s. They came back in the 2000s. So, you know, you see it time and time again where a team is great, then they suck, and then they're great again. And it happens to every single team, even the Lakers with Kobe Bryant.
Yes, and you know what? But the greatest thing about it is once you're a champion, they can never, ever take that away from you. They can never take that ring away from you. And that's what's so great. Once you get to that level, once you get to that platform, they're not taking it away from you.
Right, you're not going to get the ring taken away once you've earned it.
Yeah, unless you go to a pawn shop like some of these players do down the road years later.
You think that they're going to go pawn off their ring?
Hey, you never know.
I guess.
We've seen it happen.
Right, so let's go ahead and look at what's on the screen. You can see all the fans on the streets. The parade has wrapped up in that portion. We still have yet to see, you know, the big stage presentation. Hopefully we'll be getting a view from that camera soon. I want to go ahead and read some of our viewer comments. Viewer Chicken Lips, recalling the days when the Warriors at best would be the 8th seed in the playoffs. I do like when our viewers share their own thoughts about basketball back in the day, basketball now. So if you guys have any comments you want to share about how far the Warriors have come, your thoughts on your current favorite teams, players, let us know. We want to make this an interactive broadcast. That's what makes news now so unique. We're broadcasting live, but we see the comments coming in and we try to incorporate your point of view and share it with the thousands of people tuning in as well.
Yeah, it's a great experience, everybody. You can watch on your smartphone, your smart TV, your laptop, your computer, any way that you get the digital access, you're going to get it. Hey, and you know what we're hoping to get here for you? That stage shot when they do the big announcements. They do,
The presentation.
Really, yeah. They get all excited for everybody out
The
there.
players take the mic. They thank the fans. They thank the crowd.
Yep.
They talk about the big win.
It's pretty much the same celebration, just different city, different team,
Right.
different year.
But according to you, it's going to be the same celebration for the next few years.
Yeah. Well, this or Cleveland, if James stays there.
You're like, I know this might be weird, but he keeps calling LeBron like by his last name. And most players, we typically refer to them by their last name.
Yeah.
You got
Jordan.
Jordan, you got Curry, whoever you talk about, you typically refer to them by their last name. But LeBron is different. I feel like most people refer to LeBron
Is she like a Madonna?
like LeBron, by his first name. Very few people say, oh, and then they pass the ball to James. No, they're passing the ball to LeBron or the King. Or if they're going to say James, they say King James.
Yeah.
I want the viewers' take on this one. This is a question for our chat room. Do you call him LeBron? Do you call him James? Do you call him King James? Do you just not care? Let us know in the chat section on YouTube.
I think this crowd doesn't even want to bring up the word LeBron or James. I think that's pretty obvious right there.
I just want to see. Because I feel like most people are on my side, Mike.
Wow. We went there.
Just waiting to see what...
James.
There is a 30-second delay, by the way, so we're awkwardly sitting here while we wait for the viewers
I really
to
hope we
respond.
get a stage shot for everyone. That's what I hope.
SOS saying they call him Mr. Ohio. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and read some of the viewer comments. Some people saying LeBron, some people saying LeBrick, some people saying King James, someone else saying King James, a lot of people saying King James, some people calling him LaFlop, someone else, Erwin Smith, saying Queen James. A lot of haters in the chat room, a lot of anti-LeBron
See, that's what I told you.
sentiment. Tiger saying James is a crybaby, but he is calling him James. Daniel Garcia says King James.
Look at that. There we go. I call him the guy who flops a lot. See? No one has a problem with me just saying James.
I know, but I just think that he typically is just... If you went up to someone and you said LeBron and you went up to someone and said James, they would know who you were talking about when you said LeBron. But there's so many Jameses out there, they would not necessarily know who you're talking about. Can't think of another famous LeBron.
Here's the thing. In the context of what I was saying, we're talking about what? Cleveland, and we're talking about the finals. Yeah. When you say James, you're going to know it's LeBron.
Sure.
Give me that.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
In the context of
Thank
the
you.
finals, you're getting really defensive.
Well, I'm just...
Things are feeling really tense
Now,
up
if
here.
you said, hey, what's going on tomorrow? I'm going to watch James. You might not know what that is. But if you say, hey, I'm going to be watching the NBA tomorrow. I'm going to watch James. You would know.
Okay. Things are really tense up here, guys. All right, everyone, you are looking at live pictures coming in from near the Warriors Parade. You can see all the fans there, the young fans there with their signs. A toast to Clay. Thank you, Warriors. The Bay loves KD is what that blue sign in the front says. I mean, so many fans out there with their signs, so excited. They're excited to have the cameras on them. You have Keep Calm and Curry On. That one's clever.
That's a clever one.
That one is clever. I will give them that. Lots of fans out there. That's Dub Nation out in full force.
Yeah. So there you go. Another happy town there.
I mean, how can you not be? If you are in the Bay Area, if you have been a diehard Warriors fan, you wanted this, especially after last year when you blew a 3-1 lead.
Think about that, guys.
The Warriors were up 3-1. The Cavs make that comeback. I was in the Bay Area for Game 7. Watched it. Then I went outside Oracle after the Cavs won, and you could just see the defeated fans walking away from the arena because they were up 3-1. Then they were up 3-2. And then it was tied to 3-3, and then that final Game 7. So this was really
you got to figure. No, you got to figure. When they got to 3-3, they shouldn't even showed up to play Game 7 because by the time they got to 3-3, they were done. They were mentally done. Once you give up a 3-1 and you tied at 3-3, that's it. They shouldn't have showed up, and they didn't on Game 7.
Well, they were there. It was, they fought to the end. I mean, that game was...
Yeah, they were in the building.
It wasn't a blowout.
I'll give you that much. They were in the building.
But at the end of the day, they did redeem themselves, and they won. They won in 5 games.
Yeah, this was all this whole season was a redemption tour for them. This was a redemption tour, and they got what they wanted, what they strived for.
Right. Because last year, I mean, they had the record for the best season of all time, but a lot of people said it didn't matter because they didn't win the ring.
No, and here's the thing.
They went 73-9, beating that 72-10 Bulls record.
I think because they had that record, it was their curse. It was their downfall last year.
That's went to their head, you think?
Well, that is like why for college basketball, when they say, will a team go undefeated and then go into the big dance? You really don't want that team to go undefeated during the season because then you have so much pressure in that tournament in March Madness that I think it's better to lose a couple games there and there. That way you know what it's like and you know how to get fired up for the next time.
Fair. I want to check in with our viewers.
We just got stragglers now here. Hopefully we get another shot for you guys.
I know.
Because
I've been calling.
right now we're stuck on this static shot.
They can see me call.
Alrighty, folks. So you're seeing the very, very end of the parade. We do appreciate you all watching this coverage. Hey, stay right with us on the Fox 10 News Now stream because it's coming up on 3 o'clock Eastern. We're going to go in just a little bit to an update on that student that was released from North Korea in pretty bad shape. So a little bit earlier, we heard from the father. So we're going to show that to you, get you caught up on that situation, and then at 3 o'clock Eastern, take you to a live update. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream that when breaking news does occur, or, sports parades happens, we've got you covered.
Minutes of questions. We'll try to make sure that everybody has an opportunity. Before we introduce Fred, I'd like to give Kelly Martin from UC a minute to issue a brief statement, and then we'll go ahead and bring Fred to the podium. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kelly Martin. I serve as the Senior Director of Communications at UC Health. I'm here today specifically representing UC Health's University of Cincinnati Medical Center. During the past 48 hours, I've had the privilege to get to know Fred, Cindy, Austin, and Greta Warmbier, and they are truly incredible people. I feel like I know Otto through you. Later today, at the request of the Warmbier family, 3 UC Health physicians caring for Otto will be sharing details of his medical condition. I can tell you that today at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center, Otto is in stable condition but has suffered a severe neurological injury. Again, the physicians caring for Otto will provide the medical details later this afternoon. On behalf of UC Health, we are sincerely honored to care for our family. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for coming here. And I made a decision this morning to wear the coat that Otto wore when he was, a prisoner in North Korea. This is the coat he wore when he did his confession, and I thought it was an amazing performance. I'm proud of him, and I'll start with an opening statement. I want to thank everyone who has shared their thoughts, prayers, and best wishes with the Warmbier family during the past 17 months. The burden of our ordeal has been eased by the support we have experienced, not only from our friends in Cincinnati, but throughout Ohio, at the University of Virginia, throughout the United States, and indeed from around the world. I'd also like to thank Todd, Lynn, Mr. Seiler, Mr. Burke from Wyoming High School. This is a place where Otto experienced some of the best moments of his young life, and he would be pleased to know that his return to the United States would be acknowledged on these grounds. My wife Cindy is at Otto's side this morning, as she has been since the moment he returned to Ohio. She wanted me to tell you that she knows that Otto is a fighter, and she and I firmly believe that he fought to stay alive through the worst that the North Koreans could put him through in order to return to the family and community he loves. Cindy joins me in expressing our gratitude to so many people. The wonderful people at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center are providing Otto the excellent medical care he has been denied for so long. As you know, the doctors there will be holding a press conference this afternoon to discuss Otto's medical status, and I will leave the details of such matters to them. We also want to thank Senator Rob Portman, who has stood by us throughout this entire ordeal. Last evening, we received a very nice phone call from President Trump, who told us that Secretary of State Tillerson worked hard to help bring Otto home. We are extremely grateful.
UC Professor of Neurology and Rehabilitation Medicine. Dr. Jordan Bonamo, neurointensivist with the UC Gardner Science Neuro Institute, UC Associate Professor and Director of the UC Department of Emergency Medicine's Division of Critical Care. And Dr. Brandon Foreman, neurointensivist neurointensive care specialist with the UC Gardner Neuroscience Institute and UC Professor of Neurology and Rehabilitation Medicine. Before we begin, we want to make clear that our physicians' comments will focus on what we know today regarding Otto's medical condition. We will begin with Dr. Cantor, who will provide a summary. We will then accept questions regarding and we'll conclude this gathering in approximately 20 minutes. At that time, we will then accept questions regarding fact-checking, and you can talk with Kelly Martin, who is down in front here, regarding any facts or information contained in the press materials you've received. Please note, our physicians will not be granting individual interviews, and a copy of Dr. Cantor's remarks will be provided to you as you exit today. Dr. Cantor.
Good afternoon. Our purpose today is to describe the medical and neurological condition of Mr. Otto Warmbier, who arrived at our medical center approximately 40 hours ago. The Warmbier family has given us permission and has asked us to disclose his current medical condition. Mr. Warmbier arrived in Cincinnati at approximately 10 p.m. on June 13th. Dr. Jordan Bonomo and the transport team met the aircraft and assumed care of the patient at the airport. He was transported to the Neuroscience Intensive Care Unit at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center, where Dr. Brandon Foreman and his team were waiting. An extensive series of imaging and diagnostic tests began immediately upon his arrival at our hospital. Throughout this process, the Warmbier family has been at their son's bedside, and information has been continuously shared with them. His vital signs were stable upon arrival and have remained so. He requires no supplemental oxygen or respiratory assistance. He has no signs of infection or dysfunction of the major non-neurological organs. His neurological condition can be best described as a state of unresponsive wakefulness. He has spontaneous eye opening and blinking. However, he shows no signs of understanding language, responding to verbal commands, or awareness of his surroundings. He has not spoken. He has not engaged in any purposeful movements or behaviors. His exam shows a spastic quadriparesis, which means he has profound weakness and contraction of the muscles of his arms and legs. The most important diagnostic test thus far was a magnetic resonance imaging scan of the brain. This study showed extensive loss of brain tissue in all regions of the brain. We have no certain or verifiable knowledge of the cause or circumstances of his neurological injury. This pattern of brain injury, however, is usually seen as a result of cardiopulmonary arrest, where the blood supply to the brain is inadequate for a period of time, resulting in the death of brain tissue. We received copies of brain MRI images from the medical personnel in North Korea. The earliest images are dated April 2016. Based upon our analysis of those images, the brain injury likely occurred in the preceding weeks. At the request of the family, information regarding his prognosis, prospects for improvement, and future care and treatment will remain confidential. Throughout this ordeal, the Warmbier family has shown remarkable courage, strength, and compassion. On behalf of the medical staff, nurses, and associates of the University of Cincinnati Medical Center, I can say that it is our privilege to care for their son and brother. Thank you.
At this time, we will accept questions. Please raise your hand, and Kelly Martin, to my left, your right, will acknowledge you and bring a microphone to you so that everyone may hear your question.
Hi there, Josh Clancy from the Sunday Times of London. You spoke about cardiopulmonary arrest. What kind of things might cause cardiopulmonary arrest? I mean, because it sounds to me like, you know, physical abuse might be something that could bring that on. Could you say a little more about that?
We have no certain or verifiable information about what happened to Otto prior to his departure from North Korea. But in general terms, one of the more likely causes of a cardiopulmonary arrest in a young person would have been a respiratory arrest.
Hi, Miguel Marquez from CNN. On your MRI and scans that you did of Mr. Warmbier, was there any indication of trauma to any part of him? Were there any fractures, anything in the head or other parts of the body? And would you know if he were in a coma for quite some time, if he had suffered a heart attack or something that would cut off blood supplies to the brain? Would you be able to tell at this point that he suffered botulism, took a sleeping pill, had some other cause, some allergic reaction or some sort of reaction to something he took there?
Well, there's several questions put together there. Dr. Foreman will address the botulism question. Let me address the question of injuries. Among the battery of tests we performed, we examined all the long bones of the body, a skeletal survey. We've looked at the bony structures of the ribs, the pelvis, the skull, and he's had CT scans of the chest, abdomen, and pelvis. In those scans, we see no evidence of an acute or healing fracture, including the skull. The botulism question.
Yeah, as it relates to botulism, so botulism, as you know, it's a toxin that causes nerve injury. And so as part of his evaluation with us, we performed electromyography and nerve conduction studies. Those tests did not reveal any evidence of active or chronic denervation, nor any repetitive stimulation that would suggest active botulism at this time. It tends not to, and so the chronic denervation was really what we were looking for, and we didn't find any evidence of that.
Oh, excuse me. Raise your hand, please.
Cheryl Stolberg of the New York Times. Can you talk about how long a patient in this kind of condition might be expected to go on?
At the request of the family, issues regarding his future, his prognosis, are a subject of ongoing discussion. They wish us to keep those discussions private and confidential, so we will refrain from speculating about what might happen in the future to him. It would overlap with our private discussions with the family too much.
Ron Mott, NBC News. I'm wondering, you spoke a little bit about botulism. In your professional opinions, what's the likelihood or the plausibility of the story put forward by the North Koreans that botulism plus a sleeping pill led to this result? Have there been cases similar to this where that particular combination, it seems very rare and sort of random? I just wanted to get your professional opinion about the plausibility of that explanation from the North Koreans.
It would be really hard to speculate on anything related to his condition or treatment prior to his departure from North Korea at this time. It would be very difficult for us to say. We have limited information about that time period.
Christina Corbin, Fox News. I just wanted to clarify, Dr. Foreman, you say you didn't find any evidence whatsoever of botulism at all?
That's correct, yeah.
Lindsay Janis, ABC News. You said something about a respiratory arrest. What would trigger that?
There are many causes of respiratory arrest. They can stem from intoxication to trauma. There can be other causes in a young person, but in general, respiratory arrest in a young, otherwise healthy person, it's a rare event and generally caused by something like an intoxication or a traumatic injury.
John Vidal with WHIO-TV in Dayton. For any three of you, what Otto has suffered in his brain, are we talking irreversible damage? Can he recover from this? What is his brain going through, or will it go through long term?
Well, as I delineated, there's severe injury to all regions of the brain, but because of the family sensitivity, we are going to refrain from discussing what that holds, the future holds for him.
Ann Saker from the Cincinnati Enquirer. Given his condition, can you tell if he's been given good care for the last year plus since he's been in this condition?
We still, of course, don't know for sure what transpired before he arrived. We can describe his condition upon arrival. His skin was in good condition, and he was well nourished when he arrived at our facility.
Amanda Kelly at WLWT. I was wondering how difficult it is for all of you to treat a patient that has such a gap in his medical history. I know that that's very important when anyone goes to the doctors. What's it been like for you?
Yeah, that's been certainly that's been a challenge. I think one of the things that we did well as part of his care team is we really performed a very comprehensive set of evaluations and diagnostics up front within the first 24 hours. We had a great deal of information that allowed us to make a lot of inferences about his condition. And so by working with such a great team, I think we had a lot of information that we weren't able to get with the missing records and missing information that you point out.
We have no ongoing relationship. These scans were present on a disc of material, and they came with them with the air transport service. There are 2 scans on the disc. They are dated April and July 2016. That's the notation. Of course, we can't verify that. His current scan, there are 2 scans on the disc. They are dated April and July 2016. That's the notation. Of course, we can't verify that. His current scan is consistent with evolution of changes that were visible on those scans. The word extensive in his case refers to severe loss of tissue.
And can you talk a little bit about how these types of things are typically associated with cardiopulmonary arrest and also mentioned respiratory? Can you just, one more time, kind of clarify what the difference are typically?
So the final common pathway is the lack of blood flow to the brain for long enough to destroy brain cells. This can occur from a cardiac arrest alone, where the heart stops pumping blood, or from a respiratory arrest, where there's inadequate oxygen supplied to the body, at which point then the heart will stop functioning correctly. It's difficult to determine which of those occurred, of course.
How does it work? I'm sorry, Miguel from CNN. How does it work? So if one suffers that sort of event, the blood stops flowing to the brain, is the damage done all at once, or what was that evolution of change that you saw from March to July and then presently what we have? Did it get progressively worse, or was this all the damage done in one go?
The evolving changes on the MRI are consistent with tissue evolution, not new damage. So as the tissue is initially damaged, the body tries to remove the damaged tissue. So those are the kind of changes we're seeing, is the removal of the damaged tissue by the body's own internal housekeeping mechanisms. but the damage to the brain from a cardiopulmonary arrest occurs within minutes of inadequate blood flow. And
Daniel Mack from Al Jazeera English. You talked about the respiratory arrest. Could that be caused by misapplication or administration of drugs? There was talk of a sleepy pill here, an anesthetic, or some other compound unknown?
We do see respiratory arrest from an overdose, from medication overdose, intentional and otherwise. It would be inappropriate for me to speculate about the intent or whether this was a misadministration of the medication. Again, we have very limited information about what happened to Otto prior to his departure from North Korea.
Two quick questions here. One, Mr. Warmbier in his press conference today criticized the North Korean regime about withholding top-notch medical care from their son. I just wanted to get your opinions about whether in this ordeal you think he has had access to top-notch medical care. And then the second question, the term you mentioned, unresponsive wakefulness, that he does have some eye movement from time to time. Can you tell if there is any recognition on his part about his surroundings?
So, in terms of his medical care in North Korea, we have absolutely no information about the care that he received there. So there's no way I can speculate on his care there. What I can tell you is here we've really taken a lot of effort to make sure we've addressed any problems that he may be having, including his comfort, including symptoms related to the extensiveness of his brain injury. With regard to the state of unresponsive wakefulness that he is currently in, the way that we evaluate him to be able to determine that is based on a lack of consistent and persistent responses to stimulation within his environment. So as we attempt to interact with him, give him verbal direction or verbal cues, he has no consistent responses to those. In our evaluation, based on standard coma recovery scale scores and those sorts of things, in addition to our imaging and electrodiagnostics, we don't feel at this time that he has any conscious awareness that he is in this persistent, in this unresponsive wakefulness state.
Sorry, just one other follow-up. Were the scans that you got from the North Koreans the entirety of everything you got from them? Were there any other files? And are there any signs of choking or drowning or anything else in the soft tissue that you might be able to tell from the scans you've done?
I can take it. So there was a CT scan of the soft tissues of the neck performed as part of our extensive series of tests. At the present time, the study looks normal. We did receive a few pages of laboratory value reports from North Korea, which are numerical values of various blood tests with dates. They did not, however, shed light on the circumstances of his injury or the exact cause.
Ann Thompson, WVXU here in Cincinnati. So, of course, the speculation was that he was badly beaten. So what, if any, evidence did you see on the MRI of any injuries, trauma like that?
The MRI, as I said previously, the type and pattern of damage we see on the MRI is not the type we normally see with traumatic brain injury. It's the type we normally see with cardiopulmonary arrest.
Thanks, Dave Kang from the Associated Press. Just wanted to ask, I mean, it sounds like there's various kinds of information. I know it's patchy, but from the North Koreans, including these blood tests, these discs with the scans. I wanted to know if there was anything, like everything and anything that they might have told you, any kind of information, any kind of, all kinds of files. What did they tell you? What's the totality of what they told you? What kind of information you received from them?
We've had no direct contact with North Korean medical authorities.
We're going to take 2 more questions, and then we will conclude.
Can there be any more tests
Could you
done?
introduce yourself, please?
Sorry, Amanda at Channel 5 again. Are there more tests that you've had them here for about 40 hours? Is there more that can be learned over time, or have you guys essentially done the battery of tests and essentially this is what we know, and as far as we will get, have to wait?
Yeah, we wanted to perform a complete evaluation of his current state, and so that's those tests have been done at this time. I think we have a fairly complete view of his current state. Further tests down the line, at this point, are going to rely on decision making and prognostic discussions with the family, which, as we've said, are private at this time.
So Cheryl Stolberg of the New York Times again. American intelligence officials have said that he was singled out for particularly brutal beatings. And so I'm wondering, did he show any body scars, or is it your opinion that he was not beaten?
As I said, there were no fractures of the bones that we can detect, and there were minor blemishes on his skin that are thought to be consistent with medical care and intravenous lines. We did not see any skin indications that are strongly suggestive of mistreatment. But beyond that, we cannot speculate what might have occurred in the past.
Thank you. We value our media partners to share this story accurately. Thank you, Dr. Cantor, Dr. Bonomo, Dr. Fornan. On behalf of UC Health, we echo Dr. Cantor's comment. It has truly been our privilege to care for Otto. Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Right, folks, so we just did get that update. You're watching live here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do have another live event for you happening right now, State Department live briefing.
In a very difficult situation. So the U.S. provided another option, a regular source of natural gas, especially in the winter months, we see as important for the United States and for our allies.
Can we stay on Russia just very briefly? Just the Secretary raised something the other day in his testimony that raised some eyebrows, which was that he was asking for flexibility in this sanctions bill because, particularly on demands for Minsk, the Minsk agreements to be fulfilled, and he said that it might be possible for Russia and Ukraine to reach Minsk-like or the Minsk goals or Minsk-like goals in another
not his actual words, but I know what you mean.
Forum. What was he talking about?
So we remain committed to the Minsk agreements. The various parties sign on to that, and so we continue to call upon those parties to honor those commitments. We are not satisfied with the progress in implementing the agreements. We are deeply disturbed by the escalating violence in Donbass. Now, the Secretary is somebody who consistently around this building talks about results. We just have not seen results that we would like to see from the Minsk agreements. We would like to see those countries honor and fully implement those agreements.
Has he proposed some alternate format for getting to the Minsk goals?
I would say overall our objective on that matter remains the same. The objective is peace. We are not seeing that happen. We have some numbers. The United Nations has some numbers and some statistics about how the number of civilian deaths are up. We remain very concerned about the situation there. But to your question, the parties, if they were to come to some sort of an agreement on their own through some sort of different mechanism, and those parties could adhere to it and agree to it, and it would be successful, I think that would be something that we would be open to supporting.
Okay,
However, we still remain committed to Minsk.
I get that, but I mean, I'm trying to figure out if is he proposing some kind of a U.S. The U.S. was not involved in Minsk. It was the French and the Germans. Yeah. So, are you suggesting that the U.S. might take a lead now in trying to get to the
I have
Minsk
not
goals?
heard that the United States is going to be leading any new kind of plan.
Thank you.
Can I go back for a
Connor,
second?
go ahead.
Heather, is the U.S. any closer to securing the release of the other three in North Korea? And can you tell us anything further about the engagement on Otto Warmbier?
Hold on, before we get to North Korea, does anybody have another question on this matter? I'm sorry. Hi, how are you
Cindy,
doing?
yeah.
Cindy.
I just had a follow-up on the Russia question.
Okay.
Is there reaction to the sanctions bill that was passed in the Senate?
So that's another pending legislation matter because the House has not voted on it just yet, so I'm just not going to comment on that at this point. Okay. Okay.
On Russia?
Anything else on Russia? Okay. Sir, you already went, so let me go over to
Connor,
you. Connor, yes.
Rich.
Yeah. I know, you're sitting in a different place.
I know, sorry.
Just quickly, I know right. In terms of the secretary saying that he wants more flexibility to improve the relationship with Russia, does he believe that the Russians want to improve the relationship with the United States?
I think the secretary, we continue to look for areas in which both parties can work together. We've talked about this before. We've talked about how we believe that the United States and Russia can work together to fight ISIS. In terms of your specific question about Russia, I can't get into how they see us now as a result. Okay, do we want to go to DPRK now? Mr. Warmbier? Okay. Miss, go right ahead.
I had a question on North Korea. Well, actually two. Given the grave state of his health, Warmbier's health, is the United States considering what recourse it might have legally if were he to die or were he to never be able to recover?
Goodness.
Is there any
I appreciate your curiosity. I'm not even going to comment on something like that.
And secondly,
not our place to comment on that. And
well, I mean, the United States was instrumental in securing his release at a point in the very sad trajectory.
I mean, that's a
in his health.
hypothetical that I hope we never come to, and I'm not even going to go there.
The secretary yesterday was asked in his testimony whether the United States would consider some kind of prohibition or change to the already fairly severe travel warnings for U.S. citizens against traveling there. He said it was under consideration, but he wasn't specific. Can you give us any more detail about what that might look like or what he was talking about?
This is something that initially came up in this building. I believe it was about April. And so some conversations have been had about this.
March 2016, like last year.
Okay, well, in this administration, it was something that came up here around the time of April. I know that is something that's under consideration at this point. Let me see if I have anything more for you on that, because I have a lot on North Korea. I do, actually.
No, I mean, aloud.
So in terms of that, we haven't come to a final conclusion. It's something we're still considering. And that's a good point to remind Americans that we strongly encourage you not to travel to North Korea. There have been too many instances in which Americans have been held for crimes that would not be considered criminal actions here. And so, we can't guarantee that we can get people back. So we
As a legal matter, though, is there some kind of actual prohibition that could be instated?
That's what you just asked about.
Yeah,
Some sort of potential ban on Americans traveling there. Something like that is under consideration. I'm not going to get ahead of what that could potentially look like. It may or may not happen. Okay. So Matt, you asked about this, and
Well,
hold on. Go ahead. Connor, sorry.
Rich.
Yeah. So
Rich, did I just call you Connor? Sorry.
But that's fine.
Sorry.
I'm honored to be called Connor.
And you rhymed.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
Unintentionally so. Any further engagement on the 3 Americans who are still in North Korea, imprisoned in North Korea, and anything more you can tell us about the Warmbier case? Okay.
So the other day, I know a lot of you were frustrated that I wouldn't and couldn't provide more detail for you on Mr. Warmbier's case. A couple reasons for that. One, he was still in the air, flying back to the United States. 2, we did not want to get ahead of his parents. I'm sure many of you watched his parents give a press conference earlier this morning. We do know that the hospital that is treating him will offer some sort of press conference later on today in which they'll detail his health. We didn't want to be ahead of those folks. Also, Mr. Yoon, Ambassador Yoon, who traveled to North Korea with a team of American doctors on a plane, had not yet returned to Washington, D.C. He returned to Washington yesterday. I spent close to an hour with him today talking about how all of this occurred and what exactly happened. So now I can provide you with a little additional detail. I would rather be right than fast, okay? So here we go. And this is in part a timeline with a little additional information, and I'm just going to read it, if you will. If anyone has any questions along the way, or if you don't understand something, you can feel free to stop me. At the direction of the President, the State Department conducted quiet diplomacy to obtain the release of Otto Warmbier. There are 3 other Americans currently being held in North Korea. We hope that they will soon be able to return home. We'd like to thank our international partners, especially our protecting power, Sweden, for their tireless efforts to assist Mr. Warmbier. The Department of State strongly warns U.S. citizens against travel to the DPRK. And here's the timeline. February 2017, Secretary Tillerson briefed President Trump on the situation. The President directed the Secretary to take all appropriate measures to secure the release of American citizens detained in North Korea. The Secretary began the effort and routinely updated the President. In May of 2017, a U.S. State Department Special Representative for North Korea Policy, Jo Yoon, met with high-level representatives from the North Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs on the margins of separate Track 2 discussions in Norway to talk about detained American citizens. Again, that took place in Norway. Then on June 6, 2017, in New York, Special Representative Yoon met in New York City with North Korean diplomats. During the meeting, Mr. Yoon was told about Mr. Warmbier's medical condition for the first time. So we were made fully aware of his medical, let me back up. We were made aware of his medical condition. The extent of it, I'm not sure that we had the full extent until our doctors were on the ground. Now, just as a reminder, the last time that someone representing the United States, the Swedish protecting power, saw Mr. Warmbier was March of 2016. Okay, so now we're back to June 2017. During the week of June 6th to the 11th, after consulting the President, Secretary of State Tillerson instructed Special Representative Yoon to travel to North Korea to negotiate the release of Mr. Warmbier from North Korea. Ambassador Yoon traveled to North Korea with a medical team and a private aircraft to begin the negotiation. On June the 12th, after arriving in Pyongyang, Special Representative Yoon and 2 doctors visited Mr. Warmbier. The visit was the first since his sentencing in March 2016 that the United States was able to confirm in person Mr. Warmbier's condition. After several hours of discussions, the North Koreans agreed to his release. Immediate arrangements were made for Mr. Warmbier to leave North Korea and return home. On June 13th, Mr. Warmbier touched down at his home in Cincinnati, Ohio, and was met by his parents at the airport.
May I? Do you, okay, so the story that the North Koreans are offering is that he contracted a case of botulism, took this sleeping pill, and went into a coma for a year. Based on what you know, does the U.S. take that story at face value that he was in a coma for a full year? There's, as you said, there's been no sighting of him or such, but it, you know, the timing that, you know, he was released in the last few months, do you have any reason to believe that he contracted this illness and fell into a coma in the last few months, and then...
I think at least what we would do is wait for the medical professionals to fully check him out, I imagine, and they'll be talking at some point today, at least that was my last understanding, and so I would leave it to the doctors to be able to talk about their testing, if they are able to. I mean, this involves medical privacy issues.
But are you taking the North Koreans at face value that their accounting of how he got sick is true?
I think we would rely on the medical professionals for a lot of specific information about that.
There was also some reporting that perhaps he was beaten. Do you have any reason to believe that that's true?
I just can't get into that for no other reason other than I just don't know. I don't have that information.
When Ambassador Yoon and the doctors saw him in Pyongyang, were they in a hospital? Were they in a prison?
Yes, it was in a hospital.
It was in a hospital, and was it I mean, I've never not been to a North Korean hospital.
You know,
ever,
that's a good
so
question. I didn't ask Ambassador Yoon to characterize that hospital. If I see him later, I can certainly ask for more
I'd just like to know if you believe that he was getting adequate care for his condition when in North Korea.
Yeah, I'm afraid I just don't. I don't know the answer to that. I'm not going to be able to provide some of these answers again. Mr. Yoon just back.
And then the second thing is that in the press conference, his father today gave the distinct impression that he did not think the previous administration had been doing enough to get his son freed. I'm not going to ask you to speak for the previous administration, but in terms of this building, what changed in the way that that Ambassador Yoon, say, or anyone else in this building, what was different about how this was handled by this time as opposed to for the past year?
Yeah, I think, Matt, that's hard for me to get, to answer that question, not having been here that long, not having seen all that our staff did to try to get his release. Over the past few days, I've heard and seen a lot of that, and have seen the incredible dedication that people have had. I'm under no impression that people did not care about getting him back a year ago. Certainly, I know our consular affairs officials have been extremely concerned about his case and the case of other Americans too.
Right. No, it's not a question of not caring.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what changed.
Well, I mean, I know that the president, not long after inauguration, said that this was going to be a priority, and he authorized the secretary to get this done. But beyond that, I really can't get into that. Okay. We just have a few more minutes. Ms. Go with the laptop right there. Hi.
Yes. So there are reports that Ambassador Yoon, while he was in Pyongyang, also met with the other 3 detained Americans. Can you confirm that? And also, are there any details on their condition, and what is the U.S. doing to try and get them released?
I know that we would like to see them come home. I can confirm that Ambassador Yoon did make contact with the 3 Americans who are being held there. We are happy that he was able to make that contact. In terms of their medical condition, that's something I cannot comment on. The other day, I said I won't comment on personal health matters, and so I'm going to stand by that.
When you say made contact, you mean he was able
He
to
saw
see
them. He did see them. Yes.
China.
Yes.
China.
Okay.
China and Korea.
Okay. Hold on. North Korea. Go right ahead. Hi, Abby. How are you?
It seemed the way you were describing the discussions that Yoon was having, that he was negotiating for the release of the hostage, calling it quiet diplomacy.
That Ambassador Yoon was?
Ambassador Yoon.
Okay.
Do you think that this is a change in policy, that the administration is willing to negotiate for hostages or prisoners?
I'm not sure where a negotiation implies that we are willing to give up something in exchange for something in return. This was not a negotiation. This was bring back. We want to come get our guy.
So you would not characterize this as a negotiation?
No, I would not.
So can you answer the question that I had yesterday, whether or not they knew that they were going to get him and be able to come back with him when they left?
The North Koreans, I'm afraid I know the answer to that, but that's not something I can divulge. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's a little bit of a teaser. I'm still getting used to this this role. So, Matt, I'm sorry. It's some of these, as I hope you can try to understand, are sensitive diplomatic matters. As we've talked about, we still have 3 Americans over there. We are grateful to have Mr. Warmbier home. The work that Ambassador Yoon has done has been nothing short of incredible, and the team surrounding him has been nothing short of incredible. One more North Korea.
Yesterday, Secretary Tillerson mentioned about sanctions against North Korea. Is the United States satisfied with the Chinese role in resolving North Korean nuclear issues, or what if there is not satisfactory?
I'm not going to get into any hypotheticals, but I know that we believe that China and other nations could do a lot more to try to put additional pressure on North Korea. China has unique pull and leverage with North Korea because of the economy, because of some of that trade and their economic reliance, if you will. So we just continue to call on China to do more, as we do with many other nations.
Do you think?
Okay. Last question. Okay, go ahead, North Korea. And then I'll take you on Pakistan, sir.
Thank you. South Korean President Moon Jae-in has expressed support for talks with North Korea in exchange for them halting any provocative action, given sort of the...
I'm sorry, start your question over again?
President Moon Jae-in of South Korea
yeah.
has indicated that he's willing to negotiate with North Korea in exchange for them halting any provocative actions. Do you support this? Is that sufficient for the U.S. to return to the negotiating table, especially given sort of the climate now?
Our position has not changed. For the DPRK, for us to engage in talks with the DPRK, they would have to denuclearize. And that is not something we're seeing them take any steps to do so. We remain very concerned about their provocative actions that they continue to take. We continue to call on them to de-escalate those types of actions, but we are nowhere close to that. Okay, sir,
So
you had a
the
Pakistan
Koreans
question,
going
sir?
into negotiations, though? Thank you. I wanted to ask you about the policy review that the State Department is doing on Pakistan. Can you give us some more details about it? Why you are doing it, a country-specific policy review, what do you want to achieve it, who all is doing it, and what is the timeline for it?
Goodness, I should show you our list of policy reviews taking place, because there are plenty. There's the Iran policy review, there's the Afghan policy review, Pakistan policy review is one of them. We are beginning an interagency review toward our policy on Pakistan right now. It's part of an ongoing broader review of our national strategy for South Asia, which includes Pakistan, Afghanistan, and other countries. The United States and Pakistan have a close partnership on regional peace, security, prosperity, and stability, and we continue to work with the government of Pakistan on many areas of mutual interest, including counterterrorism. Thank you. Miss in the back.
On Turkey, please.
I'm sorry?
On Turkey?
On Turkey, go right ahead. And that's good.
It's a
You know what? I feel like we've done Turkey.
It's not about you didn't take my question. It's not about the security details. It's about an arrested politician yesterday.
Okay, certainly.
So are you aware that an elected politician from the main opposition in Turkey is arrested yesterday on the charges of leaking state secrets for 25 years? He happens to be a former journalist for 36 years. Is the U.S. government concerned about this in any way? And is the Deputy Assistant Secretary Jonathan Cohen is going to raise the issue in his upcoming visit to Ankara in any ways?
Ma'am, I'm going to have to take that question from you because I'm not aware of the arrest of the person that you mentioned. So if I can get some additional information for you. I know as a general matter, we tend to be concerned about anything that has something to do with any restrictions on free speech. On the other hand, we certainly acknowledge that Turkey has the right and ability to detain people who are legitimately involved with the coup attempt from last year. But again, I'm not familiar with who that politician is that you mentioned. I'll take a look and see if I can get some more information for you.
I need to ask you a budget question because you haven't had one, and the secretary
budget.
was up on,
Okay.
And there are a lot of questions, but
Okay.
and you'll get them rolling out over the next couple of weeks, I think. But I've got one today.
Okay.
The secretary, to put it mildly, got an earful in 4 separate hearings on the Hill over the course of the past 2 days from senators and congressmen and women who say that this budget proposal is dead on arrival. It's not going anywhere. The chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee said it was a waste of time to discuss it because this isn't the budget this might be the proposed budget, but it's not the budget that you're going to end up with. But I want to, there's a lot of things to ask about it, but for the sake of brevity, I just want to ask about these Pickering and Wrangell programs.
Okay.
Because it's something that a number of lawmakers expressed concern about, and I didn't understand the secretary's responses to them. Is it not correct that people who were supposed to be entering the A100 class of Foreign Service under these programs have been told that they can't?
That they can't what?
After having signed a contract and spent 3 years planning to enter the Foreign Service under these programs, is it not correct that they have been told that is no longer an option?
No, I have not seen any letters or anything of the sort that has gone out to, or maybe have not gone out to the individuals in the fellowship program. The fellowship program is something very important to folks at the State Department to help bring in additional diversity into the Foreign Service Corps. The fellows that you are speaking of right now, because of under budget constraints, we are offering them different kinds of positions at this point. And I want to try to explain this. I'm still new here, so I want to try to explain this in the best way possible. We have hiring constraints right now. You all are aware of that. There's a hiring freeze. But we are keeping our commitment to these fellows.
That hiring freeze is the government-wide hiring freeze is over. This is a personal building decision by the secretary that applies to this building only, correct?
Well, we are able to staff up, for example, if there were a national security issue. You're all aware of that. So there are hiring constraints in this building right now. We are keeping our commitment to these potential Foreign Service officers, I'll call them the fellows, by offering them an alternative Foreign Service opportunity in the short term. We remain committed to offering these fellows the next available career conditional tenure track foreign service appointments. So what does that mean? That means that they are welcome, if they would like, to join the Consular Fellows Program. That is something where these fellows would serve as consular adjudicators at posts around the world. So they would basically be going through visas. They would be working with passports. That's something that our other foreign service officers are involved with. That's a routine course of duty for them. So these individuals, these fellows, were they to take the position, would hold limited non-career appointments of up to 5 years and have nearly the same responsibilities and duties and salary, which is important to mention, and pay scale as entry-level foreign service officers. So we are offering them a slot in that.
Right. But what they signed up for and what this government agreed to, this building signed, had contractual obligation with them, is not to spend 5 years stamping no on visa applications in, I don't know, Ouagadougou. These people,
That is the one important service. So I don't want to look down our noses at that, because that's something that every foreign service officer is required to do in his or her time.
But no one aspires to that job in any embassy, and people in the foreign service who do it in CA, and it is a thankless job. But they have a prospect of going beyond that and becoming a political or a commercial or some other kind of officer.
Go through.
So these minority students.
Let me finish. The consular fellows who do choose to take on those roles would then have the opportunity to join the next A100 class of foreign service officers when a class becomes available.
So are you saying that they could drop out of this consular fellows program and join the A100?
My understanding is that they would have to, and Mark's a foreign service officer here, so I may have to defer to him somewhat on this, but my understanding is that they would complete their time in the consular fellows program, 2 years, thank you, and then they would have the opportunity to enter the A100 program when an A100 program becomes available.
So these also,
but it's a 5-year thing.
These
not 2 years.
They would have to serve two years.
They would have to serve. So they would have to serve 2 years as a consular fellow, and then
and they get paid for it. They get paid for it.
No one's saying that this is like
and their housing and all of that. Look, it's not an ideal situation. I don't think anybody here
clearly
views
it's not,
it as an ideal situation.
These people signed contracts with their government, and those contracts are now being broken. And they planned and spent, they planned their lives around this. And now all of a sudden, because of just because you guys have decided that you want to slash the staffing in the foreign service,
and again,
you're breaking the contract.
This is not an ideal situation. Trying to work within difficult budget constraints right now. I don't think that this would be, hold on, Elise. I don't think that this would be anyone's preference. They are, however, being provided with full payment, or up to $34,000 a year, I believe it is, to their master's education. So they do have the 2 years of that master's degree that the government fully pays for.
Right.
We are investing in these people, and they are investing in us. We are doing our best to provide something to them, and that is offering them a space, because we need it. There are some embassies across the world that are very, very busy, have lots of visa applications, lots of passport applications. It's a routine job that our current foreign service officers are required to do. And by the way, when I talk to these foreign service officers, looking back on it, a lot of them will say, you know what, that job was really meaningful to me, and I really learned a lot about it.
These posts that they're being offered, aren't these the posts that used to be filled by the spouses of some of the kind of more senior diplomats?
At least I'm not aware of that.
Because some of these visa adjudication posts have been filled by these kind of, this issue about the families that are being, the spouses.
I can look into that for you, but I'm not aware that, there's a one in, one out situation. Okay? Guys, we have to leave it there, okay? Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Okay.
All right, there. That was the daily State Department briefing. You're watching all the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of FoxNPhoenix.com. Just for a couple of minutes here, we are going to show you Vice President Mike Pence delivering remarks on prosperity and security in Central America. And then Samia, she'll join you now for the next 2 hours coming up at 4 o'clock Eastern. You're watching live here.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you all. I'm truly honored to be with you at this important gathering. But before I begin, allow me to address the attack that took place yesterday in our nation's capital. President Trump and I were deeply saddened when we were informed yesterday morning that a gunman had opened fire on the Republican Congressional baseball team, injuring 5 people as they practiced for tonight's annual charity baseball game. You know, I served with many of these congressmen. They're my friends, including Representative Steve Scalise, who was seriously wounded. But I can say with confidence that he continues to receive the best possible medical care at MedStar Hospital in Washington, D.C. Congressman Scalise is a good man. He's a principled leader and a patriot. And like all those who come to serve in our nation's capital, Steve loves this country, and his service does credit to the people of his state and the people of this nation. Karen and I join millions across America in praying for Steve, for all the injured and their families in this difficult time. But we're especially grateful to the brave police officers who ran into danger without regard to their personal safety. As I told her and her family this morning at the hospital, the courageous actions of Officer Crystal Griner and that of Officer David Bailey saved lives and prevented an even greater tragedy. And the American people are grateful for these courageous police officers. While there will always be those who seek to divide, who choose insult over insight, tonight on a baseball field in our nation's capital, the world will see America is better than that. As President Trump said yesterday, we are strongest when we are unified, when we work together for the common good. And when a neighbor is hurting or under attack, the American people always come together with generosity, compassion, and prayer, and we always will. It's in that spirit that I'm honored to stand here with all of you today, our neighbors as well, from across South America, Central America, and North America at this historic gathering. So to President Hernandez, President Morales, Vice President Ortiz, Secretary Vidagrán, Secretary Osorio, members of the Cabinet, honored guests, it is my privilege as Vice President of the United States to welcome you to this conference on the prosperity and security of Central America. I bring greetings today from my friend and a champion of the strong partnership between the United States and Central America, the 45th President of the United States, President Donald Trump. Allow me also to thank Secretary of State Rex Tillerson and Secretary John Kelly and their Departments of State and Homeland Security for their extraordinary efforts in bringing together this historic gathering. Allow me to also thank the government of Mexico for their full partnership in making this event possible. Let's give these departments and let's give the government of Mexico a vigorous round of applause. Thank you. I'm also grateful for the presence of our Treasury Secretary, Steven Mnuchin, and I want to express my appreciation to the Inter-American Development Bank and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for organizing yesterday's economic event. And also let me personally thank all the public and private sector leaders who traveled to be here today from across the Western Hemisphere and Europe. Before such a distinguished group of leaders, today it is my privilege, on President Trump's behalf, to thank President Hernandez, to thank President Morales, and to thank President Ortiz for the progress you have made in the Northern Triangle. We congratulate you and we commend you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your courage. And thank you for your strong stand and your personal sacrifice to ensure a more secure and prosperous Central America. We couldn't be more grateful. Since the founding of the Alliance for Prosperity in 2014, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador have devoted significant resources toward a brighter future for your people. You've courageously pursued the fight against corruption, crime, and drug trafficking. You've undertaken structural reforms to establish a stronger foundation for economic growth. And you're working in close cooperation with regional partners, your business communities, and multinational institutions to implement long-term solutions to the problems facing Central America. Your resolve is impressive. And know today that you have the great respect of the President of the United States and the American people. And on behalf of the President, allow me to assure you, the United States of America stands with the nations and people of the Northern Triangle. We stand with you in your commitment to root out crime and corruption. We stand with you in your commitment to stop the scourge of drug trafficking once and for all. And the United States of America stands with you as you build a more secure and prosperous future for the benefit of your people and the benefit of the Western Hemisphere. In a word, we're in this together. As the President has said often, his highest duty as President of the United States is to keep America safe. But this President knows that your security and your prosperity are directly connected to ours. This very gathering is a testament to President Trump's commitment to a stronger, safer, and more prosperous Central America. I'm pleased to announce at the President's direction that I'll be traveling to Central and South America later this year to continue to build on the good work being done at this conference. You know, the people of the United States have a special place in our hearts for the nations and the people of Central America, especially in the Northern Triangle of Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. Your nations experienced your birth of independence when the United States was still in the youth of our own. We're bound together by history and geography. We're bound together by commerce and the nearly $25 billion in goods and services that flow between us every year. But most of all, we're bound together by friendship, by the rich traditions and contributions that the sons and daughters of the Northern Triangle have made to the fabric of American life and make to this day. Be assured the United States is proud of our strong partnership with the nations of the Northern Triangle. We are committed.
All right, folks. So it is that time. It's 4 o'clock Eastern, and that means Samia is coming up next. She'll be with you for the next 2 hours, followed by Mary Kate, and I'll come and see you guys one more time this evening, starting 8 o'clock Eastern. We'll see you in a little bit.
Hello everyone, Samia here. You are looking at live coverage of the White House. I am just getting my desktop set up. I'll be back with more news now in just a few minutes. All right, everyone. Earlier today, my House Minority Speaker Nancy Pelosi held her weekly press conference. Let's listen in on what she had to say.
At NICA, as they continue with the care that they need, but also to, as we do, pay tribute to them, identify with them, use all of our energy, just like sports, Chad. You had to use all your energy for them to get well. We all have to pray and identify with their concern. The sorrow in this house is matched by our endless admiration for the heroism of the Capitol Police, especially Special Agents Crystal Viner, David Bailey, and Henry Cabrera. As you know, we had a tragedy in 1998 in the Capitol when two of ours, Capitol Police, lost their lives. But every single day, they risk their lives to protect us, members of Congress, you, the press who cover them, our staff, and also our visitors. Probably most importantly, our visitors to the Capitol. Come to this great temple of democracy, an icon of democracy in the world. And so we thank them. I always reference our founders because they were so, God blessed us so with their leadership. And they knew that we would have our differences and disagreements. They certainly had their own, that we would debate with passion and intensity. They certainly did. But they knew that at the end of the day, we had to stand not as Democrats and Republicans, or as they were then, Federalist and Democratic Republicans, but as Americans. In their wisdom, they chose this creed for America, e pluribus unum, our goal, always striving to reach that goal. Yesterday was a difficult day for us here, for sure, but not long after the shooting in Alexandria, there was news of a shooting at UPS facility in my district in San Francisco, killing Benson Louis, Wayne, Chen, and Mike Lafitte, and wounding 2 others. Monday marked the 1-year anniversary since the Pulse shooting that killed 49 in Orlando. Saturday marks 2 years since 9 people were shot to death at a Bible study in Mother Emanuel in Charleston. On average, more than 90 people lose their lives to gun violence in America every day. With many families and communities across America, the anguish that we are feeling personally in Congress today is altogether too familiar. We hold everyone in our thoughts and prayers. Our most important focus right now from a substantive and policy standpoint is to defeat the Republican health care bill in the Senate. It's very curious to see that they are writing their bill in private. They're keeping the bill secret from the public, trying to keep the American people in the dark about the consequences. If the secret Trump care bill would be just as destructive as the bill that passed the House, from what we're hearing. Senate Republicans aren't making Trump care any better. They're just working harder to obscure the consequences families across America would face. Big issue, pre-existing conditions. Senate Republicans plan to gut essential health benefits is just a more insidious way to charge a fortune to American families with pre-existing conditions. Medicaid. Senate Republicans are just coming up with a new timeline to destroy the Medicaid expansion and inflict suffering on all of those depending on Medicaid coverage. I remind you that this is a middle-class benefit for those seniors in nursing homes. It's tremendously important to our veterans. Between 1 and 2 million veterans depend on Medicaid. And in the House bill, and we'll see what's happening in the Senate bill, Medicare, Medicare. As the Republicans said in the 90s, and this has been their path, Medicare should wither on the vine. That's their plan. And one path to that is the Ryan budget, which takes away the guarantee of Medicare and replaces it with an inadequate voucher that says to seniors, now you go shop for your care. This is a deconstruction of something that means a great deal to the health and financial well-being of America's families, not just the seniors, but the families that they are a part of. And so, as I mentioned what it means in the Ryan budget to make the voucher, but in the bill, the House passed bill, and we'll see what the Senate comes up with, they shorten the solvency of Medicare. They take it in the wrong direction after we, in the Affordable Care Act, extended it for so many, many years. Again, so Trump care means higher health care costs, tens of millions of hardworking Americans losing health coverage, gutting key protections, a crushing age tax, and stealing from Medicare. You know that very well. Millions will lose their care, but others' costs will go up, benefits will go down, a crushing age tax if you're 50 to 64 years old, and undermining Medicare. Meanwhile, insurers are saying that the Trump administration's sabotage is driving up America's health premiums and cost. Let me just read to you some of them. The Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan said there's been a discussion in Washington about whether to continue cost share reduction funding or not. This is one way that the Trump administration is sabotaging the Affordable Care Act. It is the law of the land. There are Republicans who are saying we must fund the cost share reduction, that we must do that. Not to do it means predictably premiums will go up. That's just unfair to the American people, wrong to do. An anthem in Ohio said, an increasing lack of overall predictability simply does not provide a sustainable path forward to provide affordable plan choices for consumers. And so we're just saying to the President, do what you did for the first month of May, and now let us continue with the funding of that. And for these and other ways, they're trying to have a self-fulfilling prophecy as they undermine the Affordable Care Act, not extend the insurance, not deal with the cost share reductions. They're making bad things possible for the American people, even in the absence of their repeal of the Affordable Care. Just by saying they want to repeal it, admits that it is the law. So I thank you for your interest and welcome any questions you may have. The good news is it's all over. The Warriors won so beautifully. Bad news is I can't go to a game because I've been here. And people said, wouldn't you like it to go to 7 games so you can see a game? I said, no, we want to win. Win. How wonderful they won on the home court. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Former FBI Director James Comey testified that he told the Gang of Eight that President Trump was not under investigation for obstructing the Russian investigation. Has that changed at all in the last few days? Have you become privy to information that the President is under investigation by the special counsel for attempting to obstruct the Russian investigation?
Well, first of all, Comey's one thing, the special counsel is another. You really don't expect me to answer a question about what I've been briefed in as a gang mate, right?
Maybe.
Never. But thank you for your question and your interest.
Madam Leader, have you heard from your members concern that when they're out in public that they may be sitting ducks, that they need more security? To be very clear, the Capitol Police that were there yesterday were heroes. And they can't be everywhere where they're not assigned, obviously. So for your rank and file members, do you think there will be security changes going forward, perhaps?
Well, that's all under discussion, but what I hear most from my members is the concern that they have for their staff, because the staff are in the front line in the districts when we're here and even when we're there. And so the question is, how do we make evaluations of the situations that people have in their offices? That can be done by either the local police or the Capitol Police, and then what other remedies would be suggested. It is, you don't really want to live in a world where there's so many police monitoring everything that anybody does, with all due respect to their courage and their bravery. So that would be an almost impossible task. And I've not heard anybody say, I want security in my dealings. That means people get a number of threats. Then the Capitol Police may make an evaluation that from a security standpoint, they need to make some changes in how that person is protected. I think, though, that, for example, the Democrats were practicing in another field, and since I'm not on the team and Stenny's not on the team, there was no security there. Thank God Steve Scalise is on the team, because security was there. They would respond. The consequences would have been much worse without that. So again, the security evaluations are really up to the Capitol Police. Members can express their concerns, and there are varying degrees of threats. Nobody has as many as I do, or over time, just an incredible amount, and it's really disgusting, some of the forms it takes. But again, we want, again, it's the staff and but when I was in a different building in San Francisco, they had metal detectors if you came in the federal building and you were going to the courts. But if you were going to the congressional offices, you just didn't have to go through a metal detector. And it was weird, because somebody who might be not really appropriate to come into the courts, then would say, I'm going to go express my wrath in the congressional offices. And they did, and we had a terrible incident with Tom Lantos's office a few years ago. So anyway, some kind of those evaluations can help to make people safer. Yes, sir.
Madam Leader, you ticked off some of these horrific events we've had here. You started with Pete Gifford. You talked about the incident with Chestnut and Gibson in '98 and so on and so forth here. I remember asking you in March of 10 about the vitriol and some of the threats, as you say, were leveled against members, and asking you about Harvey Milk and George Moscone from your home city here. But each time we have these incidents, members seem to come together for a couple of minutes, and then it's right back at it, right back at it. Do you really think it's going to be different this time?
Well, what is...
The idea that, as you say, there are always going to be policy and political differences. You said the founders did
Right.
that, but then it gets back to that level of vitriol and invective.
Well, I think a lot of vitriol and invective, I mean, one of the people that went to jail for threats to me, eventually, when they finally found him, because he was very resourceful in hiding, when he was being tried, his mother said, he just watches too much Fox TV. That's what she said. Right now, I think our energy should be used and our thoughts and prayers for Steve Scalise, for Mr. Micah, and that's really where our hearts are right now. It's a question of gun safety that, has never happened. Little babies, little children in a kindergarten were massacred and nothing happened. So if you're talking about going back to that kind of a vote, but most of I don't know, I mean, the horrible stuff that I hear that is crude and disgusting really comes from the outside. They may be inflamed. I don't know. This mom said it was Fox News. But I think, some of us have been here a while, and we remember a time when we always worked together, proud of our differences, confident in our point of view, humble enough to respect another point of view, understanding that we had to find common ground. And I hope that that is still possible. Yes, ma'am.
At such like a chaotic time as this, and you yesterday called for unity, so I want to ask, has there been any practical actions that there's been taken on your side to unify the parties?
Any practical action since last night to unify the parties? Well, we're going to go to the game today. We're going to play our hardest to win. Each team will. And throughout the whole game, we will all be Team Scalise. And that will be a very, that camaraderie, I think, will be very positive as we go forward. Yes, sir. And then, yeah.
On this security question, just to clarify, do you support some tougher protections in the wake of yesterday? We understand that there are discussions about perhaps, at least when a large crowd of lawmakers would be gathered at wherever, at a practice, at a congressional picnic, those sorts of things, that even if leadership was not there, that there might be some police presence.
Yes,
Are those types of things being discussed?
Yeah, I believe that the security evaluations have to be done by the Capitol Police. That would be based on what members tell them they have been, how they've been threatened, or what their staffs have been exposed to, and kind of strange behavior. And I do believe that if I think there should have been, in the future, in light of what has happened, it seems self-evident that when the teams are practicing, there should be security there. Because if the security had not been, I mean, Steve, our hearts are broken. We love him. Italian-American, don't forget that part. And he, it could have been worse for him, but certainly for other people there. The other thing that you have to remember about security for members of Congress is it's security for other people who are there too. If somebody is coming after a member of Congress, you don't want to be anywhere nearby. So it's not just, it's about the institution. And again, in the timing of things, at certain times, maybe some individuals have more needs and a cause for more concern. But I have always trusted the Capitol Police to make the evaluation. And I think that I do think, and I would support, and I have suggested, they need a bigger budget. Because right now they have a perimeter that they cover, and these parks were outside the perimeter. That really maybe shouldn't be the standard of what they secure. Maybe it's they secure members, tourists, press, staff, wherever there might be a gathering specifically identified as congressional, that might be there's lots of times if you have something that, for example, a practice, a regularly scheduled event at a definite location, you have to, I think you have to prevent.
Well, wouldn't that be Congress to step in and change the rules, or would it be?
No, I think they changed the rules, but I think we can give them more resources. And as you may have heard, there has been an initiative, an overture made by one of our colleagues, Cedric Richmond, from the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, because they're getting so many reasons for concern, let me say it that way. And he was suggesting that there might be a way for members to have additional resources or a call on resources to protect their homes or their offices or whatever, depending on the threat. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Understanding that, as you said, it's a time for prayers for Scalise and the others. Could you just comment on the possibility that this incident could be used against Democrats or the Democratic Party politically, because the assailant was apparently motivated by some kind of anti-Republican sentiment, and we have heard comments from Republicans, including Congress, about vitriolic rhetoric from the left being in some way to blame?
Well, I think that your question is an excellent one, and I think that the comments made by my Republican colleagues are outrageous, beneath the dignity of the job that they hold, beneath the dignity of the respect that we would like Congress to command. How dare they say such a thing? How dare they? Well, I don't even go into the whole thing. I can't even begin. Probably as we sit here, they're running caricatures of me and George at once again. We're into over $100 million of vitriolic things that they say that resulted in calls to my home constantly, threats in front of my grandchildren, I mean, really predicated on their comments and their paid ads. So this sick individual does something despicable, and it was horrible what he did, hateful. But for them to all of a sudden be sanctimonious as if they never seen such a thing before. And I don't even want to go into the President of the United States, but in terms of some of the language that he has used. So again, let's go there another day. But since you asked, how could they possibly say such a thing? First of all, the timing of it all. Everybody is so sad, so concerned, so coming together. And for them, one of these days, I don't know if I can. I was hacked. We were all hacked last fall. But I was told I was hacked when I got on a plane in Florida to go back to California. And so I couldn't do anything. You get on the plane to close the door, turn off your phone. So when I get back to California, I have scores of horrible, disgusting, yucky messages. A lot of them toward me, a lot of them toward Hillary Clinton, a lot of them toward Barack Obama, and using language that is from some of the messages that they have put out. So, let us all take a step back, examine our own conscience, see what negative attitudes we can all curtail. But the sanctimony of it all, really? What do you think? Don't you think it's strange? Don't you think it's strange that instead, be prayerful about all of this, that they would start saying, let's have this conversation another day, okay? I think you said one more. There's one more. Okay, yes, sir.
Just to follow up on what Erica asked, this affliction, this course in political behavior, do you see this as equally afflicting the left and the right? And
no, I do not.
And on whose burden is it to address this and change it?
Well, I told you we'll have this conversation another day, but I think any review of the incidences and I told you about my hacked messages. When I hand them over to the Capitol Police, which I wanted them to hand it over to the Secret Service, I don't know what happened to them. But I do know that they were horrible and completely consistent with the calls that had been made to my home all night, all day. I could never have any of my grandchildren ever answer a phone for the foul language that would be there. And so I'm just talking about my own experience. But let's all say, let's examine our conscience. Let's see how we can rid ourselves of our negative attitudes that go to a place that is like this. It didn't used to be this way. Somewhere in the 90s, the Republicans decided on a politics of personal destruction as they went after the Clintons, and that is the provenance of it, and that's what has continued. But again, I feel as if we're, having a family moment that is very, very serious, and we're talking about things that we can save the discussion for another day. But you have a president who says, I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and nobody would care. When you have people saying, beat them up and I'll pay your legal fees. When you have all the assaults that are made on Hillary Clinton, for them to be so sanctimonious is something that I really am almost sad for myself that I have gone down this path with you, because I don't think it's appropriate for us to have the fullest discussion of it, and it'll be for another day. It'll be for another day. But in terms of the rest of it, we have to protect our democracy, and our democracy is about people being able to come and express their views, and come as young people to come and see the Capitol, because everything we do here is for their future. As we honor our past with monuments and statues and the rest, the work we do has to be about their future. We want to attract them to public service. I don't think any of this discussion attracts anyone to public service, whether in terms of a noble calling or in terms of personal security. Thank you all very much. But let me just close with this. I'm going to go back to the Senate bill. I want to pay tribute to the outside mobilization on this, calls and meetings, etc., with the Republican senators to make sure they know that the American people know what is happening to their financial security because of their health security. I'm very proud of the efforts that are being made, inside maneuvering, outside mobilization, because when we're talking about safety, we have to talk about people's good health, and that's part of keeping them safe as well. So I congratulate the outside mobilization, the people spontaneously, organically speaking out, paying attention. I hope the Republican senators are paying attention to them. Thank you all.
Are they going to visit you here at the Capitol?
I'd like them to bring their families when they want to come. You know what I mean? In other words, this isn't about a hoop-de-doo. This is about when you're here, bring your families. We'd love to welcome them, just as we welcome all of America's families. But people have to know that there's something wonderful here for them to see, the greatness of America. And if there's anything that gives me optimism, it's the greatness of our country, and that God is always with us, and we can get through anything. We'll get through this. Right now, it's very personal, and we want Steve Scalise to get through this as soon as possible, as well as Mr. Micah as well. So, hopefully some of them will take us up on it. We'll see. Barbara Lee is actually in Oakland. Don't want to say word. Barbara Lee and I are extending invitations to them. You know, this may come as a surprise to you. I have never gotten the impression from teams, especially baseball teams, when they win, or football teams, that one of the first things they want to do is get back together and come to Washington, especially a football team, because they're at it. See, they're home, they're with their families, they're in their other jobs, and so again, as they wish to come, we want them to know that they are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, that was Nancy Pelosi's weekly press conference. I want to go ahead and show you another event from earlier today. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but the big stunt that took place over Niagara Falls. This was a big event that took place this morning. Arindira Walenda, a daredevil, makes history with this Niagara Falls stunt, dangling over Niagara Falls by mouth. It was all the rage this morning. In case you missed it, we're going to show it to you here on News Now.
is that? Over. That's it. Now what do we do?
Let's do it like a pyramid or something.
Have a weekend. Yeah, let's do it. Oh no,
Let's sort of a stunt.
Excuse me. Sorry. Sir, very quickly, do you have a minute to do an interview talking about what you thought about it? No?
You want to talk? I got time. Yeah.
Do you want to do an interview about what you thought about it? Okay.
Hey, thank you for all your
Yeah.
job. I'm Pat with Rainbow Air Helicopters.
Oh, okay.
You guys did an awesome job.
Thanks.
Say bye to your friends.
Do you want to do an interview talking about what you thought about it?
Oh, sure.
Oh, great. This is perfect.
Great. Can we
Okay,
get
check.
Elliot?
Yeah.
All right,
Check, check, check.
Let's get Elliot in.
All right.
Okay.
It's not live, it's taped, so it'll be on at noon.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, perfect.
This is Allie. Mic check. Good? Okay, you can look at me the whole time, okay?
Look at you?
Yes. The
Okay.
first question's the easiest. Can you say and spell your first and last name?
Sure. My first name's Melissa, Melissa. Last name is Baybarz, B as in boy, A as in apple, B as in boy, IARZ.
And where are you from originally?
Buffalo, New York.
So what did you think about what's going on today? After seeing it, your thoughts?
I thought it was amazing. I thought it must have been such a rush for her to be up there, and thinking about her over the falls.
Than I expected it to be, but like I said before, I just had to put myself back to my backyard and training, and I felt good enough to where I was able to hang by my teeth for a second time.
How are you feeling?
I know, like,
How are you feeling now? I mean, you hung by your teeth twice. Are you hurting a little bit?
I'm actually not hurting. I still sort of have a little bit of adrenaline, so maybe later on tonight I'll get.
Did it hurt at the time?
No, it never does.
Is there a zen? You're sort of in that zone that a gymnast, an aerialist, somebody that does what you do is in when you're up there?
Yeah, you do. You do get into your zone, and every now and again you get out of it when it starts to get really, really windy. But it's comforting to look up and see my husband, and he's like, "You're good," and I'm like, "Okay, I'm good."
Been there, done that.
Yeah, yeah.
Any shaky moments at all up there?
It was all shaky.
Yeah, it was moving. So I've hung underneath the helicopter twice before, and it was never quite that, moving back and forth. So I was kind of trying to control that, and I planned on doing my toe hang before I did my jaw hang, but we needed to move just a little bit up from the falls, just so it wasn't so much, because that's pretty hard to do.
Are you guys good for us to go over there so you get a better angle?
Yes,
So
we
everybody's
are.
got fight
Yes,
response?
please.
Let's do that.
Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations.
Okay, we're still live on comments here. Sorry.
You should be up at the conference too.
I'm gonna go put this.
All right, so we just heard from the daredevil herself, making history, dangling 300 feet above Niagara Falls by her teeth. Yeah, crazy. That took place this morning. We wanted to recap it for those viewers who were not awake this morning when it first took place. We're going to switch gears now to another top story, an event that took place this morning. The father of the student that was just released from North Korea speaks out, holds a press conference, and thanks President Trump.
Request of the Warmbier family, 3 UC Health physicians caring for Otto will be sharing details of his medical condition. I can tell you that today at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center, Otto is in stable condition but has suffered a severe neurological injury. Again, the physicians caring for Otto will provide the medical details later this afternoon. On behalf of UC Health, we are sincerely honored to care for our family. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for coming here. And I made a decision this morning to wear the coat that Otto wore when he was, a prisoner in North Korea. This is the coat he wore when he did his confession, and I thought it was an amazing performance. I'm proud of him, and I'll start with an opening statement. I want to thank everyone who has shared their thoughts, prayers, and best wishes with the Warmbier family during the past 17 months. The burden of our ordeal has been eased by the support we have experienced, not only from our friends in Cincinnati, but throughout Ohio, at the University of Virginia, throughout the United States, and indeed from around the world. I'd also like to thank Todd, Lynn, Mr. Seiler, Mr. Burke from Wyoming High School. This is a place where Otto experienced some of the best moments of his young life, and he would be pleased to know that his return to the United States would be acknowledged on these grounds. My wife Cindy is at Otto's side this morning, as she has been since the moment he returned to Ohio. She wanted me to tell you that she knows that Otto is a fighter, and she and I firmly believe that he fought to stay alive through the worst that the North Koreans could put him through in order to return to the family and community he loves. Cindy joins me in expressing our gratitude to so many people. The wonderful people at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center are providing Otto the excellent medical care he has been denied for so long. As you know, the doctors there will be holding a press conference this afternoon to discuss Otto's medical status, and I will leave the details of such matters to them. We also want to thank Senator Rob Portman, who has stood by us throughout this entire ordeal. Last evening, we received a very nice phone call from President Trump, who told us that Secretary of State Tillerson worked hard to help bring Otto home. We are extremely grateful for their efforts and concern. I would like to highlight this morning the bittersweet feeling that my family has. Relief that Otto is now home in the arms of those who love him, and anger that he was so brutally treated for so long. We went for 15 months without a word from or about Otto. It was only a week ago that we were informed that the North Korean government now claims he was in a coma for almost all of that time. Even if you believe their explanation of botulism and a sleeping pill causing the coma, and we don't, there is no excuse for any civilized nation to have kept his condition secret and denied him top-notch medical care for so long. When Otto was first taken, we were advised by the past administration to take a low profile while they worked to obtain his release. We did so without result. Earlier this year, Cindy and I decided the time for strategic patience was over, and we made a few media appearances and traveled to Washington to meet with Ambassador Joe Yoon at the State Department. It is my understanding that Ambassador Yoon and his team, at the direction of the President, aggressively pursued resolution of the situation. They have our thanks for bringing Otto home. I know you have many questions about what transpired. So do we. We have few answers. There's no excuse for the way the North Koreans treated our son, and no excuse for the way they have treated so many others. I call on them to release the other Americans being held. No other family should have to endure what the Warmbiers have. Thank you. Now I'd be happy to answer questions.
Before you begin asking questions, please state your name and the news organization you're from, please. Yes, sir.
Josh Branson from the Times of London. I wonder if you could just tell us a little bit about what kind of a guy Otto was, what kind of a son he was, and just some of your warmest...
That's a loaded softball question. He obviously, Otto's an amazing kid. What he endured, to the brutality and the terror that he went through, and he made it back to the United States, and the performance he did. But that doesn't really speak to who Otto really is. Otto is a sweet, loving, kind person, and that's what we loved about him, and that's what his teachers loved about him. Obviously, Otto was brilliant, but that's not what Otto was. Otto was this sweet, loving, kind person who he was never in a fight. So thank you for the question.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Stoker from the New York Times. I know you said that you wanted to leave it to the doctors to discuss Otto's condition, but I'm wondering if you could just share a little bit from your perspective about how he's doing right now?
We're trying to get, Cheryl, the question is what we're doing about Otto's condition? How is Otto? Well, we're trying to make him comfortable.
Yes, ma'am.
Ellison Barber with Fox News. Can you just tell us a little bit, what did you say, what did you do when you were able to see your son for the first time Tuesday night? Did you say anything to him?
Of course. What did I say to my son? I knelt down by his side and I hugged him. And I told him I missed him and I was so glad that he made it home.
How did that feel for you as a dad?
I don't know. You don't feel that. It's these things are tough to process, but he's with us, and we're trying to make him comfortable, and we want to be a part of his life.
Yes, ma'am.
Megan Mondello, Local 12, Free Society. You thanked President Trump, and then you also said that the past administration didn't do enough. So do you feel like then President Obama should have been doing more to help?
The question is, do I think the past administration could have done more? I think the results speak for themselves.
Yes, sir.
Miguel Marquez with CNN. You say that you doubt the botulism and the sleeping pill. You say that he was brutalized. Do you think it was physical injury that left him in this state?
We're going to leave that to the doctors today. That.
Can you give us a sense? Obviously, the relations between North Korea and the U.S. have been bad for some time, and they are worsening. Can you give us a sense, the guy from a lovely town in Ohio, what it is like to have your family in the center of this right now?
That's a good question. I'm proud of Otto and the courage he showed by going to North Korea and having that adventurous side to him. And so the fact that he was taken and treated this way is horrible, and it's tough to process, but we're tremendously proud of him. And so that we're looking to the future.
Yes, sir.
Martin Jones from the Daily Mail. There's one thing that doesn't quite, to my mind, we learned that the Swedish diplomats visited, I believe, March the 2nd, yet you say you weren't told of his condition until last week. What happened between those 3 months? Why did the Swedes not pass on his condition?
Well, it's our understanding they didn't know.
So they didn't actually physically see him?
Nobody has seen or heard from Otto since March of 2016. Nobody.
Yes, ma'am.
What were you doing in terms of efforts to try to make some contact with your son during that period of time? If any, I know that.
Sure. What did our efforts consist of to help bring our son home? Good question. We've been to Washington, D.C. over a dozen times. We met everyone in the past administration, from John Kerry to the Swedish ambassador Sternloff, who lives in Pyongyang. He came in town. We met his aide when he came in town. We've met our senators, our congressmen. We've worked with Governor Richardson. So we were. Those were our efforts, and we relied on this false premise that they would treat Otto fairly and let him go. And Otto was held as a war criminal. They termed his confinement as a war criminal, and so that seemed to get Cindy and I's attention, and so we knew the dynamic was changing, and honestly nothing was happening in our world for Otto. No communication, no letters, nothing. So we did what we could. We tried to stay low. We were advised that it was important that you don't upset the North Koreans. And so we followed that logic. And then there came a time where it's that we're tired. That doesn't seem to have any impact. So we went public with an interview and on the Tucker Carlson show, and then did a couple written pieces. And then very quickly we have Otto home.
Ever a face-to-face with President Obama?
Oh, never, never, absolutely not. No. No.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Kristen with Fox News.
Mm-hmm.
Is it still believed that Otto fell into a coma the day after the trial? Can you talk a little bit about the timeline?
Well, personally, North Korea is a pariah regime. They're brutal and they're terroristic. You can't believe anything. Well, it's your choice. We don't believe anything they say. We see the results of their actions with Otto. So it's all speculation.
Yes, sir.
Kate Fairbaugh from Voice of America. If you could speak directly to the North Korean regime or the North Korean people, what would you say to them?
I would say I'm so proud of what I would say to the North Korean regime. I would say I'm so proud of Otto, my son, who has been in a pariah regime for the last 18 months, brutalized and terrorized, and he's now home with his family. And I'm just tremendously proud of Otto. His spirit is with us, and I can share my spirit with his spirit, and I'm just so happy for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Previous prisoners in North Korea, American prisoners, have been tortured psychologically, not only them, but beaten physically. It seems like something different happened with Otto. Did something different happen? What do you think happened?
Sure. Was Otto treated differently? The quick answer is the results speak for themselves. And you'll hear more about it at the medical conference today.
Yes, sir. In the back.
Hey, Dan Bowman with NBC4 in Columbus. Going back to the beginning of the situation, can you speak as to when you found out Otto was going to North Korea or had ended up there, and your reaction to him either going or being there?
Sure. The North Koreans, when did we find out Otto was going to North Korea? The North Koreans lure Americans to travel to North Korea via tour groups run out of China who advertise slick ads on the internet proclaiming no American ever gets detained off of our tours, and this is a safe place to go. So Otto's a young, thrill-seeking, great kid who was going to be in that part of the world for a college experience and said, hey, I've heard some friends who have done this, I would like to do this. So we agreed to let him do that. They lure Americans, and then they take them hostage, and then they do things to them. And that's what happened to my son. He was taken hostage at the airport as he was trying to leave the country. And then he was put through the trial, which we've all seen. He performed amazingly well. And here we are today.
Yes, sir. In the front.
Yeah, so Daniel Land from Al Jazeera English. You may not want to comment on this, but do you see wider benefits in curbing the excesses of this regime from keeping what you see as a tough approach to North Korea?
Oh, I don't see a tough approach to North Korea. They're still able to take Americans hostage and abuse them. They're still able to be terrorists in the world. I don't know that North Korea is... Listen, North Korea terrorized... It started with the prisoners of war, of the North Korean War. It extended to the USS Pueblo, and now it extended to my son, Otto.
So you'd like to see a tougher approach?
It's not... I'm not in government, and I don't... It's not my call.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for
You're welcome.
What do you think Otto may have been singled out? Have you heard any possible information for this? And then also North Korea said they was released for humanitarian reasons. What do you think about that?
North Korea has proven they are not nature's noble men. Again, do you believe my son needed a used car? Do you believe he's not even a member of the church that he was accused of stealing a banner from? So again, I don't really, we are not burdened with whatever North Korea says or does any longer. The Warmbier family is not. And I'm so happy for Cindy, myself, my community. This community's been amazing. They've been supportive. We've been forced to be quiet and act different because we didn't want to offend them. And so I don't know if that answers your question, but that's my feeling.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Dennis Rodman? No, he didn't. Dennis Rodman had nothing to do with Otto. It's a diversion. They just released Otto. It's a diversion, I'm sure. This is all planned.
Yes, ma'am.
Dennis Rodman's? I could care less.
Yes, ma'am.
Megan Margello, local 12 Cincinnati. You mentioned that he was over there because a company in China lured him there. What would you say to other parents, and what was the name of the company, and how?
Sure. Yeah. Well, again, Young Pioneers Tours, they advertise it's the safest trip ever, and, it's the one your mother wouldn't want you to go on. But what they do is they provide fodder for the North Koreans, and my son happened to become fodder for the North Koreans. And so that's what happened. They took him hostage at the airport, and then the outcome is self-evident, as it will become.
Yes, ma'am. Over here.
I'm Sleep with CBS National News. I was just wondering that as a father, in Cincinnati, and now that everything's kind of over, how did it feel to have your son involved in this bigger political ploy of sorts?
How did it feel? I was an amazing guy, and he's always made me look good. He made me and my wife look good. He was the salutatorian of the school here. He did an amazing speech. It doesn't surprise me, honestly. It saddens me. It saddens me.
Yes, sir. In front. Okay.
Yeah, Jake Kang, Associated Press. I wanted to ask you, you say North Korea is a pariah state and we can't trust what they say, but they said that they claim that they released Otto on humanitarian grounds. What do you think is the real reason they chose to release Otto?
Sure. What's the real reason they released Otto? Well, I think the State Department was negotiating pretty tough with them, and so I don't know that we're ever going to find the answer. They did not do this out of the kindness of their hearts. North Korea doesn't do anything out of the kindness of their hearts, but we'll not. I don't think we'll find out.
You don't think we'll find out?
I really don't.
Yes, sir.
Can you talk a little bit more about your conversation with the president last night?
Sure. President Trump called me at, say, 10 o'clock last night and just wanted to find out how Cindy and I were doing and wanted to know about Otto. It was a really nice conversation. It was kind, and it was, are you taking care of yourself? And, we worked hard, and, and I'm sorry this is the outcome. And he told me a little bit about, Secretary Tillerson and Joe Yoon, and they teamed up and they made things happen, and he was very candid, and it was a nice conversation. And to be honest with you, I had avoided conversations with him, and then because to what end? I'm dealing with my son. This is about Otto, but I did take the call, and it was gracious, and it was nice, and it felt good, and I thank him for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Involved politically in this kind of arena, or do you want to be far away from things?
No, I don't. We did not choose this. We don't like this. We do this because we have to. And we do we want to be in this arena? No, it's not. Cindy and I, this is not what we wanted. We did this because we had to.
We have time for 2 more questions. Yes, ma'am.
You guys learned about this and what was it like experience the shocking? And you were told the extent of Otto's condition at the time that you found out that you've been in the coma. And how is your family coping now? How is your wife doing? How are your children doing? How are you doing?
Sure. That's a great question, and I think what did we feel like when we got the call last Tuesday that Otto was in a coma in North Korea? Disbelief. Couldn't sit down. I don't know what being in shock is, but I'm pretty sure I was. I was out of town, and I ended with my son, Austin, and then we drove home immediately, got in at 1 o'clock and told Cindy. And, we've been brutalized for the last 18 months with misinformation, no information, and so we are proud of the fact that our family has are basically happy, positive people. And we're going to stay that way. And we're thrilled that our son is on American soil. We're in the school that he thrived in, and I'm able to talk to you on Otto's behalf, and I'm able to wear the jacket that he wore when he gave his confession. I'm not confessing, I'm speaking, but Otto, I love you and I'm so crazy about you, and I'm so glad you're home. You are such a great guy. And by the way, my family has been rock solid throughout this. We have supported the heck out of one another, and it's just been it's been a wonderful experience to feel that. And now we get to feel the love of the community and not have this crazy, oh, what are they thinking? Are we afraid of what North Korea will say? Don't put ribbons on the trees. All that's gone. So we don't care now.
All right, this is the last question. Gentleman in the back.
Fred, John Bedell with News Center 7 at 8. A twofold question. Have you heard at all your family from Jeff Fowle, a man from North here in Moraine, who was detained by North Korea that the regime claimed he left a violent bathroom? And do you guys see the similarities between Otto's situation and Jeffrey's?
We see absolutely no similarities. And have we communicated with Jeff Fowle and the others? No, Otto is a young university student who is on a tour with other university students. He's never been in trouble in his life. He wasn't trying to do anything in the country. There just weren't similarities. Otto was considered a war criminal. We weren't looking for confirmation that, oh, this is the way things are. It's our son, it's unique, and we knew it was unique, and it is unique. So, no, and they've reached out to us, and I think they only wanted to help, but that's not what we're looking for. All right, thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Again, on behalf of the entire Warmbier family, the school, and the community, we'd like to thank you for being with us today.
All right, everyone, so that was the end of that press conference that took place this morning. Again, the student that was captured in North Korea has been released. He's in a coma. His father speaking to the press and the public this morning. We're going to give you guys a live look at the White House now. We are going to switch to politics momentarily. Stay tuned. We are now going to take you live to the East Coast, where the Congressional baseball game is going to start in a bit. They're warming up now. You can see the game must go on. Following yesterday's shooting, you can see a few of the people that were involved, that were injured in yesterday's attack, already out on the field. They are warming up now. The game scheduled to start a little bit later on today. We are going to stream their practice, their warm-ups live here on News Now. Again, this game scheduled to kick off later today. While we wait for the game to start, we are going to show you the warm-ups out there on the field. As you know, during practice yesterday, a crazed gunman attacked Republicans that were out in the field practicing for today's game. The man shot a number of individuals, injuring Representative Steve Scalise, who is now in critical condition, as well as a few others. The game must go on, though, and the Congressional baseball game, the annual event, will continue as scheduled. That game will be played today, and we're carrying these live pictures right now of participants practicing on that field. All right, guys, we have multiple cameras here at this game. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys another look. The game hasn't started. This is just Congressional baseball practice. They're practicing, they're warming up before the big game. We have two different angles coming in. We have this view from above and the view from the ground.
I'm already doing it.
No, yeah, I'm just letting you know when you are ready, you tell me. But I'm going to have them start a roll on rep 250.
Oh.
Again, you are looking at live pictures coming in from this field where the Congressional baseball game will take place in just a little bit. Again, the Democrats taking on the Republicans in an annual baseball game that will go on despite yesterday's shooting in Alexandria, Virginia. Now, you may remember that that shooting took place during baseball practice. That's when the Republicans were practicing at a local park there in Alexandria, Virginia. A man opened gunfire with the intention to target Republicans, shooting multiple people, including Republican Representative Steve Scalise. He is in critical condition, but the game will go on, and these are live pictures of players practicing prior to tonight's game. As far as the update on the shooting yesterday, I can go ahead and give you guys some information on the latest headlines. Matt Mika is a lobbyist for Tyson Foods and a former aide to Republican U.S. Representative Tim Walberg. He was shot in the chest and the arm during yesterday's attack. His family released a statement today saying he suffered massive trauma and needs breathing assistance and will need more surgery. Representative Walberg told the Associated Press that he spoke with Mika's family late last night when he visited George Washington University Hospital, where the 38-year-old remains in critical condition. He said, quote, "The most important thing is he's responsive, conscious, and starting to show his feistiness again. I think that will stand in good stead for a full recovery from this horrible, horrible shooting." Mika's family credited first responders, the medical team, and Mika's fighting spirit and grit. They said he was in intensive care and lucky to be alive. The former college athlete was an assistant coach of the Republican team's baseball practice ahead of the annual Republicans versus Democrats charity game. Representative Steve Scalise, the U.S. House Majority Whip, was also critically wounded during the attack that injured several people. Police opened fire on the gunman. The gunman did die as a result of those wounds. Now, more headlines related to yesterday's shooting. Authorities say they're examining a cell phone, computer, and a camera found inside a white van where the gunman who wounded a top Republican congressman and several others had been living. That's right. The suspect had been living inside a white van in the Alexandria area. Authorities believe he had been in the area since March. Investigators said in a statement that the FBI had searched the van, which was parked not far from that baseball field where the attack took place. Investigators are studying James T. Hodgkinson's social media profile and activities leading up to yesterday's attack. Authorities also confirmed that Hodgkinson legally purchased a 9mm handgun and an assault-style rifle from licensed firearms sellers. Investigators say he shot Representative Scalise before he was killed by police who had been guarding that congressman. Now, a Secret Service officer who was injured yesterday by a vehicle he was trying to stop from disrupting Trump's motorcade back from the hospital where two victims of the attack on the baseball practice were being treated. Authorities say the officer was manning a traffic checkpoint when the driver failed to obey repeated orders to stop. The officer wound up having to jump on the hood of the driver's Mazda SUV to avoid being struck directly. He sustained minor injuries to one of his wrists, elbows, and lower back in the process. That driver was arrested for failure to obey an order and assault with a dangerous weapon. Now, earlier this afternoon, Republican Congressman Steve Scalise had been undergoing a third surgery after he and others were shot at a baseball practice by a man hostile to Republicans. The Louisiana lawmaker, who's the number 3 Republican in the House, remains in critical condition at MedStar Washington Hospital Center. Now, the pictures you're looking at on the screen are live pictures coming in from where the Congressional baseball game will take place. The Republicans and the Democrats warming up before tonight's game. The show will go on. The game will go on. It's a game for charity and a moment for unity.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. You're watching just the beginning of this congressional baseball game where they're just warming up, getting ready for the big game, the Dems versus the GOP. Just one day after a gunman opened fire at a Republican congressional baseball practice in Virginia, shooting House Majority Whip Steve Scalise and 3 others. These lawmakers are ready to take the field. The game must go on. You're watching live here on the Fox News Now stream. Thursday evening, right now, live at the Nationals Park, and a game that has taken on a whole new level of meaning. Now, Scalise remains in critical condition today, and President Donald Trump says he's in some trouble as Scalise entered into his 3rd surgery. The annual congressional baseball game pits Republicans against Democrats, but this year the focus has turned to showing unity in the wake of this shooting. Interest in the charity baseball game has skyrocketed in the aftermath of the shooting as staffers and lawmakers look to rally around Scalise and the 3 others who were shot, a congressional staffer, a lobbyist, and a Capitol Police special agent. More than $1 million has been raised for congressional sports for charity, and more than 20,000 tickets have been sold for this game. The Washington Nationals even released additional seating in Nats Park to accommodate the demand. Now, the game raised about $500,000 for charity last year, according to the spokeswoman. Now, instead of wearing hats representing their home teams, as is the normal tradition, players on both teams will be wearing Louisiana State University hats in honor of Scalise, a Louisiana Republican. Now, the mood at the Capitol remained somber today as members learned more about Scalise's condition and signed giant "Get Well" posters for him and others injured. Senator Jeff Flake of Arizona, who was at Wednesday's practice and gave medical help after the shooting, said it would have been awful if the game had been canceled and said Scalise would want it to go on. He also went on to say, "I hope he's in good enough shape to watch because he'll certainly feel good about what he sees. I was there at the hospital last night and I hope he's doing better today. It's a long road for him." Now, Louisiana Representative Richmond is the Democrats' star pitcher and a close friend of Scalise's. The two have enjoyed a long-running ribbing over the game, which Republicans won last year to break a 7-year Democratic win streak. Looks like they are about to begin any moment now. You guys are watching live here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix, Facebook Live. If you're just joining us, you're watching live here on the Fox News Now stream the Congressional baseball game. Louisiana Representative Cedric Richmond is the Democrats' star pitcher and a close friend of Scalise's. He said, quote, "I'll miss the banter with him back and forth, but I'm sure there's some substitutes over there I can go pick a fight with. It'll be a different game without him here." Richmond also said he assumes he will be Thursday night's starting pitcher for the Democrats, and the former college baseball player is likely to make Democrats the favorite tonight. But Flake said the final score wasn't likely to matter this year. "As far as winning and losing, I think that's far from anybody's mind right now," said Senator Jeff Flake from Arizona. Set to begin in just a little bit, this congressional baseball game just a day after gunmen opened fire at a Republican congressional baseball practice in Virginia, shooting House Majority Whip Steve Scalise and 3 others. Lawmakers are ready to take the field, though, today at Nationals Park, and a game that has taken on a whole new level of meaning. Scalise remains in critical condition today, and President Donald Trump said he's in some trouble as Scalise entered into his 3rd surgery. Now, the annual congressional baseball game pits Republicans against Democrats, but this year the focus has turned to showing unity in the wake of this shooting. Interest in the charity baseball game has skyrocketed in the aftermath of the shooting as staffers and lawmakers look to rally around Scalise and the 3 others who were shot, which is a congressional staffer, a lobbyist, and a Capitol Police agent. More than $1 million has been raised for congressional sports for charity from games like this, and more than 20,000 tickets have been sold for today's game. The organizers have been posting updates on Facebook all afternoon, and even the Washington Nationals released additional seating in Nats Park to accommodate the demand. Now, the game last year raised about $500,000 for charity. And instead of wearing hats representing their home teams, as is the normal tradition, players on both teams will be wearing Louisiana State University hats in honor of Scalise, who is a Louisiana Republican. Now, the mood at the Capitol remained somber today as members learned about Scalise's condition and signed giant "Get Well" posters for him and others who were injured. Senator Jeff Flake of Arizona, who was at Wednesday's practice and gave medical help after the shooting, said it would have been awful if the game had been canceled and said Scalise would want it to go on. And it is going on, and you're watching it live here on the Fox News Now stream, set to begin any moment. I want to give you guys another live look. We've got this shot as well. Take a look. It's going to be a big game, everybody, and we appreciate you choosing Fox News Now as your leading live stream source in the United States. Thanks for watching. All right, everybody, I've got my co-host Mike Page up here with me, who knows probably a little bit more about baseball than I do, but you were making some good comments, and I said, you gotta get up here.
I was making some comments off camera here to Mary Kate, and she's like, why don't you say that on camera? I was just telling Mary Kate that when we're looking at this beautiful field there in D.C., and we're going to partake in a game a little bit later, folks, this is not a baseball game tonight.
What is it?
This is, on the surface, of course, it's a diamond. It has bases. It has a home plate. But really what this game is all about is a bigger meaning. Two sides coming together, and then especially what happened yesterday.
Absolutely.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Think about that. That tragedy that happened, now there are going to be even more people watching this. Not because, oh, it's a game and there's going to be 9 innings and, you know, we have 2 opposing sides. Oh, GOP, Dems. That's really nice to sell it.
Sure.
But it's already been sold now. This is beyond a game.
What do you say it's about?
This is about coming together as a country and playing not only a game, but for the love of life.
Absolutely.
Right? Because
yeah.
the bad people, they wanted this game not to happen.
Right.
Right? That's what they want to do. When terror strikes, they want you to stop from what you were planning on doing or having some fun. So
and
now
that's not how we do things in America.
No, that's not how we do it. And I'm so glad that pretty much immediately after that horrible tragedy happened, that they said, you know what, the game is going to go on.
Yeah. I think
it can't be
cool.
stopped.
Yeah, I think it's cool that, you know, they're even wearing, you know, hats, you know, Louisiana State University hats for Scalise, both sides.
I know.
I think that's cool.
I know, and you know what? It's going to be great for the fans there. It's going to be great for the players.
Yes.
Because in their hearts, they're going to be playing with such a heavy heart too.
Yeah.
Because
absolutely.
they know one of their own is in the hospital. Hopefully, they'll be able to show them the game.
And hopefully, he'll be able to pull through. I know that. He's still in critical condition. He's into his 3rd surgery now.
Yeah.
So I think that everyone's really thinking about that today. It's not so much about the Dems versus the GOP anymore.
Yes.
It's more about coming together, like you said.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And you know what? I just can't keep thinking about what would have happened if those Capitol Police weren't there.
Yeah, President Trump made such a point to thank them during his speech, saying, you know, they did such a great job. Even after they were shot,
yes,
they moved forward.
It would have been a full-on massacre, unfortunately, because there would have been no opposition. This evil person would have had free range on all of them at the practice field.
Yeah.
Isn't it just so ironic that these players are coming together, these congressmen, you know, for charity, and they're getting attacked.
And they're playing together like good teammates, and they get attacked like that. But it makes me feel so good about our country when you see our officers, like the Capitol Police officers, do their job in such a fantastic way, and that they had been shot already, and they kept moving forward to protect the baseball players. I love that they, did such a good job with that. So.
And what I'm going to like about this game, because of what happened yesterday, every inning, it's just going to be another example of, yes, the country is still winning. Yes, we're still playing. Yes, you couldn't stop us. 50 shots? Nope. Try again. You know, it's just unreal.
Every time something happens, we always come back and say, no, we're not going to stop going to New York, or we're not going to not hold another concert in London. You know, Ariana Grande came back, what was it?
Yeah, a week later.
A week later. We're going to keep going out and doing the same things. We can't be scared.
No, at the end of the day, you got to live your life, and there's nothing more American than baseball, right?
Absolutely.
It's the old big favorite pastime, and gotta love it.
I totally agree with you. Let's take it full screen. Is that Ivanka? It looks like Ivanka, but I could be wrong.
Could
be. Take it
be.
full screen here. Let's see. I believe that is Ivanka Trump there in the white dress that you're seeing with the sunglasses, giving players hugs.
Hey, the first daughter made it to the game, and look at everybody really wanting to get that photo.
That's fun. Yep, so the first daughter there, and you can see a Secret Service man right behind her there.
Yes, gotta be.
So I'm wondering if she brought the kids with her too.
Yeah, they could be in the skybox. So many different viewing potentials there, especially at the. This is where the Nationals play. This is a Major League Baseball facility.
Yeah, over 20,000 tickets have been sold.
Good. That's what you want to hear.
Last year, the game raised over $500,000
Yeah,
for charity.
and tonight they're hoping for $1 million. And I think they're going to get it.
I think so
and
too.
above.
And of course, all the players want to take pictures with Ivanka.
Yeah. First daughter. That was a great spot there, Mary Kate.
Yeah, well, amongst all these players, you think, okay, wait, who's that blonde there in the middle? And yep, that's Ivanka Trump. So it looks like to me she did bring her kids. You can see her daughter and her son there. I'm not sure if baby Theodore's with them, but you see two of them there.
That's great. It's great for the family to come on out and enjoy a nice game tonight.
Absolutely. We'll see if we can spot Jared. Again, you guys are watching live here on the Fox News Now stream, the Congressional baseball game, and I have my co-host Mike Page up here with me. He was telling me that baseball is one of the most American things out there. We all love baseball.
Yep, you got to have, when you go to a baseball game, you got to partake in it. You got to have the hot dogs. You got to have the peanuts. Got to have everything that goes along with it, including. I wonder, I wonder a couple of things here, and I don't know if that information is out there yet. I want to know tonight who's throwing out the first pitch. We were thinking here in the newsroom that it would be maybe somebody from Scalise's family, perhaps, or the other option was maybe a Capitol Police officer.
Oh, that could be possible.
So we are thinking those two things, and then I want to know who's going to be doing the seventh inning stretch, maybe. Will there be a singer or?
Great questions.
And what about national anthem? We have so many different scenarios here.
Who would be singing the national anthem?
Yeah, so we have a lot of questions here, and if you guys know in the chat, let us know, and we'll try to look it up and see if it's already out there.
Yeah. Again, you can still see Ivanka over there meeting all the players, taking pictures with them, kind of in the right-hand corner of your screen. She's in a white dress. You can see her daughter with her there. So cute. Game is set to begin in about 20 or so minutes. Now, I know that you're a baseball fan. Do you get the Chicago-style hot dog, Mike, or you just do regular hot dog?
Always the Chicago style.
Yeah?
Because, what is so special about the Chicago-style hot dog is they call it a hot dog that's gone through the garden. Because it's so colorful. I mean, you got the beautiful tomatoes. Then you have the neon green relish. That's what makes it a true Chicago hot dog. That neon green, and then you have the pickles that are salted.
I love it.
So you get the nice crispness as well. There's nothing. I'm going there tomorrow. I'm going to Chicago tomorrow. I'm going to have it immediately, I think.
Oh, don't they put tomatoes on it too?
Yes. That's why
I love it.
It's a hot dog that just traveled through the garden and then finds your mouth.
Oh, I love it. I love Chicago-style hot dogs. I think those are so good. And any sort of hot dog, when you go to a baseball game, it just feels so American,
Yes. And when we're talking about this game, it's amazing. This game has been going on for over 100 years, this congressional game.
Wow, really?
And the record is tied. Their record is tied right now, so...
Wow.
Yeah,
so...
I believe they're 39-1.
So we'll
Which
see
is
if someone
amazing.
can break the tie tonight.
Yeah, well, guaranteed, unless it somehow, if they have to end it in a tie. But it looks like they have great weather there. They won't.
Yeah, it looks like a really beautiful day there at this stadium. And again, over 20,000 tickets sold. Over $500,000 was raised last year for charity. Pretty exciting day.
And I hate to say it, but because of what happened yesterday, there's going to be so many people that just walk up and buy tickets day of tonight.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That weren't even thinking about doing it, but because tonight is such a big, a moment of,
Coming together.
Coming together, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and Linda also saying, I love Chicago hot dogs, but don't forget that hot pepper. Yes, Linda,
Does that come on that too?
Yeah, that comes right there on the side, a little crunch there. Boom, got it.
Dang, that sounds great.
Yeah. Oh, looks like okay. Looks like the players are starting to
get ready and get warmed
here.
up. I'm assuming, everyone loves to participate in this. Some, though, are probably, you play baseball in high school and college, so they're ready for this. Others are probably, oh, man, I'm so not athletically, not great at this game. But, they're coming out for fun to raise money. But hopefully everyone has a good time and going to have a good game today.
Absolutely.
Again, the Dems versus the GOP, everybody. Again, if you're just joining us, you're watching live the Congressional baseball game set to begin any moment now. And you're watching this on the Fox News Now stream. Just a day after a gunman opened fire at a Republican congressional baseball practice in Virginia, shooting House Majority Whip Steve Scalise and 3 others. Lawmakers are ready to take the field today at national parks despite that shooting. And it's going to be a game that has taken on a whole new level of meaning. We did just show you Ivanka Trump walking around with her kids, taking pictures with players and shaking hands. Now Scalise remains in critical condition today, and President Donald Trump says he's in some trouble as Scalise entered into his 3rd surgery. The annual Congressional baseball game pits Republicans against Democrats, but this year the focus has turned to showing unity in the wake of the shooting. Interest in the charity baseball game has skyrocketed in the aftermath of the shooting as staffers and lawmakers look to rally around Scalise and the 3 others who were shot, which was a congressional staffer, a lobbyist, and a Capitol Police special agent. More than $1 million has been raised for congressional sports for charity, and more than 20,000 tickets have been sold for the game. Again, over 20,000 tickets have been sold for the game, and this game raised about $500,000 for charity last year, and they're hoping to hit $1 million this year. Now, instead of wearing hats representing their home teams, which is the normal tradition, players on both teams will be wearing Louisiana State University hats in honor of Scalise, who is a Louisiana Republican. The mood at the Capitol remained somber today as members learned more about Scalise's condition, and everyone was signing giant get well posters for him and the others injured. But Senator Jeff Flake of Arizona was saying Scalise would want the game to go on. And it is set to begin shortly here. You're watching live on the Fox News Now stream as everyone is taking their spots for the Congressional baseball game. Thanks for watching. Sorry about that, guys. Looks like the sound is going a little bit in and out here, but the game is set to begin shortly, just about 5 more minutes. You can see they're warming up right now. The Congressional baseball game live at Nationals Park in Washington, D.C. The GOP versus the Dems. Of course, let us know who you're rooting for in the live chat section on our YouTube stream. Appreciate you watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Reading a lot of your comments here in the live chat section on our YouTube stream. Jeff saying, wow, they actually look somewhat good on the field. Yeah, some of them, probably played growing up, so it's probably really fun for them to get back out there and show off their skills, while others, maybe this isn't their cup of tea and they're just out there to raise money. We'll see who's the better player tonight. Daniel asking, what stadium is this? This is Nationals Park in Washington, D.C. Game set to begin in about 5 minutes. And Ivanka Trump was just seen walking in a few moments ago, taking pictures with players. Again, the game raised over $500,000 in charity last year, and they're hoping to raise even more than that this year. Skippy saying, thanks for putting the game on YouTube. Yeah, Skippy, no problem. This is what we do here at Fox News Now. We stream all live breaking news events from across the United States. So if you want and you're enjoying our show, go ahead and hit that like button on our Facebook page or that subscribe button on our YouTube page. That way you will always be alerted when we go live.
What a beautiful day for baseball. Welcome to the 56th annual Congressional Baseball Game in Jersey. We are pleased this year to bring more than 60 members of Congress to National Park here in our nation's capital for some exciting baseball. Thank you to the Washington Nationals for helping to make this event one of the greatest bipartisan traditions in Congress a success again this year. Tonight, we would also like to thank the U.S. Capitol Police and all the police officers who are this is the playing on all of those performing tonight with C. Solis, Special Agents Crystal Brown and David Bailey, Matt Michael, and here with us tonight, please welcome Zach Gore. To raise needed funds for local charities. Please do a big hand to the charities that have traditionally benefited from the game. The Washington National Dream Foundation, the 46 Girls Clubs of Greater Washington, and the Washington Literacy Center. Due to your incredible overwhelming support of the Congressional Baseball Game for Charity, funds raised for tonight's game will also the United States Capitol Police as a show of how to support a gratitude to the United States Capitol Police Department. With the lives on the line every day, and especially this way, for the Republic of Europe. With us here this evening are members of the Office of the Attending Physician. Welcome to the game. Damn. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Several broadcasts. As the United States Capitol Police ceremonial unit presents our nation's stars. Victims of yesterday's horrific attacks. Please join us now. Thank you for showing your support to all of those who were injured. For the performance of the Stars, Spangled Banner, and God Bless America. Performing the national anthem this evening, we welcome the Congressional Chorus, directed by David Simmons.
could. Okay, 3, 2.
We also
hardwired, and I would pick up
That's because you got what you call
I would pick up
Hispanic town.
Hispanic
Yeah, I used to get that
station.
in Memphis. But
Where's
it's a
this
short.
coming
It's
from?
a short in your cable
Yeah.
that does. Yeah, it's the weirdest thing.
But he was saying
before you explain
people
it,
were coming. People were saying they were hearing you coming out of skillets
Somebody
and
sent me a
iron skillets
text
hanging on
saying
the
they're
ground.
hearing me
I can see that.
Huh?
Yeah.
I don't know where that's coming from.
Because he just told me it was Fox 5. He said it's going through on Facebook.
It's going through on Facebook.
Yeah.
They're hardwired.
Oh, I know what it is.
What is it?
They're transmitting Facebook Live, and
our people are putting it on live.
But they're hearing the officers and stuff. The officers, they don't need to go on there, they said.
I don't know how that's
That's being said.
okay. Well,
How do we fix that?
They're hearing.
well, we're on. You don't. It's Facebook Live, and there it is. And yeah, that's what I think.
So we don't need to say anything else.
What do you call it?
Really try.
I got
All right,
Welcome everyone to the Fox 10 and News Now stream. That game there just wrapping up. The Democrats won 11-2. But you know what? Tonight, America wins. America is the winner, and it also had record attendance with just under 25,000 people to watch this annual event. And here's the best news of all. $1 million was raised, breaking the record by $500,000. Truly amazing. And this is America.
All right, everybody, what a game. We appreciate you watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. That game, Dems win 11-2, everybody. We appreciate you watching. Give me one moment while I pull up the next event for you here in the show. I'll give you a live look of the White House right now. All right, everybody, taking you to the next top story here in the show for you. Giving you a live look of New York City. We appreciate you watching tonight. Again, that was the Congressional baseball game. Record attendance over 24,000 people. Just give me one moment here while I pull up this next event for you here in the show. Thanks for joining me, and happy Thursday, everybody. We did clip some moments from this baseball game too. In case you guys missed it, you can just head to the video section on our YouTube page and find those moments there, like the injured Capitol Hill officer from that shooting that happened in Virginia throughout the first pitch. If you missed it, you can find that on our video section. Actually, I'll just replay that for you guys right now in case any of you missed it. It's short. He just throws out the first pitch. Just for any of you that are just now joining and you came at the end of the game and maybe didn't get a chance to see it. I'll pull that up really quick and play that for you guys while I'm pulling up the next top story for you here. All right, here it is. All right, everybody, just replaying that video for you, the injured Capitol Hill officer throwing out that first pitch at tonight's game. We do want to take you to this event, though, from our sister station in Detroit, where a doctor was in the studio and they're talking about Alzheimer's and sort of the signs and symptoms and what you can do about it. So let's hear what they have to say.
Everybody, we're coming to you live from Studio C. I want to introduce you to our behavioral neurologist from Henry Ford. This is Dr. Marina Novikova, who is full of really interesting interesting knowledge when it comes to many things. We're talking specifically about Alzheimer's this morning. So jump in the conversation and just throw your questions up there. But first, let's just start with some basics, Doctor. And good morning. And thank you for doing this, by the way. The doctor, we're talking about how you have to challenge your brain to make new connections, and the doctor says this is challenging her brain, right? This is something new and different and a little bit exciting, being on TV, being on Facebook Live. Let's first just back up a minute and talk about what is Alzheimer's. What's going on in your brain?
Alzheimer's is one of the types of neurodegenerative conditions that affect how the neurons in the brain talk to each other, and they kind of stop doing that very well. So
is the brain sort of deteriorating?
Yes.
Are there blockages in there?
Yes, there are. The connections are kind of sort of broken down. The neurons can't talk to each other. They can't function well, and then they shrink, they die out, and you have more and more symptoms of memory loss and other types of issues with Alzheimer's disease.
Does it run in families? That's a good question, Pam.
Yes, that's a very good question. Sometimes it does. Only about 10% of the people have what we call genetically caused Alzheimer's disease, and it usually causes early onset Alzheimer's disease, people who are affected in their 40s and 50s. But for the rest, it is having a first degree relative with Alzheimer's disease does increase your risk, personal risk, by 2 to 3 times, but it's not absolutely guaranteed that you can have the same issues, luckily. So
okay, people die from Alzheimer's. Explain to us how this cognitive disease causes death.
People do die from Alzheimer's as it progresses. It's a usually slow progressing disease, so you can live up to 20 years with this disease, actually. But then later on, you have parts of the brain that are responsible for breathing and swallowing properly affected by this disease too. So there is a risk of pneumonias from swallowing the food wrongly, and it causes problems and people die out.
Okay, Lori asks, is there a test for Alzheimer's? And we know that there are many, but there's no blood test, right? It's not simply yes or no.
There are no blood tests, but there are 2 different other tests actually that can diagnose Alzheimer's, even in people who don't have any symptoms, or maybe having very early symptoms and that's not clear if it's Alzheimer's or something else causing the memory changes. One is through analysis of the spinal fluid.
Okay. So a spinal tap?
So a spinal tap can actually answer that. And another one is kind of specialized imaging that's called amyloid PET scan. Unfortunately, it has been FDA approved for quite a few years, but it hasn't been covered by insurance companies yet. But it's been widely used in research protocols, and hopefully that will be more available to all of us to use.
A couple of questions about MS. Does MS, multiple sclerosis, does that affect your risk or likelihood of Alzheimer's?
Not Alzheimer's, but it does increase your risk for cognitive impairment and dementia or memory loss. People with MS can have different types of memory losses than in typical Alzheimer's disease. More problems with planning ahead and multitasking type of thing, and remembering appointments and those type of things, not necessarily remembering people's names. That's usually more typical for Alzheimer's disease.
What age typically does Alzheimer's occur?
It's hard to say, but it is usually a disease related to aging. So 65 and plus have higher risks of having Alzheimer's disease per se. And unfortunately, people who hit 90 years old kind of threshold, their risks of Alzheimer's disease 50%.
Okay, so how do we know if there's normal memory loss with aging versus Alzheimer's? And what can you do about it?
It's a very common question because we're all worried about, well, if I forgot about some kind of recent meeting, does it mean that I should start worrying about my memory or not? Or
right, if I forgetting
can't think of the
somebody's name.
Exactly.
Right.
It's very, very common, and it happens to any age group, but at what point do you start worrying? Realistically, if you notice that those kind of slip-ups start to affect your ability to function daily, to do your job or your household chores, or you forget to pay the bills on time all the time, and that's a change for you. Whenever there's a change in your ability to do daily things, that's your personal threshold to seek help, get evaluated, and so on.
Okay, let's talk about treatment. We know that do we know what causes it?
Not really.
Not really,
It's
okay.
still kind of in debates. There are a lot of different theories that's been ongoing for quite a few years now, and different theories have been tried. There's been this amyloid protein that's been associated with Alzheimer's
And
disease.
somebody just
causing
mentioned
plaques.
calcium, doctor. Calcium on the brain?
Not so much.
Okay.
Not calcium, not true calcium. But there's also a different protein that's called tau protein. Now we think maybe that is a trigger. So there's a question, what's the chicken, what's the egg,
Right.
as far as the what's causing the first change, and it kind of downstream the effect from there.
Okay, so the cause is a little bit fuzzy. What about treatment? What can you do? And one of the things, we started off this conversation talking about igniting new connections in your brain by challenging yourself. That's important. You're actually creating something, a physiological change in your brain?
Yes, you do.
Explain that.
So it's there are different things that we can do to stimulate our brains to create new connections between the neurons. Even if, let's say, one network, one pathway has been broken for whatever reason, you can still recreate that one, bypass basically. And the way to do that is you have to stimulate the neurons, the stem cells in the brain that we still have actually, and the way to do that is to do something new, something creative, something a little challenging, something outside the box for you personally. Exercise and diet and socialize, you know, talking to people, maybe on Facebook Live. And you know, that is all stimulating different neurons in your brain and activating them. And that way you can sort of not necessarily repair what was kind of already broken, but maybe create a new connection, and that will help you from now on.
Is there, I'm trying to read your questions, guys, as we go through this. So they're asking about short-term memory loss. There's been a couple questions about lack of sleep also. Does lack of sleep affect your risk?
Yes.
It does?
Yes.
Oh.
It's not just the lack of sleep, and we all have issue with that because we're all busy, right?
Yes.
But it's also the quality of sleep. So a lot of people have sleep apnea, and people who have sleep apnea have problem with how their brain is basically unable to process information as it's supposed to during the nighttime. So you may have more forgetfulness in the morning. You may feel like you're in a fog. So there are different sleep disorders that can affect your memory short-term and long-term, because sleep apnea has been associated with increased risks for even Alzheimer's disease.
Okay, I want to ask you about treatment, doctor.
Yes.
So what are there medications that people take, or what do you do if you get someone that, and you get a positive diagnosis?
So there are several medications that have been FDA approved for different stages of dementia. They have not been approved for people who are just worried about the memory, or they maybe have mild changes, unless we have clinical diagnosis by the spinal tap or the imaging that is due to Alzheimer's disease. And those medications, unfortunately, do not make any miracle results for you, but they do help. What they do is they help you to function a little bit better.
Okay.
They enable the neurons talk to each other a little bit faster, so you can sort of cover up and compensate despite your memory problems, despite what's happening in the brain, for those issues. So you can function. It translates into better functioning, and that's
so you're
the
not
value
getting
of
rid
that.
of these plaques
No.
that are causing the deterioration of these
Yeah,
connections,
no.
but you might build new connections.
And they've tried to remove those plaques.
Yes.
They've been successfully able to do that, but it didn't make any difference practically.
Why is it so hard to figure this out, to get a hold of this disease? It's so devastating to people who say they're caring for their parents, and it robs you of such your memories, your quality of life. Why is it such a mystery to us? I guess the brain is just so complicated.
It is complicated, and again, like you mentioned earlier, it's hard for us to know what are the exactly starting points for developing of this disease. So if we can identify the starting point, the starting changes, and if we can target those changes right at the beginning, then we can make amend and not have people progress to have more memory loss and issues.
I'll ask you this, doctor, and then we'll let you go, because we're going to continue this conversation on TV, and we'll continue to answer these questions throughout the morning. If you are living a healthy lifestyle, well, let me put it this way. Who do you see is the typical Alzheimer's patient? Are there lifestyle factors that lead to higher risk?
Some, yes. For instance, if you have heart problems, and if you have high blood pressure, people who, and those things are not well controlled, people who have diabetes, people who are not taking care of their body because it supplies the brain, those
And what
people
about
are
mental
high risk.
stress? Does that do anything to raise your risk?
Yes,
does.
it's not necessarily Alzheimer's, but the memory loss and dementia, yes. So,
Okay.
stress, anxiety, depression, those things also can affect how well one's brain functions.
All right, it's good information, and boy, there's so much to talk about. So coming up, we're going to take a break from Facebook Live, but thank you for all of your questions, and the ones that we didn't answer in this live segment, we will certainly try to get to on TV when I talk to the doctor in our show. But also coming up, we're going to talk about some of the things to look for. There are some red flags that you can look for. Just give us one right now, doctor, real quick, that somebody at home can say, okay, that's not right, that my loved one is doing that.
Repeating questions all the time and not remembering that they were already asked or answered at all.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a simple one to think about if someone keeps...
All right, you guys, that was that Alzheimer's discussion from our sister station in Detroit. But now I'm taking you to a little bit of a lighter discussion here. This is coming from our sister station in Los Angeles, Fox 11, where they are discussing the latest in entertainment news. Let's hear what they have to say.
I'm Heidi Hamilton.
I'm Nick Garcia. And this is our news breakdown for this week.
Yeah.
And what's weather like?
It's gonna be hot.
That's our weather guy. It's going to be hot. So that's really all you need to know.
Welcome to the Fox 11 Talk Now Social Lounge. I'm Nick from Fox 11.
Heidi Hamilton. Yes.
Dish Nation, Frosty, Heidi, and Frank Show.
Oh, each week, I tell you, the crowd just gets bigger and bigger. It's very exciting.
Dish Nation chiming in, Fox 11 chiming in. Any questions you got, send them in, comments. We're going to talk about a lot of good stuff happening. Biggest news for today, just broke not too long ago. Conor McGregor is fighting Floyd Mayweather.
Has Floyd Mayweather actually ever fought anybody?
Well, he dodges well.
Yeah, he dances. I thought he was a dancer for a long time. Listen, I love UFC. If I'm not at a fight, I'm down. I'm buying the pay-per-view. I love it. We have a lot of the fighters in on the Frosty, Heidi, and Frank show. I love UFC. I have so much respect for that sport, and it's so funny because the toughest guys out there come in and they're so sweet and gentle and lovely. I haven't met Conor McGregor, but I just think this is a money grab. I think the fight. I'm not going to buy the fight. I think it's just a money grab, and it's not going to be a fight. And I'm not that excited by it. Really, I don't think it's going to be. What I wish would happen is that Floyd Mayweather does a UFC fight, but it's not going to be that. It's going to be a boxing match.
It's going to be a boxing match.
Which I think is going to be a lot of dancing around by Floyd Mayweather. So I don't think it's going to be that exciting.
So you think it'll go full 12 rounds? Do you think it'll be a knockout?
I think it's going to go the full distance. I really think it is, and I think it's risky for Floyd Mayweather to do it because he's undefeated. So what if Conor McGregor really does?
Could you imagine, like Manny Pacquiao loses to Floyd, and then Conor comes in
and then
and
you're
somehow
like, I'm beaten by a guy that's not even a boxer. I'm like basically beaten on my own turf. And then if that's the case, there's going to be even higher money the next time around because he's going to want to go again. So I don't know. But listen, Dana White laughing all the way to the bank. I'm sure.
Jessica McDowell thinks it's going to be a knockout.
By who, Jessica?
Who, Jessica?
Conor or Floyd?
I really hope Conor McGregor kicks his butt.
I'm with Conor all the way.
Me too. I love watching him fight. Listen, he knows how to get a crowd worked up, and you either love him or you hate him. And sometimes I've hated him, but I get he's really good at promoting fights, So I respect him.
He's like the poster child right now.
So see, now the more that we talk about it, I'm probably going to buy the damn thing and watch it.
Well, if the hype isn't real for you guys, it will be.
Yeah, right.
August 26th, it's happening pretty soon. It's going to happen right here in Vegas. Well, not right here in Vegas, but
we're not.
we're not in
Vegas.
Vegas.
We're not in Vegas, right?
We could go to Vegas for a fight.
Although there are some strippers there, and I don't listen. Whatever you guys do up here in the Fox 11 Talk Now social media lounge, I'm not judging. I don't. She's lovely. I don't. Whatever. I'm not going to judge. Keep dancing. It's fine.
Comments?
Yeah, Stacey Marie Sanchez thinks Floyd's about to cha-cha slide in that ring. Because no way he's about to risk getting hit.
That's
LOL.
right. See, yes, he's going to do a lot of dancing because he does not want to get knocked out, and I don't even think he's used to getting hit. So
Yeah. I mean, do you see? It'd be funny if Conor just busted out his, MMA moves.
right. Yeah, but he can't do that. But yeah, I mean, I would love that. But you're so used to fighting in UFC that I feel like Conor would almost, it's such a habit that he may mess up and go to like throw a kick and go, oh God, I can't do that. I'm boxing.
Just like as a reaction.
Right, of course.
Well, we'll see. August 26th again, so it's coming up pretty soon.
Yep.
Also, it looks like there's some trouble in Paradise. Bachelor in Paradise still suspended for production.
Yeah.
But the new kicker, I mean, DeMario is basically saying release the tape now. So what's all this mess?
It is so crazy. There's a lot of he said, she said, and apparently one of the producers on Bachelor in Paradise thought that there was some shenanigans going on in the hot tub that were not consensual.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
it involved Corrine and DeMario.
And so DeMario's saying, listen, everything was consensual. Yeah, we're drinking. Things were going on. Release the tape because I have nothing to hide. He wants the tape released, saying, listen, you're going to see that she's completely coherent. We're having a good time. And the other side is saying, no, there were some things that happened in the moment and that wasn't consensual. So now I guess in order, we won't know. But some of the stuff that they were claiming was happening under the water, I don't know how you would do that. You don't, listen, Nick and I are in a hot tub right now, and I've got my hand here. You don't know what's happening. Maybe nothing's happening, right? So even if there was this stuff going on here, and they're like, well, some things happened in that hot tub under the water, how would you know what's going on? You can't see. So I don't even know what the tape's going to prove other than, maybe they're still talking and things are going on and they're getting like lovey-dovey. But under the water, only the hot tub knows.
Unless they had like those new like underwater
cameras.
Oh,
like a GoPro cam? Ooh, well, then definitely release the tape. Let's see what's going on. Dang. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, hopefully it was consensual and there's nothing going on. But a producer, when it was all happening, then later said, I don't think it was consensual. It's like, well, if you really believe that, then in the moment, as a producer of that show, and you go, hey guys, you know what? We're gonna call it a night here. Let's, we'll reconvene in the morning or whatever. So I
because it was her specific, like her producer assigned to her, that complained about it because, I mean, it was heartbreaking for me to hear, but this was all scripted.
Yeah.
I know.
No, like,
I know.
Listen, Nick's acting like he's like, this Bachelor in Paradise show, Heidi. Tell me a little bit about it. He loves it. It's like his thing.
Yeah,
he's
so
obsessed.
this summer I'm going to be really mad.
It.
I'm going to be really mad if it's not coming back this summer because, they'd have to start production again, like, tomorrow practically because this is the first day of filming that this stuff happened and they shut down production.
Right.
I mean, they're losing tons of money on this.
And Nick's devastated. So I think that's the real reason you guys, let's go. Get the hot tubs back and bubbling. Let's go. Nick needs his summer fix.
I know. Now going on some local stuff happening. This is kind of crazy. It shows the power of social media. What's going on with Beyonce and maybe not being in labor?
Well, yeah, the rumors are that she already had her babies, that she had a boy and a girl, and everyone's going crazy, and then other people are reaching out going, no, she didn't have her baby. She's not even due until 4th of July. Then other people saying, well, with twins can come early, and they're here, and everybody, like locally here in the hospitals, there are rumors, so everybody's, we got people at Cedars-Sinai, people at UCLA, people at all these different hospitals. I'm sure she's going to be at Cedars-Sinai, by the way. That's a hot tip.
That's where they all go.
Yeah, exactly. That's the place to go.
Or Ronald Reagan.
Right. So, that's what the rumor is. We still don't have confirmation.
So basically now paparazzi are just camping outside of hospitals.
Well,
like, if it is true.
You don't want to miss it. Right. So I don't know. But I mean, I feel like, there's got to be a back entrance that you would go in disguise. Like, you're not just going in as Jay-Z and Beyonce through the front.
Excuse me, signing in?
Yeah. Hi, Beyonce.
Sitting and waiting for
a wheelchair. No. So I don't know how those rumors get started, but we'll keep you posted. I'm not sure yet if those babies are here.
And any comments or questions you guys have regarding any of the topics?
Don't be shy. I know you're not shy.
Marvin has a lot to say about that fight. Conor is of the purest striker in the UFC, and Floyd haven't fought in years. So that should tell you something right there. So
I agree,
my money
Marvin.
is on Conor.
Yeah, I agree, Marvin. I think it was risky for Floyd Mayweather to take that fight.
Cynthia Simpson says they closed down the 5th floor at the hospital. Something's going on.
Are there other famous pregnant people right now that you're like, no, it wasn't Beyonce, but it was... I don't know if there's anybody.
The fifth floor. I wonder what hospital it was.
That's when you've made it, though.
When you're on the
you've been
fifth
shut,
floor?
you've been shut.
Shut down the
Yeah.
floor?
When you're on the fifth floor of any building, you're like, you know what? It's what I dreamed of as a little kid.
Sorry, we're only on the second floor.
Oh, dang it. Well, see, I haven't made it yet, clearly.
The best, we'll just start moving one flight up every time, like, as this becomes more and more successful.
Yes. And it's like, you know, we started on the second floor, but now we here. And we're on the fifth floor, right?
Or just the third.
Number 5. Or the third. The third would be nice.
One step at a time.
Something. I'm happy to be on the second with you, Nick.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here with you tonight. More news. Tiger Woods is back in the news because he's he's back in rehab. Basically, there's threats of him losing joint custody with his kids.
Well, yeah,
this is a good move.
Well, it is a good move because here's the thing: if I'm Elin, his ex-wife, who he has 2 kids with, and you see that video of him in Jupiter, Florida. I mean, out of his mind. It wasn't alcohol. He took a breathalyzer.
It was
he blew
Xanax and Vicodin. He admitted he was taking.
Yeah. So, and everybody thought he was drunk, and he blew a breathalyzer 0000, and unfortunately, there's no test for Xanax or Vicodin. But as a mom, I would be like, what if he had the kids that weekend?
Oh yeah.
And the kids are in the car, and the officer's going, "Hey, where are you coming from tonight, sir?" And he's like, "L.A." And you're like, "Oh dear." He's in Jupiter, Florida. He thinks he's in Los Angeles. I mean, just driving around. So I think he has to do this in order to, keep his babies. Because if I'm Elin, I'm like, sorry, you're going to have supervised visitation, but they're not staying the night with you.
Right.
It's too risky.
Other news. This is lighter news. I think this is awesome. The Dodgeball cast reunited after
Yay!
13 years.
So we
and
got
did this video.
Vince Vaughn,
Ben Stiller, Christine Taylor, and Justin Long.
Wait a second. Ben Stiller and Christine Taylor are getting divorced.
That's correct.
But they're
in this video together.
Oh, that's awkward. Unless it was already shot. Was it shot after we don't...
It could have been shot as, is the one thing they shot 4 months ago?
Maybe as it was happening, but divorce or that announcer, that was probably a long time in the making. So then when they want to do this, and she's like, oh, maybe it's good because the person you're getting divorced to, dodgeball? Yes! I'll do that video. Give me a ball. Come on. And then Ben and Christine are just really going...
Yeah, they're actually really just throwing it at each other. He grabs a real wrench and then...
Yeah, and no one knows. They're like, what the hell? And then you later find out, they're going through a divorce. That's why they were like, yes, let's do the dodgeball video. Yes.
Well, they did that little thing in the video. Ben Stiller throws a wrench at Justin Long, and they kind of do this whole thing. But it's for a good cause. It's for Ben Stiller's charity. So they did this whole 5-minute video. It's hilarious. If you want to see it, go check it out. And his charity is good. It's for helping children around the world.
How can you not support that?
Questions that have sent in. We have some questions from last time, and people have sent it in for you.
Just one live one.
Okay.
Because you just found out. Cassandra Martinez wants to know, Heidi.
Yes.
Her marriage anniversary is the end of July, but her husband doesn't seem to know. Should she write it on the calendar or just see if he remembers?
I wonder if there's some people have that family calendar that hangs either in an office or whatever. I would take that, whatever day it is, January 29th, and I would circle it, red Sharpie marker, in a heart, with a heart, and go, anniversary with my love, and just smiley face hearts and all that, and hopefully... Subtle. Yeah, you don't want to be like, I hope you're planning on doing something for our anniversary. That's not going to get. You got to go subtle so that he goes, oh yeah, okay, and gives him a little bit of time. You got time. You've got the rest of June and...
It's July 31st.
So July 31st. Get yourself a calendar, Sharpie marker heart, and then hopefully he catches on. If he doesn't, I think I would leave him. Take the kids and go.
That's the final line.
Make a dodgeball video.
Make a dodgeball wrench.
Right.
Rebecca wants to know, what's your favorite restaurant in LA?
Well, if I told you that, then I would never be able to get in. I will say...
One of your favorites.
I have, for different reasons. So Casa Vega in Sherman Oaks. Casa Vega, Ventura Boulevard. It's a really dark restaurant. I like it because you can go there, no makeup, nothing. You don't have to look good because it's pitch black. I mean, you really have to feel, where are you? Okay, you're here. Waiter comes. You're like, are you here? I don't see you, but are you here? We'd like margaritas.
I bet you can't see more as the night goes on.
Exactly. I like that. And then there's also a really cool restaurant that you don't even really know is a restaurant. It's called Firefly. It's also on Ventura Boulevard. I think at Colfax in Studio City. And it's got just ivy on the front. There's no signage or anything. And it's a great little place, dark bar you go into. It's very sexy, dark wood, candles. It really puts you in the mood. You can sit right next to a fireplace. And yeah, if you're looking to get and feel those romantic feelings, that's a good spot to go.
John wants to know what are your favorite places to go during the summer? Another one of
a favorite place to go during the summer. Well, oddly enough, I like going out to the desert. I know it's really hot. I like Palm Springs and La Quinta. I love it because I feel like I'm just going to sit outside and just sweat all the way to bake and sweat toxins out of my skin. Because people are like, wow, it's 120 degrees. It's so hot. And I'm like, I love it. I love going out there. Plus, it's like in the summertime, there's no one out there, so it's really slow.
Well, of course there's no one out there.
I know, because I'm the only idiot. Everyone's like, why are you going out? It's so dumb. But no, I love it. I love it. But I like going up to Fawnskin, too. There's a really cool little place that we ran every once in a while up in Fawnskin, the Big Bear area. It's kind of cool.
Fun place I like to go is Huntington Gardens in Pasadena.
Oh, tell me about this.
Yeah, it's you never been there?
I don't think so.
It's this giant garden behind this like huge house in Pasadena, and there's like a Japanese garden, there's a desert garden. You can go hang out in the desert garden.
All right.
But it's basically this giant land where all these cool different like exhibits and there's art and stuff.
Is
I always
there
go there every year. I mean, you could bring it.
Oh, okie dokie. All right, no problem.
I'm sure there's a way you can get.
I mean,
in.
I mean, like, are there restaurants, or you just go
I mean,
and walk around? And
yeah. I think there are actually
Okay.
like wine areas and stuff, but that's always a fun place to go.
By the way, where were you recently? Where I saw you were at a wedding or something.
I was in Malibu.
Geez, I follow him on Instagram,
Yeah.
so I saw. So like, people had animals at
Yeah,
the wedding?
there was a giraffe. There's like a little safari.
That's
in
also
Malibu.
how you know how you made it. You're like, what are we doing for a wedding? We're doing like a safari theme. So we're gonna have giraffes. Actually, a giraffe's gonna be my maid of honor.
There were giraffes, there were zebras, there were ostriches.
That is
there
so
were
cool. Did you have a
goats.
safari hat on?
I did not. But if you don't want to get married there, they have like wine tours that take you through the safari.
That is so
and there's like
cool.
there were like yaks, but I mean, it was kind of,
Yeah, there's yaks on it. I drank too much wine. I should have gone to what did you call it? Huntington Gardens in Pasadena, where they don't have alcohol.
But I mean, let's put it this way: the animals are right near where they were getting married, so the ceremony's going on, and you hear like the goats going. Yeah, no, it's like in the middle of it.
Wait,
like
does anyone
turkeys.
now speak now or forever hold your peace? You're like, oh no, the goat was just making a sound. We're good. Everybody's happy for you.
No,
Keep going.
Literally, the turkey would start going crazy during their vows. It was like.
Oh my God. Talk about upstaging the bride. That may be the worst idea ever. Bride's like, oh, no. This is my day, turkey. Back off. All eyes on me.
Any more questions coming in? We'll take them. If not,
Favorite beach? Well, you're talking about vacations. Shireen Johnson wants to know your favorite beach.
I actually like Manhattan Beach. I have friends down there. There's a cute little wine shop called Bacchus that is run by two sisters, and it's just like really down home, friendly. Just get a bottle, watch the sunset. I love it down there.
Dockweiler, not too far from there. Is
Yep,
good too.
right. Yep.
So both of those are
hot
great
tips
beaches.
for summer. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Santa Monica Beach. I go nowhere near.
No.
Packed.
No.
So many people.
Santa Monica, Venice. I mean, Venice is obviously a really fun, cool place to go people watch.
Yeah,
But if you want to go like chill, that's not really the place
That's
to
kind of
go.
crazy
Right.
over there. And JFK, going back to some unusual weird news. Two stories that are out right now. JFK, there was a drug bust. Turns out 27 pounds of cocaine, and it was smuggled in
A wheelchair.
Hmm.
Because I think I've seen the signs where like children under 12, elderly people, and I guess maybe people in wheelchairs aren't searched like we are. Like we have to take our belts
Right.
off and our shoes off and all of that.
Mhm.
But elderly people don't. I know kids under 12 don't, and maybe people in wheelchairs don't have to be searched. But how much? What's the street value?
So
of
this lady was smuggling. It was worth
that? I figured you would know.
500. Yeah, because you know.
Come on, Nick.
Yeah, I just let me pull out my calculator. You know, gotta weigh in, get the right.
I'm not doing math.
$500,000 of cocaine, 27 pounds is what it equates to. Right?
Yeah.
So she had $500,000 in her seat, and a dog actually sniffed it.
So yeah, see that's the thing.
That's how
I
they found
got
it.
not arrested. I mean, I can make me sound a little more street.
More
Hey,
edgy?
I got arrested.
Got
once.
street cred?
But I was in Hawaii, and we were, going on these tours and everything, and I saw the cutest little pineapple, like a baby pineapple, fully formed, but teeny tiny. And I was like, oh, I gotta have it. So I took it, and I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna bring this home. It's so adorable. So then I just sort of put it in my suitcase and didn't think
And
anything of it.
agriculture tackled you.
And I'm at the airport, and here comes this beagle, and I'm like, oh, yeah, good boy, you good boy, oh, yeah, good boy, what a good boy, what's happening? And they're like, ma'am, you're going to have to open your bag. And I'm like, and I'm thinking drugs, and I go, okay. I've never done drugs in my life. Search away. And and they find that, and they're like, and I went, what? I had no idea. I had no idea. And then after that, I was like, am I going to jail or am I arrested? And they're like, no, but you can't take this. Like, we're gonna
yeah, they're
confiscate
strict
it.
on all
I mean,
that.
that's not 27 pounds of cocaine.
But it's close.
Not really a topper story, but oh my God, the guts of people. I mean, there are dogs at the airport.
Yeah.
I don't even know why you would risk something like that.
I mean, that's a lot of cocaine to smuggle,
there
too.
was quite the party plan, I guess. I don't know.
I was going to say.
Should she just cut the seat open?
Yeah, they just like cut it open. Like there's pictures out on there. So I mean, they cut it open and they showed there's just like bricks worth.
My God.
But
we're not living, Nick.
Yeah.
All I had is a pineapple out of Maui. That's it.
That's your only smuggling story?
Yeah, that's it. Which I'm fine with,
Well, yeah, it's good for a lifetime.
Yeah, I'm good.
I don't need to top that one.
Yeah.
Another awesome story. Well, it's not an awesome story, but it's just like the kicker of this story is just really like it couldn't get much better than this. 7-year-old man, he goes and he robs a bank or attempts. Actually, he does rob a bank. He slips a note to the teller and says, "Give me your money. I have a gun." She hands him $3,000.
Okay.
And then he goes and he sits down and waits for cops to come arrest him. Why was he waiting for cops?
Well, here's the thing. He was in a bad marriage. He didn't want to be around his wife anymore, so he thought, you know what, I would rather go to jail than be married to this woman anymore or spend any more time with her. So I'll just go rob a bank so that I can get arrested and get away from my wife. But what happened was, after the sentencing, because he's an old man, they didn't put him in jail. They put him on house arrest.
For 6 months?
6 months house arrest. So it's worse than it was before. Which I think was smart about the judge, because the judge is like, no, you want to go to jail, but I'm not going to give you a punishment that you want. True jail for this guy is having to be at home nonstop. And his wife's going to be like, you are so dumb. I've always said you're dumb. You can't even get that right. And he's just like, oh my God, what did I do? What did I do?
Oh my God! So yeah, there was that story circulating. Really treading right now. That guy, so he has to deal. He's sitting next 6 months. Any last comments or questions coming in? Nope.
So shy tonight.
If you don't have any today or don't have any right now, post them. And we'll read them next week.
Yeah.
And we'll ask Heidi next week.
We're going to be
on
a
floor higher.
He's saying you're promising 5. He's saying 3.
I'm saying we start like,
I don't even think there are.
Goal.
I think it only goes to the 3rd floor here. Am I right?
Well,
I was in the elevator.
If you count like the roof, that could be 4.
Oh, we could do a rooftop show.
Overlooking the sea.
Well, you guys don't need to be in on this meeting. We'll do this. We can talk about it later.
You can catch Heidi on the Fox 11 5 o'clock news coming up shortly.
Yeah.
Dish Nation every weeknight right here on Fox 11 at 6:30. Frosty, Heidi, and Frank show.
Frank, the bearded one.
I was going to say Frosty, Frank, and Heidi show.
Yeah.
But it's Frosty, Heidi, and Frank show.
That's right. Yeah.
Every morning, KLOS.
We're there, hanging
you're
out.
Everywhere.
Call in.
And next week at 5 o'clock, right here.
Right here. Probably
and
still on the
lounge.
2nd floor.
Yeah, probably.
It's fine.
I mean, our 2nd floor is all souped up.
When Jada Smith was in here, did you guys do it on a higher floor?
We did not.
You did it right here.
Okay. You're right there with Jada.
Then I'm fine with it. Okay. Bye, everybody.
All right, thanks, guys.
Okay, everybody, that was Dish Nation's Heidi Hamilton breaking down the top stories in the news today. We appreciate you watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Taking you now to the United Nations briefing of the day. Keep you guys updated on all world news where they are discussing the situation in Syria, as well as plans to defeat ISIS and much more. Let's hear what they had to say.
All right, good afternoon. I will start off with a statement from this, on the new UN Office on Counterterrorism. The Secretary General welcomes the adoption today by the General Assembly of a resolution which endorses his proposal to establish a new United Nations Office of Counterterrorism. The Secretary General sincerely thanks the President of the General Assembly for facilitating this consensus resolution and member states for their strong support for this initiative, which constitutes a major reform of the UN counterterrorism architecture. The Secretary General expects the United Nations Counterterrorism Center within the new Office of Counterterrorism to play a central role in the provision of enhanced capacity building assistance to member states. The Secretary General expresses appreciation for the role played by the United Nations Counterterrorism Center Advisory Board in guiding its work and the growing number of member states who are contributing to it. The Secretary General considers counterterrorism and prevention of violent extremism to be one of the highest priorities of the United Nations to address a growing threat to international peace and security. He therefore hopes that this reform of the UN counterterrorism architecture will contribute to the UN's broader efforts to promote conflict prevention, sustainable peace, and development. That statement is online. From Somalia, the Special Representative of the Secretary General, Michael Keating, today condemned in the strongest possible terms last night's attack on the Pizza House restaurant and Posh Hotel in Mogadishu, which reportedly killed at least 19 people. Mr. Keating said there was no justification for such an act of wanton bloodshed, which was clearly aimed at civilians who were breaking their Ramadan fast. He added that the holy month of Ramadan is a time of peace and compassion, and the attackers have shown cynical contempt for this and set back the prospect for a peaceful solution to Somalia's problems. The chef de cabinet, Maria Luisa Ribeiro Viotti, today briefed the Security Council on the Secretary General's report on options for authorization and support for the African Union peace support operations. She told Council members we should move away from ad hoc arrangements. The report, she noted, presents proposal for institutionalized approaches to joint planning and mandating, financing, and supporting African Union peace support operations. She added that predictable approaches are required as the United Nations African Union partnership has been and will be the preferred modality for pursuing peace and security in Africa. Her remarks are available in my office. And from Colombia, the beginning of the second phase of the arms laydown process in that country, corresponding to an additional 30% of arms, took place yesterday in the zone for normalization with the participation of the chief of the UN mission, Jean Arnaud. At the end of this second phase of the laying down of weapons process, the UN has now in its custody about 40% of the approximately 7,000 individual weapons that were registered, monitored, and verified by the mission since March 1st of this year in the 26 transitional local zones for normalization and transitory points. The UN mission in Colombia encourages the party to continue their commitment to comply with the 29th May roadmap, and in particular in regard to the ceasefire and laying down of weapons. And our colleagues at the UN mission in the Central African Republic say that a convoy its peacekeepers escorted came under fire yesterday from suspected anti-Balaka elements near Mobai in Baskoto Prefecture, with one peacekeeper sustaining minor injuries. Also in the area, presumed anti-Balaka elements destroyed a key bridge connected to the town and the airport. The mission has increased patrols specifically around settlement housing displaced people. As part of its conflict prevention efforts in the local level, the mission continues to facilitate talks between anti-Balaka leaders of the Bosangoa and representatives of the FPRC in Wam Prefecture ahead of the peace talks between the two groups. The goal of the planned talks is for both parties to agree on the free and safe movements of people between the two communities, as well as to foster local cohesion and peaceful cohabitation in the region. And our colleague, Jamie McGoldrick, the UN humanitarian coordinator for Yemen, said today that the man-made humanitarian crisis in Yemen is resulting in famine-like conditions and unprecedented spread of cholera. There are more than 140,000 suspected, half of them children, and nearly 1,000 associated deaths, all of which could have been prevented. Mr. McGoldrick warned that humanity is losing to politics and called on the parties to the conflict to end tactics which inflict suffering on the Yemeni people and contribute to the collapse of critical services, especially in the health sector. More than 1 million civil servants have not been paid for nearly a year. Since the beginning of the year, 2 million more people are in need of humanitarian assistance and protection, pushing the total past 20 million. On average, 4 million people have received food assistance each month since the beginning of the year, but funding is running out. Unless donors provide fresh funds in the food pipeline is at risk of breaking in September, and the prospects of famine will be a reality. Of the $2.1 billion required for the Yemen response plan, it's only 29% funded. And members of the Commission of Inquiry on Burundi today gave their second oral briefing to the Human Rights Council. Members said that their initial fears concerning the scope and gravity of human rights violation and abuses in the country since April of 2015 have been confirmed. Since the beginning of its investigation, the Commission has collected more than 470 testimonies of human rights violations allegedly committed in Burundi since the April of 2015. These include extrajudicial killings, acts of torture and other inhumane and degrading treatment, sexual and gender-based violence, arbitrary arrest and detention, as well as enforced disappearances. More information is available online. And yesterday, the Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed briefed member states on the UN's two-track approach to help people of Haiti as they deal with the outbreak of cholera there. She said the Secretary General Antonio Guterres is strongly committed to taking forward the new approach. However, he needs full support of the membership to do so. The UN action requires member state action. She said we cannot fail the people of Haiti at this critical moment, and we cannot leave Haiti behind. Her speech was released yesterday. And our colleagues at the UN country team in Bangladesh said they remain concerned about the loss of lives, livelihoods, and damage to homes and infrastructure in the country's southeast following mudslides that killed more than 150 people. Those mudslides are said to be among the deadliest in the country's recent history and are attributed in part to environmental degradation caused by unregulated deforestation and a growing population. UN agencies are working with authorities to assess the impacts and respond to the needs. And UNICEF issued its latest report card measuring sustainable development goals for children in high-income countries. It found that while most of these countries have seen drops in the rates of child mortality, adolescent suicide, teenage births, and drunkenness, they're still far from delivering on the vision held out by the SDGs. Income inequality is growing, the mental health of adolescents is getting worse, and child obesity is on the rise. And according to our friends at the World Intellectual Property Organization, Switzerland, Sweden, Netherlands, US, and the UK have been ranked the world's most innovative countries according to their 2017 Global Innovation Index, which was released today. Key findings this year show the rise of India as an emerging innovation center in Asia, as well as countries like Kenya and Vietnam, who are outpacing their peers. And today is World Elder Abuse Day. This year's theme is Understanding and Ending Financial Abuse of Older People, a human rights issue. The theme underscores that older people have a right to a life of dignity in old age, free from all forms of abuse, including financial and material exploitation, which could lead to poverty, hunger, and homelessness, and even premature mortality. To mark the day, the World Health Organization released a study where it says that around 1 in 6 older people experience some form of abuse. This can be physical, psychological, financial, or simply neglect. WHO says the figure is higher than previously estimated and is predicted to rise as the world's population ages. And I just want to flag an event at 1 p.m. in the UN Bookshop. The author Dan Plesch, the director of the Center for International Studies and Diplomacy at the University of London, will be discussing his latest book, Human Rights After Hitler, The Lost History of Prosecuting Axis War Crimes. And he'll have a discussion with the UN Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights, Andrew Gilmore. The book examines the work of the UN War Crimes Commission, which helped prosecute Axis war criminals in Europe and East Asia before and after the trials of Nuremberg and the trials in Tokyo, and that's open to you, and it's 1 o'clock in the bookshop. And tomorrow we'll be joined by John Ging from OCHA. He'll brief you on his recent mission to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, as well as the Central African Republic. Ms. Lederer.
Steph, 2 questions. With the adoption of the GA resolution on counterterrorism, can we expect the Secretary General sometime very soon to be announcing a new UN Under-Secretary General for counterterrorism? And secondly, Israel's UN mission put out a statement this morning accusing the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for West Africa of putting out another anti-Israeli report, this one accusing Israel's security forces of using disproportionate force against Palestinians and in some cases of extrajudicial executions, and they are calling for the UN to withdraw this report. Is the UN going to take any action on that?
I'm not aware of any action being planned on the report. I assume you mean the Economic Commission for Western Asia. Yeah, Asia. Yeah, it's okay. That's all right. Yes, yes. No, I'm not aware of any decision to be taken on that particular report. On your first question, yes, we can now. The adoption by the General Assembly opens the door for the naming of head of the new counterterrorism architecture. My years of experience here have given me the advice not to qualify the time frame for that appointment, but I know it is underway. Sarah, then Matthew.
Thank you. On Turkey, does the SG have a comment on the arrest and illegal imprisonment of United Nations Judge Aydin Sifa Akay?
Yes. We're aware of the conviction of Judge Akay, who, as you know, is a judge in the International Residual Mechanism for the Criminal Tribunal International of Turkey by criminal court in first instance in Ankara. The Secretary General welcomes Judge Akay's provisional release following the decision. The Secretariat will continue to engage with the relevant authorities with respect of the issue around Mr. Akay's immunity, though we have not yet received a copy of the judgment. Matthew.
I wanted to ask you about the presentation yesterday about the new approach to the UN's role in cholera in Haiti. Two things. I saw David Navarro there, and I wanted to ask you. I know that he ran for WHO. Is he back as a UN official? Amina Mohammed said that the Secretary General will soon be naming a high-level envoy. Maybe you won't give a time frame, but what's the process? I guess I haven't seen it advertised. Can you describe
it
what the
will
process
be the Secretary General. I think is considering a number of people, and he will appoint the person he best sees fit. As you know, not every high-level position is posted on the Secretary General's website. Some he chooses to do that with, others he does not. But he's obviously consulting with member states and trying to find the best possible person. And hopefully we'll have that announcement sooner rather than later.
And Mr. Navarro, did he just return to his special end? What's his post?
I believe he's returned to a post that he had. I'm not aware of the exact details.
And just one last final thing on returns. It was said when the Secretary General took off on his trip that he would be back in New York the morning of Thursday, 15 June. So I'm looking at that announcement is still what qualifies as his daily schedule.
Yes, he landed.
He's
landed. He landed very early this morning, and I hope for his sake that he's resting at home. But he's in New York. Rosalind and Abdelhamid.
Sure. Follow up on Haiti. The DSG's comments yesterday raised some concerns with some NGOs. They're concerned that the UN may be backing away from the victim assistance in the form of direct compensation and instead establishing community development projects. Is that accurate? Is the UN, as these critics are suggesting, breaking its word with those who were infected with cholera during the peacekeeping?
No, the UN is not breaking its word. I think we are following exactly the new approach that was laid out. The track 2, if I'm not mistaken, talks about initially looking at community-based approaches, and there's been no change in our approach. Abdelhamid.
Thank you. I have a few questions. First, on Saif al-Islam. Since he was released from prison, the UN did not issue any statement. I know ICC is asking for his arrest, but why the UN itself did not issue any statement?
I don't have any specific thing to say right at this point on that release.
Okay. The second question: what would be the relations between the Center of Countering Terrorism, headed by Jahangir Khan, and the new office of the Undersecretary General? Would it incorporate the center?
It'll be subsumed into.
So it will be. It will become
That's the whole point is about.
It's not a Saudi finance center now.
The whole point is to bring coherence in all the different entities and coordination that deal with counterterrorism.
Yeah.
Ben.
Yeah. Last week,
the Saudis and 3 other countries sanctioned several people and institutions. One institution was the Qatar charity. Just wondering, do you have an update on that, given that the Qatar charity has many dealings with different UN agencies?
You know, I think we addressed this issue. We, as a matter of principle and a matter of rule, the sanctions lists that the UN abides by are the ones that are produced by the UN, various intergovernmental bodies of the UN. Our colleagues at OCHA have worked with the specific Qatari organization in coordinating and delivering aid in various places. I believe including in Syria and Iraq. We do not fund them, and we do not receive funds from them, but they've been a partner in implementing a number of projects.
Partner.
That I've heard of no change in our relationship with them.
Have the Saudis or the other countries that put them on the list, have they contacted the Secretary General, giving reasons why?
I'm not aware of anything besides what's been said publicly. Matthew. Sure.
Some other things, but just on Qatar, they've announced that they're pulling out of their role on the border between Djibouti and Eritrea, which is something the UN has worked on in the past, and it seems pretty clearly tied to this standoff with the other Gulf countries. Do you have any comment on that? Do you anticipate Qatar pulling back from the role it's played in Darfur? Or is there any interplay between these diplomatic initiatives, and in the case of Djibouti and Eritrea, the actual imposition of troops between 2 belligerents?
No specific comment on the issue between Ethiopia and Eritrea. I mean, I think as we've said, the Secretary General has been following this closely. He's been in touch with various parties, including the Deputy Prime Minister of Kuwait, and is very much supportive of Kuwait's diplomatic efforts. I think it's important that the sub-region regains its unity. The disunity we're seeing, it serves no one.
Just Djibouti. I just wanted to be clear. I'm asking about Eritrea.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Just to be spoke. Yeah. And the other thing is, I've seen an email from Michael Moeller to the staff in Geneva, basically telling them don't do a work stoppage. But the sentence in it I wanted to ask you rather than Mr. Moeller about is, it says, based on guidance from UNHQ, staff are reminded that actions such as work stoppage or other collective action may be considered as unauthorized absence in line with staff regulations and rules. And the staff union says they are fully within their rights under their own Article 16, which was approved by the Office of Legal Affairs to do a work stoppage, and that they. So I wanted to know, what would you say? One, what is the UNHQ or the Secretary General's position on the rights of workers for collective action? And do you have any? I guess, do you have any comment to?
No, I haven't seen. Mr. Mueller didn't copy me on the email, so I haven't. I haven't. Well, I don't work in Geneva, unfortunately. We're obviously. I think our colleagues in Geneva are taking very seriously the actions proposed by the staff union, and we'd encourage people to follow the staff rules and regulations. Linda.
Thank you, Steph. Going back to Yemen. You mentioned how the famine, which is so serious and is affecting about 20 million people, which is a very high portion of the population. You also mentioned that only 29% of the appeal is funded. I was wondering who the major donors are. I mean, are members of the coalition and neighbors, Gulf states, et cetera, contributing, their fair share?
I believe they listen. What amounts to a fair share is a judgment that we'll let others make. What is important is that the humanitarian appeal be funded at a much higher percentage. We can ask our colleagues at OCHA to give us the breakdown of who contributed to the appeal. But, we've had, I think, whether what I've said from here or the guests we've brought on, I think we cannot underscore enough the criticality of the humanitarian situation in Yemen, which is, as everybody said, a man-made disaster and happening in front of cameras and for everyone to see. Abdulhamid.
Thank you again. Following the adoption of a resolution in the GA raising the status of Palestine, from an observer organization to an observer state. There was an agreement signed between the UN and the PA during a visit by former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon to Ramallah. This agreement says that the UN must deal with Palestine as the state of Palestine in every dealings. Now, is the UN in violation of that agreement when they pull out the state of Palestine from this vacancy announcement about the East?
Were you talking about UNOPS?
Yeah.
Well, I think you're mixing oranges and olives here. It's clear that the status of Jerusalem is a final status issue that needs to be negotiated between the parties. I do not think that it has anything to do with the status of the state of Palestine as an observer in this organization. Matthew.
I wanted to ask you again about the Al Rif region of Morocco, because since I last asked, sentences have been imposed on a number of the protesters, a year and a half to 25 people, 6 months to 5 people. And French President Macron was in Rabat and said that King Mohammed VI, I don't know if it's translated right, stood ready to assuage the issues of Al Rif. So I'm just wondering if it's now viewed as international in that way. Does the UN have no guidance at all? What about year-and-a-half sentences to peaceful protesters? Is that something that...
I'm not aware of the details of the particular case. As I said, when we have something to say, we shall. Thank you.
All right, everybody, I'm giving you a live look of the Capitol building right now. That was an update from the United Nations. Taking you to the next top story here in the show. This is coming from the House Appropriations Committee, where they are having a discussion on the Department of Transportation and their budget. Let's hear what they have to say.
Which is really what we're talking about. The budget request for the Department of Transportation is $16.3 billion in discretionary budget authority, and a total of $75 billion in total revenue resources, including obligation limitations for surface transportation and aviation programs. Now, safety is this committee's top priority for DOT. I'm pleased that the budget request places priority on safety programs, Madam Secretary, funding several programs consistent with the FAST Act and continuing many of the safety priorities in the previous 17 bill. So I think that's frankly very good news. In addition to focusing on safety of our transportation network, we obviously must ensure that we grow our economy, and yes, through fiscally responsible transportation investments. And in doing so, we must make sure that we don't leave rural America and economically distressed areas behind, as we make the tough decisions that face us for the 2018 and beyond, 2018 budget and beyond. I want you to know that I want to work with you. We want to work with you to make sure that we continue, for example, air service to small towns and remote communities. And I want to make sure that we address passenger rail needs for our rural communities. I also want to take a careful look at transit as an important component of our transportation network. It just is. We must make, obviously, tough choices in federal spending. We all have to do that. We all have to be willing to do that. I have some concerns about the administration's proposal to terminate the department's work with local governments on several dozen transit projects. But I look forward to working with you and through all of those very difficult issues. I look forward to a spirited discussion about the administration's proposal to transfer air traffic control operations and facilities to a corporate, not non-governmental entity. We're dealing with monopoly, whether it's the monopoly controlled by the government or a monopoly controlled by somebody else. It will still be a monopoly. I've not been shy of saying that I believe that we should maintain air traffic control system that is accountable to the public. It's owned by the public, and it should be accountable to the public. And I don't see any other way to achieve this than to continue our congressional oversight role. And I believe that preserving the public's voice, frankly, is the only way to maintain our airspace as a national asset and protect access to all users, commercial aviation, general aviation, and this is key, new entrants, such as drones and commercial space operators that, frankly, in many cases, we don't even know what they are, but we know that it's going to happen now. It's starting to happen now. So we must, to the maximum extent possible, protect the right of the traveling public as well. It's not a secret. Our airspace is the most complex in the world, with an unmatched safety record. We can work together to build on that safety record, and I look forward to it, and open the airspace to more and more users. Let's make sure that we're not limiting it, but that we open it to more and more users as technology changes, some of which are beyond our current imagination, but that are starting to happen right now. So, Madam Secretary, just know that I look forward to discussing this issue with you today and for not only today, but continuing those conversations in the weeks and the months ahead. Secretary, I appreciate your attention and the attention the President has given to infrastructure last week. Improving our nation's infrastructure is an area where we can find common ground and make real improvements to the daily lives of the American people, not only in their ability to get around, but also, frankly, to help our economy. So I really, really look forward to working with you and my colleagues of this subcommittee to make smart investments, to go after waste, to cut red tape, and to protect the taxpayers. So again, first, thank you for your service to the nation. Thank you for appearing before us today. And with that, I would like to yield now to my ranking member. Mr. Price, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Madam Secretary. We're glad to have you here this morning. I want to first associate myself with the Chairman's remarks about yesterday's tragedy and the concern we all have for our colleagues, Steve Scalise, of course, and in particular, I want to acknowledge David Bailey, one of the police officers who was injured, and we're very proud of him. He's a North Carolina Central University graduate, and we have followed his progress over the years. We really have come together as we must come together as an institution and as a country, I believe, in face of this, and I hope some good will come of it. But in the meantime, we are dealing with real personal difficulties, tragedies that command our attention and our good wishes. We're here this morning to examine the 2018 budget request for the Department of Transportation. This system that we're funding facilitates the flow of commerce. It impacts every American. We know that investing in transportation infrastructure keeps us safe, it improves our economy, it creates jobs. Unfortunately, we also know that we're not doing so well, according to objective observers, such as the American Society of Civil Engineers, whose 2017 report card gives America's infrastructure a grade of only D+. The report concludes that we need to invest nearly $4.5 trillion just to bring our infrastructure from poor to good condition. We've heard a lot recently about the need to reduce bureaucratic red tape to encourage more private investment in transportation projects. These are laudable goals, but they won't deliver the transformative results we need without a core of robust federal funding to maintain and modernize and improve our nation's transportation system. We must take bold steps to reduce the backlog of deferred maintenance, to move our transportation infrastructure back toward a state of good repair, and we must make strategic investments in new technologies to make transportation safer and more efficient. The challenge before us is clear, and it'll only get worse without action on the part of Congress and this administration. I have to say, I think this budget proposal falls short of that mark. The result largely adheres to the funding levels agreed upon in the FAST Act for programs that rely on trust fund dollars. But overall budget authority would be cut by $3.1 billion, or 16%. The brunt of these reductions falls upon discretionary accounts, designed to advance public transit, rail, and other multimodal projects that are critical to our nation's transportation future. For example, the highly competitive Capital Investment Grants program would be discontinued for all projects that currently lack full funding grant agreements, despite the fact that funding for this program was increased just 2 months ago in the bipartisan omnibus package. Ending the CIG program would completely upend dozens of badly needed transit projects across the country, including 2 in my home district in North Carolina. In most cases, existing funding commitments from state and local governments would no longer be enough to move forward with construction, dooming many projects to failure. We should be encouraging more state and local investment in transit. Eliminating the federal matching dollars will have exactly the opposite effect. Equally concerning is the proposal to zero out Tiger funding. Here, too, I could point to successful projects in my district and in my state that leveraged funds from other sources. This is a very successful grant program. Supports innovative projects, multi-jurisdictional projects of regional and national significance. They're difficult to fund through traditional federal programs. Tiger grants are awarded on a competitive basis, and every member here knows how competitive that process is, how far the demand for funding exceeds the current supply. Congress provided $500 million for another round of Tiger grants in the omnibus package. It's zeroed out in this budget. Passenger rail also fares poorly. The department seeks to end Amtrak's national routes by slashing investment in the national network of Amtrak by more than 50%. The request also proposes a 28% cut, incredibly, for the heavily traveled Northeast Corridor. Meanwhile, Amtrak is breaking ridership records, and more Americans are looking to rail to meet their travel and commuting needs. Support for a robust national rail system has been reaffirmed by members of both parties, including the most recent long-term transportation reauthorization bill. And again, we have strong validation from North Carolina, where traveling from Charlotte to Raleigh or the other way has become a model of efficient and pleasant transportation. Madam Secretary, you've stated on several occasions that safety must remain a top priority of the department, yet the budget request would cut funding in several critical safety accounts. I'll just quickly tick them off. The operations and research account at NHTSA, the safety and operations account at the Federal Railroad Administration, the pipeline safety account at the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, and aviation safety activities within the FAA's operations accounts. I'm puzzled by these cuts. I hope they don't represent a lack of commitment to key safety functions. We need to know how the department plans to maintain safety with fewer resources at its disposal. Quickly, briefly, I want to shift gears and address air traffic control. The administration has endorsed the outlines of Chairman Schuster's privatization proposal. Have grave concerns about this. I've said that repeatedly. This would sever FAA's aviation safety and air traffic control components. The government-sponsored corporation model envisioned by Chairman Schuster and President Trump would reduce transparency and oversight while allowing for fee increases, diminished access to the national airspace for many aviation stakeholders. It would also represent an unprecedented giveaway of taxpayer-funded assets to an untested private entity. And it would threaten the progress we're making, threaten FAA's ongoing efforts to modernize air traffic operations under NextGen. That process has accelerated in recent years, delivering billions in savings to airlines and customers. So the budget request not only unrealistically assumes a quick transition to a private ATC entity, it also defers capital investments in FAA's air traffic control infrastructure for the upcoming fiscal year. That seems to be directly at odds with the notion of improving ATC operations. Of course, the other major transportation put forward by the administration is a much-discussed infrastructure initiative. And this is something that has potential, I believe, for bipartisan support. But we don't have enough to work with. It's a 6-page document, rather vague, mentioning $200 billion in federal outlays that supposedly would leverage $800 billion in private and non-federal investment. Of course, we need more details about this to even begin to assess it. Before I close, we need to acknowledge that we still have no budget resolution, no top-line spending number, no subcommittee allocations. There's talk of rushing to assemble a Republican-only omnibus package. I think that's a recipe for failure, would represent a complete abandonment of the regular order. Even if we reject the administration's draconian cuts to non-defense discretionary spending, the appropriations process is at risk of completely breaking down if we're forced to write our bills to sequestration levels. We've seen this happen in past year when we lacked bipartisan budget agreements. Bipartisan budget agreements are required given the requirements of the Budget Control Act if we're going to have workable allocations so that we can cooperatively write Transportation HUD and other appropriations bills. I know we want to work in this cooperative fashion, but we also know what's going to happen to enable us to do that. Madam Secretary, I look forward to your testimony today, working with you to ensure that vital transportation programs are adequately funded. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Now I'm particularly honored and pleased to welcome one of the busiest leaders in this entire process, and that's the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Friedman.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Diaz-Balart, and it's a pleasure to welcome back Secretary Chow to another stint serving our public so well. Thank you very much for being here, Madam Secretary. We look forward to your testimony. But let me just add on to what both Mr. Price, Dr. Price, and Mr. Diaz-Balart. I think many of us were shocked to the core yesterday. Obviously, we pray for the quick recovery of those that are badly wounded. And may I say, and we've raised the profile of the important role of our Capitol Police, but may I say a lot of what you do, the Secretary, is you have within your purview or just outside your purview the men and women who protect our harbors, our tunnels, our airports, our train stations. Sometimes we pass by them and we acknowledge them, but sometimes don't expect that at some point they might have to put their lives on the line. I'd just like to take this opportunity to recognize their role and raise their profile. Today's hearing is an important part of our oversight duties of the committee. After all, the power of the purse resides here on Capitol Hill. As Secretary of Transportation, you're responsible for maintaining and improving our nation's infrastructure and protecting it. As we pursue policies and programs to grow our economy, so too we must grow our infrastructure to support it. In that context, I'd like to bring up a critical project for our national economy, the Gateway Project and the Hudson Tunnel Project. As you may know, the Northeast Corridor regional economy, encompassing over 50 million people between the District of Columbia and Boston, produces over $3 trillion in output, equal to 20% of our gross national product. Safe and reliable passenger rail service is essential to that economic opportunity, whether it be the East Coast, West Coast, or somewhere in between. Rebuilding the Hudson Tunnel is of vital importance to our region and certainly to my home state of New Jersey. Given the clear benefits to this project and disastrous consequences of inaction, I'm concerned about the fiscal year budget provision limiting funding for capital investment grants, what we commonly refer to on the committee as new starts. I'm eager to hear, either in this setting or outside this room, how the department plans to support this vital infrastructure proposal for the New York-New Jersey region. I've also taken note of the administration's proposal to spend $200 billion on targeted federal investments to leverage private sector resources so that the ends result in at least $1 trillion in total infrastructure spending. I'd like to hear more about the specifics of this proposal and how it will improve our infrastructure planning for state and local governments. But above all, we welcome you, Madam Secretary, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, obviously your full written testimony will be submitted, included in the record. You're recognized now for 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
To discuss the President's fiscal year 2018 budget request for transportation. My colleagues and I share your thoughts and prayers for those injured in yesterday's incidences, and we are so grateful that the Capitol Police were there. On transportation, we all share the same goal, to ensure that our country's transportation systems are safe, dependable, and ready to adapt to transformational new technologies. The President's 2018 budget represents a bold vision for our transportation infrastructure. The administration has carefully studied our current spending patterns, and it has taken a closer look at programs that may not be meeting their intended purposes, have outlasted their usefulness, or could be replaced with new initiatives that will better address future transportation needs. The President is requesting $76 billion for transportation. This request fully funds surface transportation programs included in the FAST Act and provides steady state funding for the majority of other transportation programs. The budget provides new policy direction in several key areas. First, our transportation infrastructure is crumbling and in urgent need of attention. To address this concern, the President has proposed long-term reforms to change the way infrastructure projects are regulated, funded, delivered, and maintained. The President's plan will create incentives for additional state, local, and private funding and will ensure that federal funding is leveraged to maximize infrastructure investment. The President has identified a total federal commitment of $200 billion for infrastructure improvements, of which a portion will be directed towards rural America. Next, the President's fiscal year 2018 budget also includes a proposal that represents a major shift for the FAA. Despite spending billions of taxpayers' dollars over decades of effort, the government has not.
All right, everybody, we're going to break out of this to take you to some breaking news in California where there was a police standoff with a man on a roof. Let's take you there.
What is this?
Yep, going. Oh, west. Coming up, coming up. Oh, west, oh, west.
Bear with us, guys. It looks like we are having some technical difficulties right now. We are working to get that shot back for you.
4. Working it. Trouble with the white balance. I need something white.
That is our reporter in the chopper there, bringing us this footage of a police standoff in Semar, California.
I got it, I got it. Thank you. I've got you, go. Got to be on the ground in 30 minutes, and give me a second. Booth is calling. Booth, I'm sorry, go ahead. Desk was calling. I've heard nothing about a kidnapped suspect. Nothing. (10-4). Sorry, we drifted earlier. I was trying to fix my colors. Simon Desk, there was Booth is saying possible kidnapped suspect. Do you have that? Okay, very good. 1 p.m. Kidnapping suspect. Chase ends here. Yeah, they just told me kidnapping suspect out of Mission District is what he said. I imagine Mission Division. They're calling again. Stand by and go ahead. We're looking. You guys see a fire truck or a medic nearby? Looking out the window, we don't see a fire truck or a medic yet. They told me, well, let me just, I'm thinking it's Mission Division. Hey guys, that kidnapped suspect, Mission Division, right? Mission Division. Okay, just some confusion about Mission District. I know Mission Division. Is that the same thing you're saying? Okay, Mission Division. Booth was asking. 10-4. Mission. It's a kidnapped suspect, Mission Division, Valley. Go ahead. Sky 9, go. Okay, 15, 15. Freak 1, go. Hi guys, here's the information we have from LAPD officers. They're telling us this may be a kidnapping suspect. We're getting some information from the assignment desk right now. This is all unfolding right now, but some kind of a kidnapping in the San Fernando Valley about 1 this afternoon. This is the suspect they caught up on the freeway earlier tonight, a little before 8 p.m., and the chase was on. Now, the chase was on the 405. At one point, we heard the 118 all over the San Fernando Valley, through Mission Hills, North Hills, all near Van Nuys. And then for some reason, the suspect got off the freeway and made a run for it here into the neighborhood. He stopped here at Astoria and Arroyo Grande, apparently out of the car, made a run for it through the neighborhood, somehow made access onto the roof of this home in a residential area of Sylmar. This is a foothill community. It doesn't appear as though anybody in the house is in any danger. Hopefully, LAPD officers have gotten to everybody in the house and tell them keep the doors and windows locked, stay inside. You can hear and see all the police activity outside for all of our friends here in the San Fernando Valley in Sylmar. At this point, the suspect appears to be very combative with police officers, not complying with their requests or demands, holding up on the roof. The house is surrounded by heavily fortified LAPD officers. At this point, he is not coming down. Looks like a young Hispanic male, oversized white T-shirt, dark black short pants, all oversized. That's an easy place to hide a weapon. And what they want to do is make sure he doesn't reach for any kind of weapon if in fact he has one. So at this point, the standoff continues, suspect on the roof, and that suspect is surrounded by officers on the ground. Back to you. We have not seen any sign of SWAT officers here, no canine units, no police dogs, just a number of LAPD officers surrounding that home. You can't see all of them, but they're around the entire perimeter of the home, and most likely throughout the neighborhood as well, trying to let neighbors know to stay away and let neighbors know there's a lot of activity happening in the neighborhood. If you're indoors anywhere nearby, I know you want to go outdoors and take a look, but these things can become very volatile very rapidly, and for your protection, for everyone's protection, you got to give LAPD officers a wide berth and let them get their job done. This is a very lengthy, painstaking process. We don't know what the condition of that suspect is, what his mindset is. The only information we have about that suspect, he's reported to be a kidnapping suspect. That crime happening around 1 this afternoon in the San Fernando Valley, in LAPD's Mission Division in the north end of the San Fernando Valley. Once again, if you missed it earlier, LAPD officers caught up to that suspect later, a little before 8 o'clock. The chase was on, and for some reason, stopped here in Sylmar. This may be his neighborhood. Maybe he's got friends or family nearby. Maybe he lives here, but out of the car, made a run for it, planting himself on that rooftop, taking a drink out of a garden hose, which perhaps he brought with him rooftop, or asked LAPD officers for a drink, and maybe they were kind enough to give it to him. At one point, we did see him try to wrap that around his neck. That's what it appeared to look like, but then he threw the hose back down to the ground. So officers have the entire house surrounded right now. They are talking to him. When he does communicate with officers, he appears very belligerent, very arrogant, very combative, wholly uncooperative, and at this point, he's just sitting there taking a break, and it's really up to him as to when he comes down, until LAPD officers at one point, they may decide to get, instead of defensive, offensive, get up on the roof and try to take him into custody. But at this point, they're giving him a wide berth, trying to do and say anything they can to get him to come down and surrender peacefully. Back to you. Roger. Roger. No, actually, we got to the neighborhood just after the pursuit came to an end. We heard it was a foot chase, so we pulled in very quickly. We got that suspect. We know very little about the chase other than LAPD officers telling us they caught up with what they believe was a kidnapped suspect. They tried to get him to stop, wouldn't stop. That's failure to yield, so the chase was on. Lights, siren, and all the rest. And big drama in the San Fernando Valley on a couple of freeways through surface streets as well. and somehow this guy ended up in this Sylmar neighborhood. We're still trying to figure out, is this his neighborhood? Does he live nearby? Is it just a chance that he pulled into the neighborhood? He may have friends or family nearby, and oftentimes pursuit suspects will do that. They'll go to an area that's familiar to them, somewhere they've been to before, perhaps a childhood home, or their current residence, a friend or a family lives nearby. Anyway, out of the car after the chase, made a run for it, somehow got up to the rooftop here. Unclear how he made it up to the rooftop. Don't see any ladders nearby, but LAPD officers, they were on top of him the entire way, and they followed him right up to that house. They did not go to the rooftop as far as I could see, but they have stopped. They've got the entire perimeter surrounded, and if anybody is home, they've been warned, most likely stay indoors, keep the doors and windows locked. You can see top left of your screen, looks like one of the bedroom windows. The lights are on, an indication that somebody may be home, but hopefully they are hunkering down inside and giving LAPD officers a wide berth to accomplish their mission right now. And again, this is going to be Astoria at Oro Grande in Sylmar. There's a suspect rooftop. All the police officers just to his left with a variety of guns. They have lethal weapons, non-lethal rounds as well, and they'll do all they can to get that suspect to come down safely, peacefully, and without injury to anybody, not only to themselves, but to that suspect as well. But at this point, he is not cooperating. You can see by those hand gestures, he's very combative with those police officers on the ground. Back to you. I think, okay, it's so broken. Bear with me. Stay here, and next hit, quick hit, we'll be back as soon as we know more. Is that right? Okay. Copy that. Standing by. I've got you, go. Brian, what's your time on station? Roger. Roger. Thank you. 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Yeah, there he is, rooftop right there on your right, on your left. LAPD officers doing all they can to communicate with that guy, tell him what they want him to do, come down from the roof and simply surrender. But you can see he's very animated, he's very combative, he is not cooperating with police officers, and that will not work to his advantage at the end of the day. So you see him there with that oversized shirt, oversized black shorts as well, and those are things officers are very concerned about because that could be a hiding place for any kind of a weapon. He's been on that rooftop now for quite some time. Kidnapping suspect, according to LAPD officers, the kidnapping reported at about 1 this afternoon in the San Fernando Valley in what LAPD officers refer to as their mission division. They caught up with that suspect a little before 8, tried to get him to stop, wouldn't do it. The chase was on. A short-lived chase all over the north end of the San Fernando Valley, and then for some reason the suspect stopped here. This is a residential neighborhood in Silmar, just off of Astoria and Oro Grande. The suspect out of the car turned into a foot chase. Don't know how he did it, but got up onto the rooftop of this home in this Silmar neighborhood. If anybody is home, they've most likely been admonished, stay indoors, keep the doors and windows locked. A lot of activity on the rooftop in the neighborhood. This entire home surrounded by officers. At this point, as you can see, he is not cooperating. He is not coming down, but at one point something will have to give. That suspect will have to be come down or be taken down. LAPD officers are not just going to walk away from this thing. Live from Sky 9, I'm Bill Thomas overhead, and back to you. Okay, so you want to clear for gas now? Was that the desk? Are we clear for fuel? Hold on, guys. I'm trying to get us fuel. Sorry, Sam, but there's a lot going on. Are we clear for gas? Okay, clear. Stowing.
All right, everybody. We appreciate you watching live with us on the Fox and Phoenix Facebook page as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. It does look like Chopper is leaving the scene, but we'll be sure to keep you updated if we get any more footage back into the newsroom about this police standoff. Thanks for watching. All right, everybody, we're going to take you back to this hearing on the Department of Transportation budget.
Traffic will soar to over 1 billion annually. Air freight is expected to more than double over the next 3 decades. Drones and unmanned aircraft systems will have to be integrated into the national airspace. Without change, the current air traffic control system will be unable to keep up. So this administration has proposed moving air traffic control operations to a nonprofit, non-governmental, independent cooperative. The safety regulatory oversight functions will remain at FAA. And this would also involve and solve a long-standing conflict of interest issue with the operating entity air traffic control regulating its own safety. More than 50 countries worldwide currently have this structure of separating out air traffic control and air safety regulations. Finally, the President calls for reforming some of our other transportation programs like FTA's capital investment grants programs, the discretionary portion of the Essential Air Service and Amtrak's long-distance routes. The President also recommends that we revisit the Tiger Grant programs. The infrastructure principles outlined by the President will highlight alternative ways to fund worthy projects using a different funding formula moving forward. It also will recognize that the administration's commitment to rural America as we revitalize our transportation infrastructure. Thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss the President's budget. I'm actually 20 seconds ahead of time. I will be more than glad to answer your questions.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And we try to keep on time here. And by the way, so we will proceed with the standard 5-minute rounds, alternating sides. I want to thank the members of the subcommittee for, we're pretty strict here, Madam Secretary, in trying to keep into the timeline. And of course, I get a lot of help from the subcommittee chairman in doing so. With that, Madam Secretary, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, I have drawn a very bright line to...
Okay, everybody, we're going to take you back to this police standoff. It does look like we've gotten footage back into the newsroom, so let's take you to the scene. Again, you're watching live with us here on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. This police standoff still going on in San Mar, California tonight. A man who led police on a dangerous chase in opposing lanes of traffic was in a standoff with police, and it's still going on the roof of this home in California tonight. The man gestured to police who were on the ground while police stood with guns drawn at this home in San Fernando Valley. And at one point, police threw a hose up to the man who took a drink, then wrapped it around his neck before throwing the hose down to the ground. The rooftop standoff has been a pretty dangerous situation tonight. It happened right after a police chase that took place along central San Fernando Valley streets at very high speeds. And early reports suggested that the man was wanted in a kidnapping. The police chase came to an end at this neighborhood here where he climbed on the roof of this home in San Mar, California, and police are there right now waiting for him to get down. You're watching live here on the Fox News Now stream as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. If you're just joining us here live on the Fox News Now stream as well as fox10phoenix.com, this is a police standoff in Selmar, California tonight. You can see those police officers have their guns drawn behind their police car doors there as they're waiting for this suspect to get down off the roof of this person's home. He led police on a dangerous chase in opposing lanes of traffic and ended up at this home tonight. And earlier we were showing you the man gesturing to police who were on the ground, taunting them and making signals with his hands. At one point, police threw a hose up to the man who took a drink and then wrapped it around his neck before throwing the hose down to the ground. So very erratic behavior tonight. And again, he still will not get down from this house as much as police are trying to negotiate with this man. This rooftop standoff happening now in Selmar, California. It doesn't look like this guy wants to get down anytime soon. He's been up there for over an hour now. Again, this is in Selmar, California tonight. He led police on a very violent, high-speed chase in opposing lanes of traffic before ending up at this home here where he climbed on the roof to get away from police. And now he won't get down. Police are pleading with him, negotiating with him. They do have their weapons drawn, so we do have to warn you guys. Always, viewer discretion advised. These police chases, we just never know how they're going to end. And we did have earlier reports that he might have been wanted for a kidnapping situation. Still waiting to get more information about that. It does look like he's trying to hide behind this chimney here. We'll keep you updated live on the Fox News Now stream as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Thanks for watching.